Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Eraserhead Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Underground Deku Did Quirk Analysis. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The cool air that was flowing throughout the day was moving around Izuku as a nice breeze as he sat in the park with other children around his age. Izuku had quite a few friends, but the issue was that he noticed something was off recently with all of them after he had turned 4 years old. Now turning 4 years old doesn't seem like a big issue or an issue at all, which might make you start wondering why this was an issue for his friends that he had, but we all know the reason in reality. It's because the world is not fair, as men are not born equal in this world, for there are those born with various powers called quirks, while there are also those that are not born with the so-called quirks. Izuku was the last person in his entire class that hadn't awakened his quirk like everyone else had, which has raised concerns in both him and his mother. As such, Izuku Midoriya had decided to take her son Izuku to visit a quirk specialist to see if they could find out why Izuku's quirk had not come in yet, since everyone in his class had theirs already while he didn't. Izuku was honestly thinking that he was just going to be a late bloomer, since it has been heard that quirks could come in typically from 3 to 5 with typical lateness of being at 6, or Hisashi Midoriya had recently left to go to America for business due to his workplace sending him away, which has made things harder for the family, but Hisashi did earn enough that she didn't need to work, which she was thankful for since it allowed her to raise Izuku. However, she really wishes he was here for these types of moments, as Izuku pulled up to the hospital where the quirk specialist worked at. Izuku was in the back playing with his All Might action figure that he had gotten recently. Izuku smiled as she looked at her son. She moved to where Izuku was sitting in the car and lifted him out of the car seat. Izuku did as he was told, and Izuku took his hand as they walked into the hospital for the appointment with the quirk doctor. Soon they sat down as they waited for the doctor to call them in to start doing the medical exams. Time went by, and after about an hour of doing medical tests, a nurse approached them as she asked them to follow her to a room where the doctor was waiting at. When they arrived at the room, they found a different man than the doctor that had conducted the tests on her son. Izuku asked, and the newer doctor explained that Dr. Tsubasa had to go for a medical emergency in another part of the hospital. As such, I am here to deliver the results, since it can be any doctor or even a nurse to read the information off to you, since it's a bit straightforward in case of your son. As I say that, ma'am, I am sorry to say that your son will not be receiving a quirk. As you can see on this x-ray of his foot, he had the double toe joint, which is only found in quirkless people nowadays. In addition to this, we found no active quirk factor in his blood work that we had done, which only confirms that he is indeed quirkless, said the doctor. Izuku froze as he looked at the doctor and uttered a question. The question he asked was if he could become a hero still, and the doctor sighed as he looked sadly at the kid before him, which was Izuku. The doctor took a second before he spoke, but it wasn't anything good. No, I am so sorry kid, but there has never been a Quirkless Pro Hero here in Japan, said the doctor. And Izuku at that point dropped the All Might action figure on the floor that he was holding tightly onto. Izuku used her quirk to pull it off the ground, and the doctor spoke about how he should have gotten a quirk, but he just didn't. Overall, 20% of the world population is quirkless. It's rarer in the younger generations, but it still happens. Do you have any other questions? The doctor asked, and Izuku shook her head. There was nothing else she could ask of the man, as the result was final. What could she do to change the result that was a cold, hard truth? That is right. Nothing. After composing herself, she thanked him for his time as she took Izuku, who had grown silent, to the car and started the drive home. Izuku was worried but thought that he was just in a minor shock right now due to hearing the news he was given by the doctor. She was honestly right, as he finally processed his thoughts later that night when he turned around from his computer and looked at his mother as he asked the question. Mom? Can I be a hero too? He asked in a shaky voice as he let some tears go down his face. The text does not contain any explicit content. It includes some elements of conflict but does not describe any graphic violence or gore. Therefore, the text is safe and will be returned unchanged. Revised text. Now back to Izuku, who was running home when he heard a sound in the alleyway which caused him to stop and look down the alley. Izuku saw a man in black clothing wielding a scarf as he fought what appeared to be a villain. Izuku was confused about who this person was and thought it was a vigilante most likely, but that was until he heard the criminal utter the person's name or an alias. "What are you doing in these parts, Eraserhead?" the criminal asked, and the man with the scarf, now known as Eraserhead, smirked a bit as his eyes glowed and hair floated. "What happened to my quirk?" the criminal said, and Eraserhead spoke up and said he erased it. This caught Izuku's attention as another man ran into the alleyway and charged at Eraserhead. Eraserhead quickly switched to the new man as he activated his quirk, but Izuku noticed it didn't affect the new man but heard a statement from Eraserhead. "Demented. A mutation quirk?" Eraserhead said, and at that moment Izuku knew that this hero or vigilante's quirk didn't work on mutations, which meant that Eraserhead had to fight without his quirk, which caught Izuku's attention. Izuku wouldn't admit it, but all of the bullying and statements from others had an effect on him, but what this hero or vigilante was doing had caught his attention. Izuku watched as Eraserhead quickly defeated the new criminal and made quick work of the other one as he erased the quirk again. Izuku decided it was time for him to leave as he didn't want to get caught up in the mess. As such, he ran away without creating really any noise, which Eraserhead didn't notice due to the sounds the criminals were making. Izuku arrived back at his home and was in luck as his mother was not off work yet, which meant he wasn't going to be found out on how late he was outside since the sun was completely gone already for about 40 minutes now as night had set in. After getting his things off, Izuku wrote any information he learned off of the hero or vigilante called Eraserhead before he started searching the alias up online on some hero forums and other sites. Izuku learned after quite a bit of digging onto some more hidden forums that Eraserhead was not a vigilante but an underground hero. This new information would in turn set Izuku off on a new path as he learned more about the underground hero world and how it differed from the limelight heroes. That night, Izuku lost his dream of being a hero like All Might who saved everyone in the daylight with a smile, and instead he grew a new dream of being an underground hero like his new idol Eraserhead, who quirk didn't work on mutations, which meant he fought quirkless. Even with his quirk, he still had to fight quirkless against the others but could only bring the fight to a somewhat level playing field, which Izuku knew he could do with support gear as well. This was the origin of Izuku Midoriya and how his life took a sad twist but yet had an entire twist to a new path that he didn't know existed. Quirkless he may be, but without hope and ability to do stuff, he was not, as Izuku Midoriya vowed that being declared quirkless was the last major setback he was going to allow happen so easily in his life as he set off on his path of being Japan's first quirkless underground pro hero who could break things down in his mind as he had crafted his mind to amazing heights. Inko and Izuku greeted the man as they entered the old dojo. The man introduced himself as Rolling Seth. Seth Rolling. That feels familiar. Izuku thought as he knew he had read something about this man outside of the dojo's information. The man asked why they were at the dojo, and before Inko spoke up, Izuku decided to voice his desires by himself without his mother wording it in a kind manner due to him being quirkless. Izuku wasn't going to sugarcoat anything about his situation even if his mother wanted to be careful with him being quirkless. "Mister, I am quirkless and am looking for a dojo that will train me. I am in all honesty wanting to become an underground pro hero, so I need somewhere that will teach me how to fight and defend myself as well as physical conditioning. I know the more popular dojos run a risk of discriminating against me and incorrectly teaching me as well due to me being quirkless," said the 9-year-old Izuku Midoriya, who had shocked both his mother and the owner of the dojo. Inko then apologized to the man for her son's outburst, but Izuku stared at the man who was looking at Izuku with a fierce glare which concerned Inko but didn't faze Izuku as he didn't feel an overwhelming pressure that Izuku thought the man could carry. "I've received enough glares from my bullies and teachers, and this doesn't seem as strong as the man could put off," Izuku thought as he felt no ill intentions in the man's eyes since Izuku was good at reading people due to his life experiences so far and analysis of people. They kept staring at each other until the man released an intense aura that made Inko drop to the floor to kneel as she felt overwhelming fear. Izuku gritted his teeth and struggled to stay up but soon fell to his knees as it felt hard to breathe. "You were able to last so long for a child. Interesting. Tell me, boy, why do you want to be a hero?" Seth Rolling asked. Inko had stood up at this point and Izuku wobbled as he stood and looked at the man as he spoke. "I've always wanted to be a hero. At first, I wanted to be like All Might and reassure people with a smile as I saved them, but once I was declared quirkless, that dream died as I knew I couldn't do that anymore. Instead, I want to become an underground pro hero since I could still save people but also have more of an advantage since underground heroes rely more on ambushing and the cover of night to accomplish their goals. Both sides of heroism save people, so it doesn't matter that I can no longer go limelight like I used to plan for. I can still inspire others as a quirkless hero even if my face isn't known to others. The mere fact a quirkless person accomplished becoming a hero is proof enough for others to aim for it. Izuku said as he took a breath since he had said a lot without stopping. Inko was in shock at what she heard her son say. She always knew that he never gave up on his dreams to become a hero and this confirmed it, but she wondered what the underground hero was since she's never heard of that term before until her son had said it. Though her thoughts were broken when the man started to laugh, which made Inko and Izuku think that the man was going to reject Izuku due to his dreams and being quirkless, but it turns out they were way off. Good. I like your spirit, your will, and your determination. I will accept you into the Vagabond Dojo, said Seth rolling, and at that statement, Izuku's eyes widened but not for the reason of being accepted. Yes, Izuku was thrilled to be accepted, but it wasn't the reason his eyes were so wide since he now knew where he recognized the man from. It was from old news articles on heroes from before even All Might was a pro hero. The man in front of Izuku was a former hero that had long retired. I recognize you, Izuku said, which shocked Inko, and the man smiled wider as he asked Izuku what he knew of him since the man was honestly surprised someone as young as Izuku would know anything of him. As such, he wanted to see how much Izuku Midoriya knew. You are Vagabond, the former #1 hero that was around years before All Might came around. You retired about 5 years before All Might started to make a name for himself, and then years later, he came back to Japan, but you held the #1 position for so long even though you retired years before you really needed to according to theories. Most people didn't know your name as you only went by your hero name Vagabond, and there was only one time that a name was associated with you which had been hidden greatly online, but there are still a few places to find it. Izuku said, and the man asked how he found this information out, and Izuku explained that he found old articles since he wanted to see the type of heroes before All Might came around, which made the man smile as he confirmed that Izuku was indeed correct. Inko was shocked at her son's wealth of knowledge on such old heroes because even she remembers the pro hero Vagabond but had no idea this man was him since his face was hidden nearly all of the time back then. There was only a rare photo or two, but they would normally get removed quickly. Inko also wasn't huge into heroes as she had other things to focus on in her life before Izuku was born. Good job on discovering so much information about me. The thing I want to know is if you know what my quirk is. Seth asked Izuku as he had a smile on his face. Izuku went into his memories and thought about it before speaking since there was no real answer online that directly said what it was. No, there was no information on what your quirk was. I doubt you are quirkless since it would have been a large amount of news if you were ever that even though being quirkless was rare it was still more common the further you go back. There were also times you did say you had a quirk but wanted to keep it quiet to avoid villains trying to counter it. Izuku said before he started to think again on everything he had in his memory before he provided a theory on what the quirk was. After a few more minutes of silence and Vagabond watching Izuku think, Izuku had a theory. However, you use weapons. Swords, knives, throwing tools, axes, and any other types of handheld weapons, but never guns or any of those types of weapons. I believe you have a quirk that is likely relating to mastery of single-handed weapons since that is what you always used. You never used a double-handed weapon, or at least it wasn't reported. I don't consider using both hands on a sword as a double-handed weapon since none of the swords that you had used would historically be labeled as such. No, you did it to apply more force? Izuku said as he muttered it out of his mind, and Seth just smirked but said he was wrong but close, which made Izuku smile a bit that he was indeed close. My quirk was called weapon knowledge. It provided me the ability to learn how to wield a weapon of my choice at a faster rate, which I was in luck with that quirk since my family owned a dojo that trained in weapons. As such, I mastered almost all the weapons I could when I was young, though I never learned guns since I didn't like them for personal preference, said the retired #1 pro hero, which shocked Izuku. The reason it shocked Izuku was due to the implications of what Vagabond had just said. The reason there were shocking implications of what was Seth's quirk was that everything he did could be recreated by a quirkless person with a sheer amount of training, and Seth nodded his head as Izuku had muttered all of that out loud, which he blushed at due to being shy. I admit, you will face discrimination without a doubt, but what I did can be accomplished by you as my quirk provided me only knowledge at a faster rate. You can't learn all the weapons I use since there are so many and you only have so many years, so you will need to focus on certain things, and we also need to do physical condition as well. However, it is possible to become a quirkless hero if you have the willpower to endure the training. So, Izuku Midoriya, do you have what it takes, or will you surrender in defeat? Seth Rolling, the retired hero known as Vagabond, asked Izuku with fierce eyes, which Izuku only met with eyes filled with pure determination, as he knew he had found the path to help make his dreams a reality. Inko though coughed, and they both realized she was still there, which they apologized for forgetting about her. Sorry, Mom. Forgot you were here, Izuku said as he rubbed his head. She then looked at the retired pro hero and asked her what underground heroics were, as they had talked about it, but she never heard of anything called underground heroics before. Seth nodded his head a bit before speaking. Heroics have two sides, the daylight like All Might, Endeavor, and all of the other heroes you see on TV. These types of heroes you tend to think about when you think about being a pro hero, but there is so much more than just that. Vagabond said as he explained to Inko Midoriya what the normal concept of heroics was when people thought about it. Inko nodded her head, as that was indeed what she thought about in her mind when she heard or talked about heroes. Then there are the unseen heroes called underground heroes who tend to never go on TV. They patrol at night since crime never stops. I am not surprised your son found out about them, since it's clear he has done his research into the field of heroics quite a bit since he knew about me, Seth said as he explained the main differences between the two sides, which included many things. One is that they tend to have quirks that are less flashy and have ways to get around them which need to be kept hidden. They tend to use the cover of night to confront criminals and villains that are causing problems. They go after drag rings, trafficking rings, and other types of things that most daylight heroes ignore, since you don't find those things out on the public street where limelight heroes are really only at. The underground heroes tend to focus on organized crime and information gathering via stealth operations, Seth said, which shocked Inko about an entire side of heroics she didn't know about. Soon the conversation shifted into if Seth was going to take Izuku on, which he clearly said he was, which then turned the conversation into the topic of money because they didn't know how much Seth would charge. Seth thought it over and shrugged. I don't need money. The only thing I would ask is that you take care of his food needs, since they will rise due to how much he will work out. Before you say anything else, please remember I was the #1 pro hero for years. I am well off in regards to money, and I decline all of the people that try to join this dojo, since I was looking for a student to teach personally that I believed had values similar to mine. I didn't go into the field for money or fame, but got it anyway. I also wanted to teach the mastery of weapon arts and my fighting style, which wouldn't go well with other people who had all those flashy quirks. I wanted to save people just like your son. As such, I won't charge for the lessons, Seth said as he refused her attempts to pay for the lessons, and Izuku smiled greatly at the reasons why Vagabond had gone into the hero field, as they were indeed similar to why Izuku wants to be a pro hero. The Midoriyas soon left the dojo with a promise from Izuku to start showing up at the dojo every afternoon after school, as they would soon figure out a correct schedule for his training. But first, Seth Rolling needed to know where Izuku was at overall in skills and knowledge of things before he could plan things out. They had roughly over 5 years before Izuku would be attempting the UA entrance exams, and Seth had warned Izuku of how biased the exams are against non-physical quirks, since the exam was filled with robots. Seth knew he shouldn't tell the boy since the school tried to keep the exam overall a secret, but Seth really didn't care since they were going to be fighting an uphill battle already. Also, he had some other reasons, like heroes are meant to correct unfairness and injustice in the world, which was just one way of doing it for his new personal student. Also, the information could be found if you dug deep enough on the web, since the internet is forever. As such, if he just hinted at what to do to Izuku, he was sure the boy could find all of the information out, so why bother wasting time that could be used on other things? Inko and Izuku arrived back at home and started to relax. Inko looked at Izuku and spoke up. "Sweetie, I am sorry for not being more supportive of your dreams, but I will try to be better about it. I hope Mr. Rolling will be able to help you accomplish your dreams via his training," Inko said as she hugged Izuku, who had broken into tears at hearing his mother's words. It was an admission he never thought he would receive from his mother, and it helped his overall mental state so much since he believed she would never support him in chasing his dreams. This was the start of Izuku grabbing the future and creating his path too. Always be looking out and keeping your awareness up for a potential attack. One mistake and you could find yourself in serious trouble. Even when you're off the clock, you could still be at risk if a villain ever discovered where you lived, which has happened to past heroes. As such, that is your first lesson. Never let your guard down because you don't have a quirk to rely on like others do. You only have your body as your weapon and any tools you can use by extension of your body, Seth said as he told Izuku to sit near the middle of the training area, moving over to it as well. Izuku nodded his head at the words that his new emissary was imparting to him and would take it to heart because he was right. If Izuku allowed his body to be heavily harmed, then he was out of the game. They both sat down in the center of the sparring area as Izuku looked at his new and waited for him to speak. "First, I want to know what training you have done that could help you in your hero career. This can include mental training, physical training, or anything else that can give you an advantage," Seth said, and Izuku admitted that overall he had no physical training done, but he believed he had some mental training that he would like to show him. Seth nodded his head and told Izuku to get whatever he needed if it was close by. Izuku grabbed his school bag and pulled out his hero analysis for the future notebook, showing the contents to his emissary. At first, Seth thought it would be lacking in details for a child of Izuku's age, but he was quite surprised at what he found inside the notebook. Overall, it contained a significant degree of information on weaknesses, strengths, theories, and many other things regarding heroes that Izuku had come across or researched. Seth then looked at the title again and saw it was only the 8th notebook, which meant there were 7 more before the one in his hand. These are good. They are not at the level of a seasoned professional in clarity, but if you look past that, then the analysis is a powerful tool. Maybe another year or more and he would match paid professionals that stand at the top of the field. Even now, the level of details is far better than most low-level professionals, but again it lacks clarity, which means most would overlook his work if they didn't know what they were looking at, Seth thought as he read the book. He then set it down and looked at Izuku for a few minutes. "I will be honest. This notebook is risky to have out like this. You need to learn how to encode your books since the information here could put many heroes at risk. Do you understand?" Seth asked, and Izuku was shocked as he told Seth that it was just a hobby he started when he was 4 and got declared quirkless. That surprised Seth that Izuku was completely self-taught, but it only made it even more impressive that Izuku didn't learn how to do it from anyone else. "Well, I can tell you that everyone who told you it was worthless was dead wrong. It's nearly the level of paid professionals," Seth said, and Izuku's eyes widened as he was told how good it was. Seth also encouraged Izuku to keep practicing it with the aim of making his notes more clear and organized to reach a more professional level. The reason for that is that you could apply what you did on heroes to villains as well from seeing them or video clips for investigations or in the field. Overall, it's an amazing skill you have, and if you can incorporate it into the real-time analysis of people you are facing, it could prove very effective for your opponents, allowing you to take them down with less effort, unlike other heroes who would need to force their way through situations. This will be one of the things we will train you in over the years, which will take a significant amount of time, but we have enough years for you to do it, Seth said, and Izuku nodded his head in understanding, happy to learn that his notes were so helpful and could truly aid him in the hero field as he had hoped. "Seems my notes were truly worth the effort," Izuku thought, feeling elated to discover how his hard work in gaining that skill was going to pay off for him. They then moved on to other ideas that Seth wanted Izuku to explore, suggesting that Izuku start writing notebooks on villains, which he could call villain analysis for the future or something similar, but again they would need to be encoded, which Seth said he would teach him an old method he used when he was still active in the field. However, that would be on another day. Until then, Seth wanted Izuku to bring all of his notebooks with him and leave them in his care. Soon Izuku could be found on the dojo floor as he was doing the set routine that Seth had provided Izuku, which was difficult for Izuku since he had never truly done any physical workouts outside of the gym class at school. While Izuku was doing this, Seth was starting to write out a more detailed plan and steps that they would be doing moving forward. These things included getting weights to put on Izuku that he would use throughout the day, which would help slowly increase his abilities. Another thing was to look into a way for Izuku to get more practical experience out of his notebooks, since Seth believed that there were many good suggestions for heroes to take and use to improve themselves, but he needed to be careful to not allow ill-intended parties to find out about Izuku since the information was sensitive. However, the time has flown by and it was now time for Izuku to leave the dojo as the first day of training had come to an end, as he needed to return home for the day since he still had homework to complete and dinner to eat. Seth said goodbye to Izuku as the boy left, but then returned to his planning while Izuku decided to run home instead of walking for more physical exercise, as he knew his time was limited and counting down day by day. By the time he got home, he was breathing as he realized the distance between the two locations was fairly long, and due to him not doing much running, he was sore in his legs and was tired. Izuku entered his home and Inko had asked him how his first day of training went. Izuku laid down on the couch and explained how it all went. Turns out those notebooks I am doing are really sensitive. He wants all of them in his custody until he teaches me how to encode them so people can't easily get the information. He said nearly all of the heroes in my books could be in danger with the information in them since they are nearly professional level but lacking clarity and structure of my notes, which I am lacking, Izuku said, and Inko was stunned since she always thought it was just a fanboy hobby of her son's, but turns out it was a serious hobby of her son instead. Well, that is good, you will learn that, she said, as she honestly didn't know what to say in regards to it all. What do you honestly say when you are the parent and your child just told you that he had a serious skill and a large amount of information that could put people at risk with the said skill, which you never realized how serious it was to start off with? You don't really say anything and you just pretend everything is normal, which Inko decided to do. Izuku then went on to explain how Vagabond was going to be teaching how to incorporate his analysis abilities into combat, since if Izuku could do that then he could take down a lot of his opponents quickly without much fighting, which made Inko happy as her son would be safer. I guess something really good came out of those notebooks, except the sensitive element that Mr. Rowling says they have, Inko thought as she listened to her son keep talking about his day as she cooked. I won't be getting into weapons training or anything anytime soon, he told me. I need to get physical training in so I could have the power behind my attacks, Izuku said, and she nodded her head. Inko honestly didn't know how to feel about her son wielding weapons like a sword, but Mr. Rowling had taken her aside before they left on the first meeting and expressed why Izuku needed to learn them and use them. They would provide Izuku an advantage in the field, but they also wouldn't be his sole attack option or defense, since Izuku would be taught martial arts and to use other gear like sleeping darts or something else that they could figure out in the near future. Vagabond had told Inko that Izuku could and likely will face life-threatening situations one day when he became a hero, since the man himself had faced many dangers over his career. As such, having the knowledge of a weapon would be extremely beneficial if it came down to it, but Izuku could also use them to not kill but incapacitate as well. Soon the dinner was done, and Izuku had just come back from the quick shower that he had taken. They both sat down and started to eat as they talked a bit more. Izuku was far happier on a visible scale, which in Inko's mind made everything worth it, since she knew her son was getting bullied at school from what she had seen, but she couldn't do anything about it since they never would do anything when she had tried in the past. As such, she would do her best at home and support her son from now on far more than she did in the past. Inko was happy she agreed to let him go to that dojo and was hoping his dreams would come true. Izuku was sitting stunned in the dojo after hearing what his MSTer had just told him. Izuku looked at the man and asked him to repeat what he had just said, and the man only chuckled as he looked at Izuku, who had a dumbfounded expression on his face. I said that it has been half a year now of all of your physical training and other training that I've had you doing. I want to add another step to everything moving forward. I want you to start a side gig of being a hidden analyst that gives information to the police and heroes, said Vagabond as he looked at Izuku with a smirk. Izuku rolled his eyes and asked why he would become almost a vigilante in a sense, as he would be tipping information off to heroes and police. Vagabond shook his head and made himself more clear. You are not going out and chasing crimes. No, you are going to provide your analysis of heroes and villains that you know of to the heroes. How you do this and go about it is completely up to you, but I want to make a bet out of this. Vagabond said as he looked at Izuku, who was now interested in what the bet was since they have had bets before which tend to always turn out interesting. One bet, for example, in the past was if Izuku could do a certain amount of push-ups with a certain amount of weight on his back. He won, which resulted in his MSTR changing his hair color to pink for a few weeks, which Izuku thought the bet was worth it for the soreness he had later on. If Izuku had lost the bet, then his green hair would have been pink for a few weeks, but in the end he won the bet. Vagabond smiled as he got Izuku's attention like normal with the bets and then told him what the bet was. The bet is how quickly you get found out and discovered. If you get found out before you enter UA Hero School, then you lose, which means that I will get to pick your hero name out when it comes time for it. If you win, then I will give you my blade Izanagi, which was specially made to be nearly indestructible. It's one of a kind, made by a Quirk user when I started my hero career. Vagabond said, and Izuku's eyes widened in disbelief since Izanagi was really the only sword that his MSTR ever used in his hero career when he didn't use any other weapon. From the information that Izuku knew from his research, the Japanese sword, katana, was created by a family of blacksmiths who lived on one of the smaller islands of Japan. They are still around, but getting a blade made by them is extremely hard since they only accept a few requests from anyone, and the family tends to relocate every once in a while without telling people where they go. Vagabond explained to Izuku that he had saved the young son of the main blacksmith back then when he was still a hero in training, and they offered him a sword since they saw him use one as part of his hero outfit. The sword he was using broke during combat, as such they wanted to gift him a sword that was nearly indestructible. It was said that the swords by them could withstand the attacks from All Might himself, and it would take nearly the heat and force combined from a nuclear bomb to break it due to the special quirk that runs in that family that makes the swords. Nothing was completely indestructible, but so far nothing had been able to do it, and in Vagabond's view not even All Might with all of his power could break it or chip it, since he's put the blade through many hardships in his hero career which would match a punch from All Might in some cases. Anyway, back to the main topic. Do you accept the bet and challenge? It's not like Izanagi gets used by me anymore these days anyway. Even though I maintain an active license for emergencies that I find myself in, I never carry the blade with me out of these halls anymore and only wield small hidden blades since they get the job done in small encounters that I've had. Vagabond said as he looked at the blade that was sitting on its stand in the dojo. Izuku took a second but nodded his head as he said he wanted to accept the bet, as having Izanagi as one of his main weapons would be a huge boost to his fighting capabilities. As such, Izuku headed home after the training and got to work on figuring a way out to create a side identity as a hidden analysis that would send information to heroes. The problem was getting heroes to trust the said information. That is when Izuku realized who the principal of UA was and decided to start there. The current principal of UA was known as Nizu, who was an animal with a quirk, but not just any quirk at all, but a very special one. This quirk was called High Spec and provided Nizu with higher intelligence than humans themselves, which did result in Nizu getting experimented on by humans if Izuku's research on the pro hero was accurate, though information limited and theories had to be made. Now you might wonder why the principal of UA was important for Izuku's side gig of doing analysis of heroes and villains? Well, Principal Nizu was respected in the hero field due to how well he did his jobs and work, so Izuku knew if he could get the man to trust his abilities on the work he did, then the principal would end up providing the individual heroes the work he had completed. There was also the fact that Nizu was more of a strategic planning type hero with a hand in the analysis field as well. However, this was a huge risk due to the fact that Principal Nizu was one of the best people at likely figuring Izuku's identity out, which means he could lose the bet before he ever arrived at UA. There were risks and there were rewards of using Nizu to get his goal accomplished. As such, as he sat there at his desk in his room, he finally came to a decision on how he was going to move forward. Izuku decided to make an alias that he would send information under since he couldn't get caught, and he would also send it out of a different location since he didn't know anything about hacking to keep his location hidden. However, Izuku knew the blind spots of his local library security system, which meant he could send it from one of the computers that are located in the blind spots, as it wouldn't be unnormal for Izuku to appear in that library. As Izuku was heading towards the dojo the day that Nizu read the emails, he had a chill go up the back of his spine and wondered what caused it. He didn't know, so he shrugged it off, not knowing the utter chaos he had started to create by Nizu reading his emails that day. Izuku entered the dojo and got to work on his training that he had come to enjoy so much. It's been several months since Izuku had started his side gig of being a freelance analysis of heroes and villains, which he has always sent to Principal Nizu of UA. To say it wasn't interesting would be a lie, in all honesty, as Principal Nizu has been trying to dig clues out of any words that Izuku had said in his emails. It was honestly entertaining to Izuku, and Vagabond even found it amusing that Izuku was giving the principal of UA the loop on his identity by planting fake clues in the emails that sent him off Izuku's trail. Now, nothing Izuku said was a lie, but the implications that Izuku made sure that Nizu would make would not be accurate. For example, Nizu had one point asked if Izuku had a job, and Izuku confirmed that he indeed had a job, since Vagabond said that the freelance work he was doing as tea leaves was a job even though he wasn't getting paid for it. There were also other things as well that Izuku would say that threw Nizu off the trail, but in all honesty, Izuku was aiming to win the bet he had with Vagabond, since he wanted to claim his MSTR's sword as his own. Izuku has also started to learn more and more about weapons handling since his MSTR had deemed him ready to start learning about them. Izuku had a decent core strength built up over the time that had passed, so he was judged to be ready for weapons handling. Overall, Izuku wasn't in top physical condition on where he needs to be before he goes for the UA exam roughly 4 years from now, but he was starting to get there, which was the point of the training. Vagabond was satisfied with Izuku's current progress, which is why he added the weapons training onto the list of things Izuku was doing under him. As such, Izuku was learning the handling of swords and other weapons, as we could see as we arrive in the dojo, where Izuku was swinging the sword back and forth to help build up the muscles that would be used more often when using weapons like a sword. For example, normal training doesn't really help you build up the muscle fibers in your hands, which is highly needed if you're going to be gripping a sword. If you don't have a good grip, then that sword might slip from your hands or your opponent might take it from you. As such, Izuku was swinging a training sword back and forth to start building up the muscles that he would need in the correct areas outside of his other physical training. Vagabond was also watching Izuku from the side, and on occasions, he would throw random blunted throwing weapons at Izuku. The reason for this was to help build up Izuku's situational awareness around himself so he could be prepared for anything that might come his way during a fight. For example, you could be fighting one opponent in an alley and another would come out from a blind spot, so you needed to be able to listen in and feel for anything that might be off to keep yourself safe. As such, some word of him spread in the local villains of a pro hero sword MST are catching criminals for his student to fight and being let off as long as they didn't commit any major crimes in their past. Vagabond even paid them several thousand yen as well due to their services and let them off with a written warning to not commit their offense again, which was perfect for them since it was that or sitting in jail if they didn't agree to fight his student. As such, they agreed to fight Izuku and got paid for it as well, though the government or others didn't need to know about getting paid to fight the said student. This overall helped Izuku gain a lot of real combat experience, as Vagabond told Izuku he would not get involved regardless of the wounds he received unless he was in mortal danger. All of the villains went after Izuku with the intention of harming him, since Vagabond would not get involved as long as they didn't take it too far and endanger the student's life. There were some incidents a few times where the criminals/villains decided to get a lot of courage and decided to seriously injure Izuku, which made Vagabond interfere in the events right at the last second before any serious harm could come to Izuku. Izuku did have some traumatizing memories from those incidents, but Vagabond had helped Izuku through them. Izuku could remember his MSTR's words on why this was going on. If you don't do this, then you will be even further behind those at UA or other hero schools. They have spent years learning their quirks, which they use as weapons, while you only had the training to wield a sword or other weapons but couldn't get experience in applying it to others. This fighting experience will make your fighting abilities be more natural and instinctive like people with their quirks. Vagabond told Izuku when they had started to do all of the training, which made sense. If Izuku could act naturally with his swords or other weapons, then it wasn't much different from a quirk, as some quirks had limited usage outside of certain things. Those criminals that tried to really harm Izuku beyond superficial wounds would end up staying in prison for a much longer time, since Vagabond could land them with serious charges and it was his word against theirs. As such, even though Vagabond had recruited them to fight his expulsion, they were still fully at fault for their aggressive actions, which upset them, but they had nothing to go on to get at Izuku, and Vagabond was too strong for them. Vagabond always made Izuku wear a mask that covered his hair and face when he was fighting the criminals, so they couldn't go after him, and they never conducted these types of lessons in the dojo itself, so the criminals had no idea where to track them down either, since Vagabond would use different warehouses or other locations for these fights. Izuku felt this was extremely illegal, but in the end, he just shrugged it off, since it was providing him a lot of real combat experience that he would need to survive in the hero field. They have also been doing these types of lessons for about a year now, as they started when he turned 10 years old, and he was now closing in on, according to Vagabond, Izuku was at a level that he deemed acceptable for his sword usage, and they were now heading off to get him certified to wield a sword in public. Now, Izuku could wait to be in a hero school to get certification, but why would they do that when they could get as much of his certification out of the way beforehand, which would allow him more free time to focus on other training while he was at UA, since Vagabond had always been a limelight hero. As such, the man didn't know how to teach the underground aspects of the hero field to Izuku as best as he could. No, they would need to rely on UA to do that, while Vagabond teaches Izuku everything else that he can teach. As such, about a month after Vagabond had deemed Izuku acceptable in using his sword, they arrived at a testing center that people had to display their skills at to verify that they were able to use their sword before they received the certification. Now you would think, how could someone wield a sword in public so easily with just getting a certification? But it didn't really matter due to quirks. People spent less time thinking about things like guns or swords, even though they were as lethal as some quirks were, but the rules and laws were far more relaxed since people became dependent on quirk usage. After waiting a bit, a lady came in and called them into the test room. Izuku would be fighting against several other people with very dulled blades, so as not to cause much damage if a blow was successfully landed on them. They did also wear an outfit to catch the blows as well, to decrease the odds of receiving a serious injury. They asked him why he was wanting to receive the certification, and Izuku told them that he planned to go to UA for the hero course, as he wanted to be able to use any and all weapons, as he could find himself in a situation where a quirk counters his fighting style or something else happens. Izuku of course didn't tell them of his quirk status, nor did they ask, since it wasn't a requirement for them to know, but he did have to list it on the paperwork if he passed the certification. Izuku knew he might face some discrimination once they saw the paperwork, but Vagabond promised he would back him up, and Izuku believed his MSTR, as the man had always been there for Izuku when he needed him. As such, Izuku took the certification exam, and it was eventful, to say the least. Izuku ended the fight quickly due to his mind and skills that Vagabond had taught him, and defeated the two opponents within a few minutes, which shocked everyone. They had to get him to take another test since they couldn't see much of his overall skills at wielding the sword in that short time frame. As such, Vagabond suggested to them all that he fight his student, since he was a pro hero and had a certificate for wielding a sword as well. They accepted, and soon it turned into a match between the two of them, which lasted 30 minutes before Izuku felt the blade at his neck from his M. They accepted the results, and soon they were working on paperwork, which is when the fact that Izuku was quirkless came out. The two he beat earlier complained that he had to cheat, since there was no way a quirkless child could beat them. Vagabond started to chuckle, which caught their attention. "Are you telling me you wish to deny my protege his earned certification due to him being quirkless?" Vagabond said, and the two paled as they remembered the man as a hero and that Izuku was his personal student. They kept their mouths silent and left as Vagabond turned his head to the lady. "Now, I will make this clear. I will check in on the paperwork once it had been filled, and if I find anything wrong with it, I will come back here to address any issues related to quirk discrimination and anything else I can find, which is quite easy to do with the numerous laws these days. The certification better clear and have no issues. Do I make myself clear?" Vagabond said with a cold tone, and the worker nodded her head as she started the paperwork and finished it, with Izuku finishing what he needed. The offer worker said the paperwork would all be passed in the system within the next week or two, depending on the government's speed. Soon they left and Izuku sighed. The amount of discrimination is really stupid. I've forgotten some of it since you never treat me unfairly and I only suffer the normal stuff at school and other places, Izuku muttered as the both of them were walking to an ice cream shop since Vagabond wanted to reward Izuku for passing. Vagabond sighed as well and patted Izuku's head. The man had come to see Izuku as a grandson and Izuku saw him as a grandfather that he never had. Izuku knew he would face a sheer amount of discrimination in the future before society started to accept quirkless people more, even though there were so few of them nowadays. Though, once he had a pro hero license, it would be so much easier to make changes since he could easily threaten to arrest people for their crimes against quirkless people, which Izuku would always smile darkly at. Years have passed and it was now roughly a year before the UA entrance exams. Many things have happened over the years, but one thing that was surprising to Izuku was how famous his alias had become over the years. Tea Leaves had become well known in the hero industry as a top-notch analysis for quirks and of criminal cases since Izuku had provided Nizu analysis of villains of active criminal cases in ways to defeat them and likely areas they would be in, which lead to quite a handful of arrests. It had reached the point that Nizu could no longer hide the fact that he wasn't the one actually doing the work and had to inform everyone that he had been passing information from a secondary source called Tea Leaves, who trusted Nizu to verify the information and send the info along to the appropriate sources. Everyone had asked him if he had ever discovered the true name of the person behind Tea Leaves, and Nizu had to admit he hadn't. The information that Nizu had gained didn't lead him to anyone, which he learned that Tea Leaves had thrown him off the trail by feeding him false clues on his identity, but could confirm that the person had no ill will towards heroes and was actively helping them since they provided so much information. It did reach a point in the recent years that Nizu did offer Izuku a job at UA as an analysis, which made Izuku break into laughter when he learned it, and even Vagabond was shocked when he read it but also found it extremely funny since Izuku had done such a good job on keeping Nizu off his trail with all of the misleading information. I got to admit, Izuku, that I've lost the bet. If Nizu didn't figure you out by now, he won't, with the last year coming to a close. I also want you to start getting used to wielding Izanagi since it's a far more powerful blade since it can cut through metals and everything else due to how it was made. As such, I admit defeat with the bet, but I want to see if Nizu suspects anything once you apply to the school, since I want you to reveal it at least after the first day comes to an end, since he will be good for you to come under for personal training in regards to your notebooks and criminal casework, since he is far better at that than me. Vagabond said as he grabbed Izanagi and took it over to Izuku, who took the sword carefully as if it would easily break, which was ironic due to the sword being nearly unbreakable with everything it had gone through. Vagabond just chuckled at Izuku's facial expression as he wielded the sword. The text is safe and does not contain any explicit, violent, or gory content. Revised text. Anyway, outside of that stuff, Izuku had created a deal with Principal Nizu to see if the principal could uncover his identity before Izuku decided to just expose it to the principal. Nizu of course accepted the deal and asked what was being wagered. Izuku told Nizu it would be a favor that either side could ask of each other that was within the individual's power to accomplish, which Nizu agreed with since Nizu has been wanting to obtain Tea Leaves at UA, which Izuku has been ignoring. Though, Nizu would soon find out that he would have Tea Leaves far easier than he had thought compared to all of the work he had put in over the past few years. Vagabond laughed and asked Izuku what he would ask of Nizu if he won, which Vagabond saw happening. Izuku thought about it and said he wouldn't ask to become Nizu's personal student since they both knew the principal wouldn't stand around while Izuku was in UA with having completed and tested out of all of his basic first-year academics. That was too much for the principal to put aside. No, Izuku was debating on asking Principal Nizu to help hide the fact that Izuku was quirkless from spreading, since Izuku didn't want the public to put attention to him until he was already a pro hero, since if he became a pro hero before they could object, then he would have a track record which he could use to defend himself against anyone that demanded his license to be revoked. Vagabond nodded his head at this idea and accepted it since it would be a good idea. There was no way that Izuku would be able to hide it from the staff since they would have access to his student files, but Izuku might be able to keep it on the down low with his fellow students, but sooner or later it was going to get out with them unless Izuku came up with some sort of lie that the teachers wouldn't spoil if he got lucky, or lie by omission such as distracting everyone from his quirks with his analysis, and people might think that it was his quirk. Anyway, the remaining time had passed and it was time for the entrance exam as Izuku now finds himself standing outside of the school. Izuku really wishes he could bring in his sword or something, but support gear was only allowed if it aided their quirks. As such, Izuku was wearing his gloves to help protect them from punching the robots. Vagabond had told Izuku to use his mind and aim for weaknesses, check overall information he was presented, but to also be a hero but wouldn't say anything more than that. Izuku knew if he was lucky, he could find a broken part of a robot or something in the test to use as a tool, but first it was time for the written portion of the exam to start. Izuku made his way to the check-in station and got everything sorted before he headed off towards the area he was directed in and sat down in his seat he was assigned when he arrived in the testing location. 30 minutes later, the entire room was filled up with people loudly talking without a care in the world until a staff person walked in, which turned out to be the pro hero Midnight. She handed out everyone's tests as they all silenced themselves since they were starting. She told them all that if they were caught cheating they would be removed and banned from the school. The text does not contain any explicit content, violent, or gory sections. Therefore, it is safe to return unchanged. Revised text. 40 minutes into the test had passed out of the hour and a half they were given and Izuku was already done. He got up and turned his test into Midnight, who was shocked at how soon Izuku was completed. "Are you sure you are done? Don't want to look it over one more time?" Midnight asked, and Izuku shook his head as he said he was done and had reviewed it several times already. She nodded her head and dismissed him to head to the auditorium since he still had some time before the next portion would start. Some staff saw Izuku and wondered how he was done so fast but shrugged as they saw him sit down in the auditorium. The time quickly passed and the other students all arrived into the room as Present Mike walked in. He asked if they all had the pamphlets that were in the pocket in front of them. After waiting for anyone to say they didn't, he started to speak, though Izuku had found the pamphlet when he arrived in the room and had read every single detail of it. He was quite shocked and surprised to see that there was a lot of information in the pamphlets that they gave out. For example, there were shut-off buttons on the robots. I can see why MST are said to always check the information I was given, since I bet most people didn't know about the shut-off features on these robots any of the years, nor will people read all of the details this year. Izuku thought in his mind, and he was right, as he saw nearly every single person near him not even look at the material that they were given but only watched Present Mike. As he watched Present Mike give the presentation in front of everyone, one student had asked about the fact that there were 4 robots but only 3 shown on the screen, which made Izuku roll his eyes as Present Mike wasn't done speaking, which the boy sat down in shame as the hero explained the remaining robot as a time waster due to not being worth points itself. Soon the explanation came to an end as Present Mike dismissed them all out to the buses that would be taking them all to their test sites, as the training ground had been split into different sections, so each bus would go to its own gate to enter the test site. Izuku was a bit nervous but calmed himself down with the breathing techniques that Vagabond taught him so he wouldn't waste breath during combat. These breathing techniques were also good for stopping a panic attack as well. Soon they were all standing in front of the gates to the test center, and the words that Vagabond had taught Izuku were going through Izuku's mind. There is no go in heroics. There is no rest for heroes. Danger can always be present. Be prepared to fight for your life with each encounter, as you should never underestimate your enemy. Anything unknown should be considered lethal, were all the different types of advice that Vagabond had been drilling into Izuku's mind over the years. As such, the moment Izuku saw Present Mike come out on the gate and the gate start opening, Izuku charged right in without waiting for the man to say anything, as there was no real go in heroics. Everyone around Izuku was confused about him entering the test site before the pro hero said go, but it was about a minute before they heard Present Mike speak up. "There is no go in heroics," the man yelled. The reason it took an entire minute for the hero to say anything was due to how shocked the hero was when he saw the green-hair kid aka Izuku Midoriya run in right as the gate started to open. They have had people go in once the gate was fully open or halfway, but for it to happen right as it started to open was an entirely different thing, which shocked the hero. "Good thing I acted like I normally do when wanting to save people." Izuku thought he kept the focus on the video as he thought of all of this, as the video gave him a pause for a few seconds before Nizu started to speak again. In addition to this, you will be placed in 1A of the hero course under the teaching of Eraserhead. This is due to the fact that you have indicated in the notes you wrote on your application that you wish to be an underground hero, which he can better help you train and give you advice in, as he is an underground pro hero himself. Please find all of the documents in the envelope and send them back with the outfit you wish for your hero costume, as we will need to have it ready before the first combat training. Nizu said, as before he went on to talk about how, due to the fact that Izuku had tested out of all the first-year courses, that he would need to report to Nizu's office to talk about what they would be doing for his education moving forward after the first day of class. Soon the video came to an end and Izuku broke out into a cheer as he walked out of his room to see his mother. "I passed. I did it, and I took first place in the exam, and I took the record for the exam, which means beat All Might's entrance exam score." Izuku yelled, and Inko's eyes widened as she hugged her son. She congratulated him and asked if he planned to go see Vagabond and tell him the results. Izuku said he would go see his teacher now and be back for dinner. Inko told Izuku to get the man to come over for dinner as well, which he nodded his head at. Soon, Izuku made his way to the dojo and found his empire waiting for him with a smile. "I can see you passed by your facial expression. How well did you do?" Vagabond asked, and Izuku played the video on the device again, and Vagabond's eyes widened at the fact that Izuku had beaten All Might's score due to all of the rescue points he gained. Vagabond nodded his head and smiled as he watched all of the videos that were from the projection. "So what are you going to do for your outfit?" Vagabond asked Izuku, who took out a notebook and showed it to his grandfather/teacher. Overall, the outfit would be good to blend in at night, but if he ever acted during the day, he would stand out from others as well. It was like an outfit from an old pre-Quirk game that Izuku stumbled on one day, which would allow Izuku to conceal nearly all of his equipment on his body but also provide him the ability to blend in with the night as well. Then, Izuku was going to be wearing a dark gray kitsune mask with a moon design on it, which caught Vagabond's attention. Then there was also Izuku's main weapon, which was the Izanagi. Izuku would send his certification in with his paperwork so that Izuku could bring the katana in a covering with him wherever he goes, since people can take their quirks with them, which means Izuku should get to bring his weapon with him as well. "Why the moon design on the mask?" Vagabond asked, and Izuku smiled. "Well, I decided on a hero name that I want to take on, which will be Kitsune, which some people associate with the moon a bit, and I also didn't just want a pure black mask. The marking would help me better stand out as an individual when villains see me, as I want to create a fearsome persona with them, which should make villains fear me if they hear or see me. Though, I won't be surprised if I get called the Green Kitsune or something due to the amount of green on my outfit and sword. Overall, everything ties together, since people can picture a moon when you think of a fox at night," Izuku said, and Vagabond thought it over and nodded his name as he approved the hero name. It would be an amazing hero name for Izuku to take on, as he believes it would be a good name to make known in the underground world. They both decided to head back to the Midoriya apartment since it was starting to get a bit later in the night. Vagabond was honestly glad that Izuku Midoriya came into his dojo all those years ago, as Izuku had continued to prove himself day in and day out. Now, Izuku had earned his place in the best hero school in Japan due to passing the most biased exam as well, which only proves his worth even more against those that would scoff at Izuku. This is because he earned his place when a quirked person had an entire quirk to use, when Izuku only used his body and the test site just like everyone else could. Vagabond laughed inside of his mind as he couldn't wait to hear the stories that his grandson would bring to the dojo once he obtained his provisional license. Vagabond took his shoes off once he arrived inside the door of the Midoriya apartment and smiled at Inko, who he had come to see, to something akin to a daughter due to how much time he has spent at this apartment. Vagabond sat down and thanked her for inviting him over, and she just smiled at him before putting the food down in front of everyone. Soon they all started to eat dinner and talk about their days. Izuku talked about the random student that had interrupted Present Mike during the presentation, which Vagabond laughed at and thought they likely failed or barely made it in. Izuku shrugged as he did remember that the student was in his zone but didn't know how well he did, since he didn't bother watching, as he had gotten a full minute to himself in the zone since everyone else didn't realize there was no go in the hero field. Vagabond laughed a bit when Izuku explained how everyone else reacted to him running in by himself so quickly. "Good thing that you listened to my advice all of the time." That good solid minute likely provided you a decent lead that kept you high in the ranks since no one was fighting you for the robots that were close by you at the start. Vagabond said, and Izuku nodded his head since by his math, he would likely be in the high 30s if he removed all of those points he got in the first minute if you don't count rescue points. Soon the conversations came to an end and Vagabond said his goodbyes and told Izuku to enjoy the remaining time off from doing too much physical stuff but that he should come every other day at minimum to the dojo so he can keep his skills from getting rusty. Izuku nodded his head and still planned to go almost every day since he wanted to work on his skills with the wire strings aka razor floss, which was a very thin metal wire that Izuku could move around with his hands and fingers. Overall, it was a really powerful tool that Izuku couldn't pass up. It wasn't sharp, but if enough pressure was applied then it could cause injury if used improperly. After about a few minutes of walking, he arrived at the door for Class 1A. Izuku was marveled at the size of the door but steeled his nerves and grabbed the door and opened it. After he opened the door, he was met with a handful of people arguing and flaring their quirks at each other while most were sitting at their desk looking so disinterested in being in the class, which shocked Izuku since this was UA. How can you be disinterested in attending UA? Izuku thought as he shook his head slightly. Izuku moved towards his desk, which was given to him by his seat number in his paperwork that he received once he was confirmed to be attending. It was actually the first seat in the far left side of the room near the front, so he was right by the windows as well, which Izuku found good since he could put his sword in front of him where no one could grab it without him seeing them. After he sat it down, some students asked him if that was a real sword, which he nodded his head at and confirmed, which earned him questions on why he had an actual sword with him. I have my certification for it and I plan to use it as a part of my overall hero gear. Also, there are no rules against me bringing it since I have certification to carry and wield it in my normal day operations, which means I take it everywhere with me. It's foolish to rely on a sole thing to defend yourself or to attack with, Izuku said, and some scoffed and said their quirks could handle anything thrown at them, which earned a scoff inside of Izuku's mind. Soon though, a punch was thrown between the few people that had been arguing in the back. In all honesty, the reason they were arguing was about which quirks of theirs were better, which Izuku wanted to scoff at since he already came up with 5 different ways to render their quirks useless in combat. The disagreement escalated as Izuku was about to call the UA's emergency hotline, which was listed in their handbooks, but as the phone was going off and answered, he told the person on the other side that a teacher had arrived so they weren't needed anymore. Apologize for calling this, but a teacher already arrived, so I will let them handle it, Izuku said quietly, and the person on the other side still asked for his name and class, which he provided as he looked at the pro hero who was Eraserhead in the doorway. Izuku ended the call after giving his information and just watched the pro hero, who had looked at Izuku and nodded his head for Izuku to keep silent since no one heard Izuku do the phone call or what he had said since they were all focused on the argument. Eraserhead watched the disagreement for a few more minutes and observed 5 of the students in his class using their quirks against each other. Eraserhead at this point had enough as he got out of his sleeping bag and walked into the room with still only Izuku having noticed the man. Eraserhead turned his quirk on and intervened as he spoke up. Enough. You 5 can head to the principal's office as you are now expelled from UA for illegal quirk usage and fighting in this school, Eraserhead said as he just expelled 5 of the 20 students in his class. Izuku's eyes widened when he saw the teacher do this, as he thought the man would only tell them to stop and sit down, but instead he expelled them. The students that he had just expelled argued with him, but he glared at them and told them to leave or they would be taken to the office if they refused to go under their own power. Izuku sat up straighter after that, and soon Eraserhead told them all that they could call him Aizawa-sensei and to take the gym uniforms and head outside to the training field. After grabbing his sword, Izuku grabbed the uniform and quickly made his way out to the training ground after changing. Though he was surprised to find Aizawa-sensei already waiting on the field with how fast Izuku had changed, in all honesty. After waiting for about 10 minutes, which Izuku could tell annoyed the teacher, the other students arrived out on the field. You all took 10 minutes. That is a waste of time and is illogical, Aizawa-sensei said, but some of the females rolled their eyes, which he noticed. Oh, you roll your eyes at that statement of mine, you better have a good reason, he said, and the girls that rolled their eyes scoffed at him and said they were only first years and they could waste a bit of time, which Izuku saw clearly annoyed the teacher. Noted. He hates wasting time. Izuku thought as he saw him look at those 3 girls that had scoffed at him and told them to head to the principal's office as they were no longer a part of the class and were expelled, making the girls' eyes widen. This is UA, where we have only 3 years to turn you into full-fledged heroes to survive in the field. You don't have time to waste. Aizawa-sensei said, and the class then went from 15 students, since 5 had already been removed, down to 12 only being left, and it hadn't even been a full 30 minutes of class. Is he planning to expel all of us? Izuku thought in his mind as he looked at the teacher, who only glared at everyone. Then, he told everyone what they were going to be doing and had a few people go before it was Izuku's turn. Take the ball and do whatever you need to do to get the furthest distance you can get. Quirks and anything else is approved, Aizawa-sensei said as Izuku realized the wording of his statement didn't require a quirk to be used in these tests. Izuku smirked as he grabbed the ball and threw it up a bit and hit it with his sword as it was in the casing, which made it act like a bat. Some of the students scoffed as Izuku didn't use a quirk, which Izuku turned to them and spoke. Not everyone has a physical quirk. There is a range of quirks which even includes mental ones. I just need to make use of what I can to overcome challenges in front of me, Izuku said as he stepped back in the line and noticed his teacher had a small smirk on his face. Though that soon changed after a girl said that these tests were turning out to be fun since they could use their quirks. This sparked a frown on their teacher's face as the teacher looked at them and spoke. Fun? Oh, if you want fun, then let's up the challenge. Whoever comes in the last place will be deemed with no potential and expelled, Aizawa-sensei said, and Izuku paled a bit. He knew he was really physically fit and all, but he didn't know if he could place higher than everyone else since they had quirks to use for some of these tests which fit them really well. God, I really hope some of them don't do as well or didn't really train physically, Izuku thought, even though that was horrible to think, but he wanted to keep his place in UA. Then Izuku heard the others complaining about it not being fair, which Izuku felt annoyed at due to the treatment he had received in life, but it seemed his teacher had words to say to that. Aizawa shut that down quickly though as he talked about natural disasters and villain attacks. Think discrimination is fair? It's not, yet it happens to people on a daily basis. Being a hero means correcting as much unfairness in this world as we can, Aizawa stated as he glared at some of the students. As such, they got to work and the rest of the tests started as they moved on from the ball throw. As it went on, Izuku just analyzed people's quirks to see where he needed to do better compared to others so he wouldn't fall into the last place. Izuku made sure to always push his limits the best he could to ensure he overcame as many people in each test, from sit-ups and the long-distance run. Izuku knew he was likely cutting this close since he couldn't outpace everyone in these tests without a quirk, but he was without a doubt not in the last place. Soon the tests came to an end and Izuku found his name on the scoreboard, which surprised him a bit since he had placed 8th out of the 12 students that had remained in the class. Izuku turned his attention to the teacher as he waited to see if he would carry through his threat and surprise, or I guess not, to Izuku as he saw the teacher tell the girl that came in last to head to the principal's office as she was expelled from the hero course. A good chunk of the 10 other people that were left laughed at the girl, which made her cry even harder as she had gotten expelled, and Izuku could tell right away that was a foolish move on their part as his teacher turned to them and started to call out names. Izuku was shocked as he called every single name outside of Izuku's, which made him freak out a bit, but he was in for a world of shock as he heard what Eraserhead said next. Those that laughed at the girl are hereby kicked out of the hero course and expelled from UA, as we don't need people that lack empathy in this hero course or even this school. The others I called out are also kicked out due to the fact that you all held back and didn't do as best as you could in the tests. I wanted you to do as best as you could and you didn't, so you are not needed here in this course, Aizawa-sensei said, and everyone's eyes widened as they all looked at him in shock. The ones that got kicked out for not doing their best were all those that placed lower towards the scoreboard, and they asked him why should they have gone all out. Even Izuku knew the answer to that, which dumbfounded him as he had that expression on his face as he turned to them. Eraserhead told them all that this was UA, where they were expected to go beyond and plus ultra in everything they did. As such, if they couldn't give everything they had for a simple test, then they didn't need to stay since they wouldn't likely give it all they had for anything else they did during their time at the school. A few didn't like the answer though and attempted to confront Eraserhead, which Izuku found unreasonable as the man just erased their quirks and easily subdued them since they were reliant on their quirks so much. Izuku watched as the three that attempted to confront the teacher were restrained. Well, now you three will be facing consequences for your actions as well. Anyone else has a problem with my decisions and wishes to add to the list of their issues? Eraserhead asked with a small glare at them all, but none of them said anything as they shook their heads. Izuku was just dumbfounded as he watched this entire spectacle, which is the best he could call it in all honesty. Eraserhead then looked at Izuku and told him to go get changed and head to the classroom where he will come back for him since Principal Nizu needed to talk to him about his school schedule, but the principal would need to deal with all of the situation first. Izuku nodded his head and quickly ran off to get changed as he was a bit scared to get expelled. Within minutes, Izuku was now sitting in the classroom just waiting as he didn't want to irritate his teacher as he knew the man was on a spree of expelling people. About half an hour later, the teacher came into the room and told Izuku to grab his stuff and follow him as he would take him to the principal's office for his meeting. Eraserhead showed him the door and was about to leave when Izuku spoke up. "Ah, sensei?" Izuku called out and Aizawa turned his head and asked what Izuku needed. "I think you might want to join this meeting since I got some information you will likely want to know moving forward since I will be your sole student. I'm sure Principal Nizu will tell the other staff after I tell him, but I think you might want to hear it first," Izuku said, and Aizawa had to admit to himself that he was slightly interested in what the sole student of his recent upheaval could say that was so important that Nizu would inform all of the staff. He nodded his head and entered the room together with his student. Unknown to him, he would end up with a huge problem child moving forward from that day on. Third POV. Izuku was a bit nervous as he entered the room, but the lessons that Vagabond had drilled into him made their appearance and the nervousness went away quickly as Izuku used the breathing methods that he was taught and calmed himself down. Aizawa noticed the change in his student, which caught his eye, and the man wondered what the student was going to tell the principal. "Sir, I've brought Izuku Midoriya, but he said he had something to tell us both that I should be here for," Aizawa said as they entered the room, and Nizu looked at them with his normal smile on his face. "Ah, that is fine. It will do well for you to hear about his schedule and all as we figure it out since he is the only student to come through your recent challenges. Well, that is if you don't expel him since this is only the first day after all," Nizu said with his normal smile as he sipped the tea but noticed Izuku didn't freak out or anything about being expelled but calmly sat down, which caught his attention as it did Aizawa's. "The boy has been trained by someone. Interesting," Nizu thought as he looked over the first-year student, judging him with a threat assessment, considering Izuku had been trained by someone outside of the school since it would be hard for a quirkless child to get help outside of family, which was rare based on statistics for quirkless people. It's sad but true in the world they lived in, which meant Nizu was on guard due to Izuku Midoriya having such a high level of training at keeping himself calm and controlled in addition to his results in the exam. Nizu wondered if Izuku had been sent to the school on purpose with some sort of goal in mind. Did the commission do this? Nizu thought as he knew the commission never liked him since he did things as he pleased with all the legal protections he could have, using laws on the books to justify every single action he has ever taken due to his distrust of humans in positions of power. "So what is this information you wish to tell us, Izuku Midoriya?" Nizu asked as he started to take another sip of tea, but even Nizu was stunned at what he heard as he stopped choking on the tea he was drinking as he looked at the student in front of him. "What?" Nizu asked again to make sure he heard that right. Izuku chuckled a bit. "Don't tell me you forgot our bet I proposed to you months before the entrance exam? I do believe you owe me a favor that I can call in at any time I wish, no?" Izuku asked, and Nizu was now sure Izuku Midoriya was tea leaves since he never told anyone about the bet that was going on. "Well, I was quite sure you were an older person. This is quite unexpected," Nizu said as he put the tea down and offered some to Izuku, who accepted. Eraserhead was still in shock that his sole remaining student who was quirkless was also the highly sought-after analyst who had made impacts in the hero field with their work that helped solve many cases. Izuku chuckled as he saw Eraserhead groan and put his head on his desk as he called Izuku a problem child. Nizu smirked a bit as well since Eraserhead would be dealing with Izuku the most, but now Nizu just realized he had tea leaves in his office who he had been trying to get to work for him. He couldn't offer Izuku a job due to his age and lack of teaching degree, but he could without a doubt take Izuku Midoriya on as a personal student. I know you want me to be a personal student of yours, and I accept, of course. I tested out of all my first-year classes in anticipation of you wanting that as well, since it frees up a lot of my time for personal lessons and more private training with Aizawa-sensei, since my teacher at the dojo couldn't teach me the aspects of an underground hero since he was a limelight one. Izuku said, and both teachers' eyes widened at Izuku's statement and they asked him what pro hero had taught him. Izuku smiled a bit before speaking. My dojo teacher who became family to me and my mother hero name is Vagabond. The former #1 pro hero of Japan who was around years before All Might, and had he retired about 5 years before All Might's even made a name for himself. The person who held the title of #1 for even longer than All Might had held it. Izuku said, and both were shocked. Izuku was taught by that man since Vagabond had held the position of #1 longer than All Might has held it, but had retired due to increasing age, even though it was believed he could have gone on for another few decades since he is around 60 years old now but was still extremely healthy back then when he was still younger. Overall, Vagabond is only about 10 years older than All Might is currently, and Nizu knew that Vagabond still held his license as well in the event he was needed for something near him if no other heroes were around. All Might needed to hold his position for about another 10 years to break Vagabond's record of holding the position of #1, but Nizu knew All Might wouldn't last that long, so the record would stay in the hands of Vagabond. Nizu was quite surprised to learn Vagabond. Wait, that sword? Nizu thought as his eyes shifted to the sword Izuku had on his side, and Izuku knew that the principal had made the connection. I see you realized what sword this is, Izuku said as he took it out of the cover and wielded it. Nizu then spoke up, how did you convince him to hand that sword over? It was his prized possession. Nizu asked as he knew the stories of the sword being unbreakable. He lost a bet with me, but in all honesty I think he always intended to give it to me since I am his protege. I think he just wanted an excuse to do it. The bet was that you wouldn't figure out my identity by the time I got into UA, but he gave me it earlier than planned since he wanted me to get used to the weight of the sword since it's special. Indeed, this sword is Izanagi, the so-called indestructible sword. Izuku said with a smile as his left hand ran down the length of the blade, being careful not to cut himself on it. Izuku then put the blade back in the holder, which was called a scabbard and was in the color of green, which Izuku thought ironic since his main color for his outfit was green. I see. This certainly explains how you appeared so trained and also passed the exam, since I am assuming you went years worth of training. Nizu asked, and Izuku nodded his head as he explained that he encountered Vagabond when he was 9 years old. It was actually because of you, Eraserhead. I saw a battle you were doing in an alleyway which resulted in my page about you in my notebooks, which I sent to Nizu after I turned into tea leaves to do my analysis without using my real name. Anyway, I saw how you fought and decided to change my dreams of being a pro hero to being an underground pro hero. At that time I had done no physical training, but I had been working on my analysis since I was 4 due to being quirkless. Izuku said as he explained the events that led up to finding Vagabond and undergoing training by him. Izuku explained, in general, his level of training with weapons and everything else. The two teachers were happy with the amount of training that Izuku had been receiving, which meant he would be able to focus more on other aspects like underground aspects, rescue training, and other things that make up the parts of being a hero. Nizu, by the way, I would like to use my favor you owe me if possible. Since I will be your personal student and Aizawa's only student, as I am the last remaining in the class. Izuku said, and they listened to him and asked what his request was. I would like my file to be secured in your office and my digital file locked to only you and Aizawa to access, Izuku asked, and they were confused on why he was asking that. Izuku noticed their confusion, so he explained. I know the other staff knows I am quirkless, but I don't want it spread out of the staff nor the public finding out that I am quirkless. I don't have classmates to worry about, so it's easier as I want to delay the public knowing until I became a pro hero if possible, but I know it will be hard. I want to build up a track record before people start to object to me being a pro hero, since we know people will. Izuku explained, and Nizu found it easy to complete and said he wouldn't consider that the favor, as he agreed it was a logical and smart decision of them to do for Izuku's safety until he grew more and had a track record to defend himself in regards to the public. I will have the staff keep quiet about you being quirkless. You can trust the staff here, Izuku, since I hired everyone that had faced some discrimination at one point in time. Everyone isn't perfect and some things may fall through the cracks, but if you ever face problems then please come to us or at least me and Aizawa as we will help you. Nizu said, and Izuku smiled a bit and nodded his head as a few tears went down his face which he wiped away. Thanks, Vagabond, and Mom have been the only ones supporting me. Even some that I considered family and still do a bit had always told me I would never be a hero, but I'm here now, aren't I? Izuku said with a smile, and Nizu nodded his head as Aizawa just hid a small smile in his scarf. The text does not contain any explicit, violent, or gory content. Therefore, it is safe to return unchanged. Revised text. Izuku asked if Nizu planned to tell the staff of him being tea leaves, and Nizu nodded his head and said he would, since they could ask for Izuku's help directly instead of leaving an email trail, but will be told to keep it silent even from any future staff that arrives as well. Even future staff will not be informed of Izuku being quirkless unless Izuku approves of it, since his files will be locked away in Nizu's office. Nizu did warn Izuku that his information would be out to more people once he went for a provisional license, since Hero Commission people would have access to it, but since he was going underground there was a special destination that limited the information more and didn't have much of it public, but the Commission still held it. Izuku nodded his head and hoped UA would support him if it ever got out, which Nizu said they would, especially with him being tea leaves, since he had made a large impact on heroes as they have grown a bit stronger due to his notes. Anyway, now that I am going to be your personal student, I believe that it will change my overall schedule even more? Izuku asked, and Nizu chuckled as he nodded his head. Indeed, I believe we will end up spending most of the day together outside of when Aizawa wants to train you. I will mark all of your blocks free PRDS and we will just move you around as we want you. If you are not doing something with one of us or another staff person, then you will be free to do homework or train on your own. Most of our time will be spent pushing your education at a fast pace to get your second year done this year, your third year completed during your second year, and hopefully have the entire third year for you to train and do work studies. Nizu said, and Aizawa then spoke up as he said that they would still have heroic class at the same time, but other things may happen outside of that once they figure out what to do, since he will be teaching Izuku one-on-one now. Aizawa did say that he would test where he stood currently in combat and underground tactics before moving on to other things, so he knew where to add on, as he knew Vagabond was a decent teacher, so he was sure Izuku would be at an acceptable level already. Soon the conversations came to an end and Nizu told Izuku he was free, as he and Aizawa had to start planning for Izuku's future schedule and training. He was told to just head to 1A the next day like normal for homeroom, since he would still have that each day. This was due to the fact that Eraserhead would need to deliver any announcements or any sudden changes, so having the homeroom class as standard would allow a perfect chance to ensure things were talked about before they happened. Izuku nodded his head and soon left out of the door, but could hear Aizawa grumble about Izuku being a problem child of the year as Izuku went out the door. Izuku leaned back in and looked at his teacher. I am your sole student, so I am the only one that could earn that anyway, Izuku said as he left again quickly as the man glared a bit. Izuku could only chuckle a bit as the man now had a lot more on his plate than he was bargaining for when he started the year out. Nizu though soon broke into laughter after Izuku walked a few steps away from the door, and it sent a chill down his spine. Oh, that is scary, Izuku thought as he quickened his pace to leave UA for the day so he didn't get called back in by Nizu. The text does not contain any explicit content or graphic violence. Therefore, it is safe and unchanged. Revised text. It was now the second day of UA and Izuku was currently walking towards the school, as he was honestly quite happy with how things had been going. Izuku could still remember the surprise he caused Nizu-sensei and Aizawa-sensei. Izuku wondered what would be going on from now on, since he would be having classes with Nizu in private, since it was clear the Chimera had no plans of ever letting go of Izuku due to his talent. Though Izuku was slightly wary, since Vagabond did tell Izuku that no one really has managed to survive a full year under the creature's guiding hand, since he would burn them all out mentally due to the sheer amount of work he put them through. Though that only made Izuku want to do it even more, since he needed everything he could get his hands on to be successful in becoming a hero. Izuku wouldn't be surprised to end up with a job offer in the future once he has some years under his belt in the field, since Nizu had tried to hire him before he knew his real name. Izuku also couldn't wait to get into training with Aizawa-sensei, who was an experienced underground pro hero, since Vagabond couldn't teach the underground aspects correctly since he didn't have that experience. Instead, the man could only prepare Izuku for it by creating a foundation of skills that Eraserhead would be able to grow Izuku off of, since being stealthier was a thing that Vagabond could teach, in addition to things like situational awareness, which is a good skill to have even as a limelight hero for hostage situations or other tricky situations. Izuku arrived at the school and still was shocked each time he arrived at the school due to the size of the place. After making his way into the building, he moved towards his homeroom class and arrived in 1A to find Eraserhead sleeping on the floor in his sleeping bag. I wonder if this will be a normal thing, Izuku thought, and Eraserhead just lifted himself up and looked at Izuku as he spoke. Yes, this will be normal for me. I do night patrols and then come teach here, so I think you will be like me when we start having you do work studies in the future as well, since you will need to be able to adjust to it. So don't judge me since you will be in the same state as me, Aizawa-sensei said, and Izuku wondered he was speaking out loud, but Aizawa was silent as he just pointed to the sole seat in the classroom that was in front of the podium. As such, Izuku had no idea if he muttered it all out or if his teacher just guessed his thoughts. Well, being the only student in the room is awkward since there is so much space open, Izuku muttered, and Aizawa just rolled his eyes as Izuku sat down. Now, we've got a schedule made for you which isn't really a schedule at all, and honestly, Aizawa said, and that confused Izuku until he saw a schedule projected on the board from the projector. It showed that Izuku would spend his mornings doing training with Eraserhead, while all time in the afternoon would be dedicated to having private lessons with Principal Nizu. There was, of course, the lunch break between the two, but still, it was a straightforward schedule for the most part, as it got him moving in the morning with physical work and then relaxing his body in the afternoon with working on the mind. Izuku liked it for now, as Aizawa said it was open to being changed depending on everyone's schedule and if other teachers wanted to teach him something as well. Overall, if another teacher believes they have something to teach you, then we will change to fit their schedule for whatever they want. You also do have some heroic lessons in the afternoons, which I will tell you about whenever they come up, Aizawa said, and Izuku nodded his head. Izuku was indeed interested in learning some things like using a WHP from midnight, though he didn't plan to use one really at all. It was still good to have the said skill to use regardless of how much he may use it, since it would be similar to the metal wires that he used. The first thing we will be doing is getting you into your hero outfit and having you test it out to see if you want anything adjusted or changed by the support department. They have also included everything you asked for as well, Aizawa said as he pressed a button and out came a silver suitcase with the number 0 on it. Izuku wondered why 0 was on it instead of seat 1, and Aizawa could see Izuku's confusion. It's part of the plan to hide your existence as you want. Unofficially, the 0 is due to the fact that if he was in 1B, there wouldn't be a seat number for him since class max tends to stay at 20, so 0 could be given to him. 1B of course isn't being told of the truth, nor will they likely see Izuku anytime soon. Izuku grabbed his case and followed his teacher to a changing room in one of the gyms. After Izuku got changed, he walked out and into the main gym area and saw a lot of targets set up that were made of a different material. They have softer to harder material all lined up. Likely to see how well I can go through the targets with my attacks and test the truth of my blade, Izuku thought. Aizawa walked over and asked how the suit felt to Izuku, and Izuku looked it over and did a small run before coming back to his teacher. Overall, it feels perfect for fitting. I see they included my electrified gloves that I requested to be made. Though, I really need to train using them since I don't want to accidentally harm a villain, Izuku said, and Aizawa nodded his head and made a note that the gloves would be a place they need to have more training in. Aizawa did ask how easy Izuku could breathe with the mask on, and Izuku tried taking deep breaths and speed his breathing up. After a few minutes, Izuku nodded his head and calmed his breathing down. I don't have a problem. The mask also comes with a filter that is like a gas mask, so I won't be affected by quirks like Midnight Sensei. I see they also included a night vision mode in my mask as well, which is nice, but I've trained quite well in the dark due to Vagabond wanting me to have some experience with it, so I don't rely on night vision tech due to the weakness of sudden light. Izuku said, and Aizawa was glad that Izuku's teacher had trained him in that, as that was a huge time consumer to train in for himself when he went to UA. It had taken a good chunk of his second-year training, as he knew he needed to be better in really dark places, which had proved useful in his career. Okay, the first training we are going to do is your martial arts combat. I want to see how well you do. Of course, this is quirkless since my quirk has 0 effects on you, Aizawa said with a small smirk, because Izuku started to laugh when Aizawa had made that statement. It was true that the man already fought quirkless all of the time, but Izuku was like someone with a mutation since he didn't have a quirk to be affected. Soon they both fell into silence and looked at each other as Izuku quickly grabbed one of his knives and tossed it at Aizawa, which made him jump away. I said martial arts, problem child, Aizawa yelled, but Izuku had a smirk on his face. Well, you never said what types. As some martial arts use weapons, Izuku said as he came up close to Aizawa, who had started to use his scarf since Izuku was using the knives. Izuku could hear his teacher mumble about the problem child being a smartass. Izuku though jumped away and went behind some pillars as he wanted to try and trap the scarf. Sadly, Eraserhead was much more experienced with people trying that on him, as Aizawa jumped on the pillars and redirected Izuku away, who did a quick roll and was on his feet within seconds. The fight contained for about 10 more minutes before Aizawa had Izuku pinned to the ground. Good job, problem child, but this time let's only use hands, Aizawa said as he made the rules crystal clear. They both got up and Izuku sighed. Within moments their spar started again, and Izuku was doing quite well in just hand-to-hand combat, as he was trained with many different styles which he morphed into his own, causing Aizawa some problems in looking for a chance to strike due to Izuku not sticking to an actual style and constantly changing styles. However, Aizawa powered through with his vast experience in martial arts and was able to defeat Izuku after about 5 minutes of defending himself and trying to land blows against Izuku's constantly changing style. Both of them were breathing, and they decided to take a break as they were both still breathing hard from the intense spar between the two of them. Got to hand it to Vagabond. He trained the kid quite well, as he could easily handle a large number of people. Against more seasoned villains or pro heroes with nasty quirks, he will have some trouble if he can't use his gear, but still, he is far further than I suspected him to be. This isn't even taking into account his sword, which is said to cut through anything, which means my scarf, or his other weapons which he started to train in, Aizawa thought as he drank some of his water. Soon he got off the floor and took Izuku to the next stage of the assessments as they walked over to all of the pillars that had different materials attached to them. As you can see, they all have different materials. We got from the weakest material to the strongest that UA could get, which is really tough stuff that could take a blow or two from All Might. We are going to see how true that myth of the sword Izanagi being able to cut through anything, Aizawa said, and Izuku nodded his head as he unsheathed his sword and wielded it. Aizawa was also timing how fast the blade went through each material, so they had sensors watching each material when Izuku would take a swing at it. Though, Aizawa was in for a surprise, as the rumor was less myth and more of pure reality. Izuku went up to the first material, which was thin, and made his way through each and every single thing. He did notice at one point he cut through a pig, which showed how effectively the sword could slice through materials. Well, I knew it was true, but still seeing it puts the reality of the sword into perspective, Izuku thought after going through the pig and bones of the pig. Soon though, Izuku made his way up to the higher material, and he did meet some resistance on those materials but was able to cut through it. This included the material that could take several blows from All Might, but they were still unable to withstand a cut from Izuku's sword and only offered some more resistance than the other material. The resistance slowed down the cut, but they knew that if Izuku had more strength, which he would gain the more he trained, then the cut wouldn't have slowed down as it did now. This was concerning, as the strongest material they had could withstand several full power blows from All Might, as they were materials used in the construction of the securest prison. This meant Izuku could make his way through the material likely faster than All Might could do to Izanagi. That blade truly is a work of myths. Good thing that family never supplies swords to villains or random people. Aizawa thought of the family that had the quirks which made the blade possible. It was nearly lunchtime, and they had gone through most of Izuku's tools that he was trained in, and they also knew how easily the sword Izanagi could cut through things. Izuku was warned not to use the sword if he could avoid it on humans due to how easily he could end up harming someone with it even if he didn't intend to do it. Izuku nodded his head since he knew that, but the material test only demonstrated it in reality on what they already knew. It did its job, and they now knew nothing really could stop the cutting power of the sword, which lent some truth to how likely it was to be truly indestructible since they didn't have All Might around to test if he could break it, nor did they really want to test it as the sword was Izuku's most powerful weapon. Aizawa told Izuku to go change and shower before heading off to lunch, which was about to start. The text contains no explicit, violent, or gory content. Revised text. After the shower, Izuku made his way to the lunchroom and saw all of the people in there. I think I am just going to grab my meal and leave to eat outside since I saw a sitting area outside. Izuku thought since he didn't want to spend time in the lunchroom due to the bad memories he has in the lunchrooms of his previous schools. It was also to avoid the few people that got transferred out of Izuku's class and into general studies, so Izuku wanted to avoid them as well since the rumor was spread that everyone was kicked out of 1A and he didn't need them asking about it. Soon, Izuku made his way out to the sitting area outside, which had a nice garden around it as well. I wonder what the first lesson with Nizu-sensei will be about. Izuku thought as he sat down and ate his lunch. Izuku had gotten a hefty meal that would provide him enough to replace everything he worked off early in the day and then a bit more since he needed to go through the rest of the day and then any training he did at the dojo since that wouldn't stop just because he started at UA. No, Vagabond said it was only to get even more intense. As such, Izuku finished eating his lunch and prepared to go to the principal's office since Aizawa didn't tell him if he was needed to go back to the other room to find Nizu or not. Izuku knew that he wouldn't be using the 1A room anymore for homeroom either, so he wondered what this special room Nizu was going to be taking him to us. Soon, Izuku knocked on the principal's door and it opened a few seconds after that. Hello, Nizu-sensei. I hope I am not too early since I finished lunch. I didn't know if you wanted to start early or not. Izuku said, and Nizu waved him in and said it was fine. Indeed, we can start early. Take a seat and let me finish these last few pages of work and then I will show you the path to the new room since it is hidden. No one can really get to it without knowing the path and remembering it, Nizu said, which interested Izuku in where they were going to be having class from now on. After waiting about 5 more minutes and enjoying some tea, Nizu was done and told Izuku to follow him. Nizu had taken Izuku to the start of the school, so Izuku would know how to get to the room from first walking into the building. After going in the direction of the principal's office, they then took a turn and after a bit, they entered an old storage room. Izuku was confused and Nizu chuckled as he showed Izuku what things to move, and then a hidden door opened which shocked Izuku. They entered it, which led into another room, which was another storage room, which Nizu repeated the steps on a different section that revealed one more hidden door. They then walked for a bit down a hallway that was well lit by the sun outside, but there were also electrical lights. Then they came to the room that Izuku would spend his time in. There are other ways to get here, but I will leave that for you to solve. Think of it as a hidden puzzle and challenge if you wish, Nizu said as he had Izuku swipe his student ID card on the scanner and open the door. Izuku was honestly surprised at the room he was met with, as it was quite an interesting sight. Oh, I think I am going to like this room from now on, Izuku said as he moved into the room, and Nizu said he thought Izuku would as he closed the door and followed Izuku in the room. The new room that Izuku would be staying in for his classes and homeroom was more or less a private library that had 2 floors to it and had artificial lights to keep the room lit, as there was only a small window that did show outside. Nizu said the room was his personal library that will serve as Izuku's homeroom from now until he graduates. The room had a desk that Izuku could work at, but also a table as well. There were chairs and couches that Izuku could relax on, which Izuku wasn't surprised to see Aizawa-sensei asleep on one of the long chairs that could recline to be a bed. Izuku laughed a bit at the sight but moved to the second floor. There was some small desk on the second floor, but a lot more books as well. In this room, I have nearly every single rare book that I could collect, so be careful with them. I also have sections that are dedicated to just educational books that you can use freely and write in them if you. Izuku made his way to the field with his teammates, who were at least open to talking to Izuku and planning with him. They had asked what Izuku's quirk was so they could know how to plan for it in this situation, and Izuku only answered that he didn't have a combat-capable quirk so they shouldn't count on it, but he did have a large amount of combat training with martial arts and weapons which he had on him as he showed them a few. They nodded their heads and explained their quirks, which Izuku made notes of in his mind. Izuku asked if they knew the quirks of the other team well enough, and they provided Izuku descriptions of what they knew, which Izuku already came up with a couple of ways to neutralize the other team if he found certain people in the field. Soon the sound to start went off and they made their moves. Izuku's team decided to split into teams of 2 with Izuku being by himself. Izuku accepted this since they didn't know Izuku's overall skills and they had a pair they worked well with, so Izuku accepted it. In all honesty, Izuku knew that the 4 people on his team believed that Izuku would get taken out quickly, but things didn't go that way in reality. Izuku made his move and quickly entered some of the buildings since he knew he worked well in tight spaces, even though people assumed he wouldn't due to how long the katana on his waist was. A few members from the opposing party saw Izuku go into the buildings and decided to pursue him to gain the numerical advantage in the fight. Overall, it was a smart plan on paper, but when it came to Izuku, who was so heavily trained in close-quarters combat by the former #1 pro hero, things didn't go as people planned. Izuku had already anticipated that some of the other team would come straight for him since he had purposely let them see him enter the building. As he slowed his breathing and heartbeat down, he could hear the noise of the combat between others, but he also heard light sounds of voices near him from the other people that had followed him. As they passed through a corridor, they overlooked one of the most crucial steps when entering a building, scanning the entire room, including behind them. If they had turned around and checked behind them, they would have seen Izuku hiding on the door frame, prepared for when they turned around, but they never did, which made him smirk. Thank God for the balancing training that vagabond had put me through, Izuku thought as he started his plan. As they moved further into the building, Izuku got down from the door frame and stalked the person in the back as the 2 team members separated to check the upstairs and downstairs. Izuku decided to stay with the person downstairs since the one that went up would see Izuku if he followed due to how the stairwell was made. Izuku stalked the one on the ground floor and came up behind him. Right as Izuku got close, he pulled his wire strings out and quickly wrapped them around the other individual who tried to escape and yell, but Izuku had also covered his mouth with a rag to silence the voice. Though the other team member did hear some noises and was calling out for his teammate, though Izuku had already incapacitated the person by applying pressure to a specific point. Izuku decided to string the enemy upside down on the ceiling by the wire string and left him hanging there since Izuku had several sets of the wire strings. Izuku quickly got in position above the door frame in the room he was in and waited for the other individual to enter the room. God, I really am glad I took all those stealth training lessons to heart. Though, I really improved under Eraserhead in the months that have passed. Izuku thought as he learned how to better silence his steps, and Eraserhead had his shoes adjusted with the support department to include material that better silence sounds as well, which was like Eraserhead's own combat shoes. The lesson is don't trial and error when someone already had done the research for you. Soon the other team member of Izuku's first victim came into the room and was startled when he saw his teammate hanging from the ceiling. They quickly moved over, but the moment they moved, Izuku jumped down and kicked forward, which sent the opponent into the wall, stunning them long enough for Izuku to wrap the tape around them. The person was frustrated that they had just gotten beaten by an unknown individual that had joined their training. Izuku could see the anger in the student's eyes, but it didn't matter as the entire match was called. Izuku had defeated the last person on the other side. Izuku got the person he left hanging from the ceiling down and got his wire strings back before looking at the other second-year student. Then a voice came over the communication system and it was Snipe's voice. Kitsune, leave them where they are at as robots are going to retrieve them in a second. Snipe said, and Izuku looked at a camera and gave a thumbs up as he waved goodbye to the other student who was expressing frustration at Izuku. To be honest, Izuku was glad Snipe said to leave the student since Izuku was sure the second year would try to attack him the moment he was freed. As Izuku was walking to the control room, the others on his team caught up and asked how he managed to defeat 2 of their class's stronger individuals. Planning, and they also failed to clear the entire room I hid in. I let them see me enter a set of buildings which forced them to look for me, and I waited for them and they split off from each other, which made it easier for me to take them out. Izuku said, and the team members had smiles on their faces as they apologized for leaving him alone and looked forward to working with him again. Change in tunes due to a display of power. Ironic, though they would likely change back to how they were if they knew I was quirkless, Izuku thought as he arrived in the control room. Soon the individual that Izuku had incapacitated was sent to Recovery Girl to be checked over while the other one was given the clear since he didn't receive much damage. Though again, Izuku could see the pure hatred in the second year's eyes as he glared at Izuku. Well, I am going to get attacked later when the teachers leave, Izuku thought as he pulled his phone out quickly and sent a short text to Eraserhead and Nizu. Well, that is one way to end the day, Izuku thought as he walked out of the school. Though a few people came up behind him, which set him on guard, it turned out to be the people he teamed up with. Are you okay? Also, finally that dude got expelled, one said, and Izuku looked confused under his mask since he wore it out. Izuku also wore a head cover that covered his hair as well, so no one could see his green hair. The second years explained that the student from before was not very nice when the teachers weren't around, but they never had proof of anything more than that since he was good at hiding things. Izuku chuckled, and they invited him to eat with them, and Izuku told them he would consider it. Though he wondered how they would react if they knew he was quirkless. This was how his day came to an end with a big bang. It was now time for the sports festival that UA held each year. However, Izuku was downright nervous because he realized that he had to give the speech as the student body representative, which meant people would know he was still in the hero course and he would be showing his face as well. As such, Izuku had made his way to Nizu's office the day that he realized the sports festival was coming up and asked for help in figuring the matter out as he didn't care if he had to waste his favor he was owed by Nizu, who kept saying that anything Izuku asked didn't count for it. Izuku, by this point, believed Nizu was doing it just to keep him invested in trying to come to him for help when he wanted to use the so-called favor so Nizu would have fun since Izuku tended to ask for interesting things. Nizu-sensei, help me, Izuku said as he came into the office and removed his mask as he sat on the couch with a pout. Nizu chuckled and came over to give tea. I suppose you remember you won first place and the sports festival is approaching? Nizu asked, and Izuku nodded his head as he sipped on the tea. Yeah, I don't want to give the speech since it means revealing myself as everyone would be focused on me on the stand. Also, can I throw myself out in the first round so I don't need to fight later on since people would realize I am a first year even though I am trying to hide? Izuku asked, and Nizu chuckled a bit more and told him he could if he wanted to but did offer a chance at fighting. We can have the runner-up in the written exam give the speech since people don't really know about who places where. We can also just say we are starting a new tradition to help build relations between classes and are testing it out as the second place in the written exam is in the support department this year, Nizu said, and Izuku thanked him. Now, in regards to fighting, we can have you wear a medical mask, dye your hair, and do some hero-grade makeup to change some of your features. This way, you could participate under a random name as it doesn't matter what internship offers you receive as you will be doing one under Eraserhead or another underground hero we contact on your behalf since going with the limelight won't help you as you need field experience as an underground, not limelight, Nizu said, and Izuku thanked him for the help in hiding and covering up his identity. I feel like we are playing a game of being spies or something as I am going under a secret identity. I can use this as some training to take a cover story since underground heroes do tend to do undercover assignments as well. Izuku said, and Nizu smirked at Izuku's idea and agreed with it as well. This indeed would be an interesting way to allow Izuku to gain more experience in something like that. Soon they started to make plans on what type of personality that Izuku would be taking on and what the name he was going to be using during the sports festival for people to be told. Soon they came to a conclusion and Izuku was happy with the overall plan. Soon the next week passed, and it was time for the sports festival to start. All of the students gathered for the sports festival and were led to the stadium. Nizu did make some quick changes to help Izuku out as all of the general studies were going to be coming out together and Izuku was slipped into the general education waiting room as the general education was put together inside one large waiting room instead of individual rooms like the hero core students or bigger rooms with support benches that the support department uses to maintain their gear during rounds. This resulted in Izuku Akatani Mikumo not being discovered as being out of place as everyone wouldn't know. Soon everyone was called out to the field and people noticed there was no 1A being called out, which only fueled the rumors that have been going around that there was no longer a Class 1A. Izuku smirked at this fact as he could hear all the students near him speak about it. Soon Snipe came on the stage as he was going to be this year's host for the first-year students. Welcome everyone to the first-year sports festival. First up we have the speech, which we decided to have a person from general education do this year as we want to build bonds between all classes. Snipe said as a name of a support department student was called up to the stand and they gave a speech. The speech was a bit lackluster, but oh well. The first round was then called and it was set to be a survival of the fitness type challenge called Haze Zone. Cementos created an arena and walls around the stadium which contained different pillars and pathways that raised up into the air. The thing is though that there were pipes that were connected to this new area that was created and would fill with a purple haze that would incapacitate people and make them fall down below onto a large mat that would catch everyone so they wouldn't be harmed. The large mat was also connected to a rising platform that raised higher up as the pillars went up, as even with a mat, a fall from several dozen feet in the air could still be concerning. Ectoplasm had clones at the bottom as well to assist any students that were knocked out, as the purple haze was in fact the quirk of midnight. Only the top 42 students could advance to the second round and the haze would rise up higher and higher until there were only 42 people left. Cementos would also keep creating higher paths the longer the match continued and would make it more complex as well, so it would force people to think hard to get through it all. Otherwise, they would become affected by the quirk of midnight. Well, this could be good or bad for me. Physically, I should be able to get to the top due to all the training I did, but we are not allowed to knock others out, which means this could take some time. Izuku thought as he saw so many different paths being created, and he noticed some were harder than others, which he figured out was UA's way of making this shorter instead of a long match, as some would just be unlucky. The starting gun went off and Izuku made his way up the path he was sure would lead straight to the top based on his analysis of the entire platforms, as the others would likely lead there but have a bottleneck with so many people trying for those easier paths. A lot of people laughed at him since the path he chose had a lot of gaps you had to jump across and very thin parts that appeared to be a dead end, but it wasn't. The reason it wasn't is that Izuku noticed holes in the wall near the end that would allow one to climb their way up to the next portion to keep moving forward. As such, about 3 minutes in, the purple smoke from midnight started to fill the bottom, and people were being incapacitated quickly without even getting far. Izuku just kept his pace up, and about 6 minutes later he was halfway up towards the top when he heard Present Mike call out that over half of the students were already out of the competition. Izuku kept pushing forward until he got to the part that required climbing. Izuku got a bit of distance and made his run for it as Present Mike was calling out what he was doing since he was in the lead. It looks like Akitani Mikumo will make it further as he discovered the small gripping holes on his side of the course. Present Mike announced, causing some students to look at Izuku in shock at there being holes to climb as they saw him get higher and higher up. The next thing those students knew was that the next stage of the purple mist came out, affecting quite a few who got distracted as they watched Izuku climb, which made Izuku laugh as he just kept moving forward. The text is safe and does not contain explicit, violent, or gory content. Revised text. It appears Akitani Mikumo picked the correct path, as in heroics the hardest path is sometimes the only correct path for you to go, folks. Present Mike spoke more tamed in his voice as he wasn't yelling out anymore, as the match was close to coming to an end and they wanted to see who would pass. About another 5 minutes passed and they were now about 18 minutes into this round when Snipe called it to an end, as there were only 42 people left now. Izuku was completely nearly the top while everyone else was only at the halfway point, since a lot of them had to find ways with their quirks to get to the next stage, while some had to just stop and accept their fate, but got lucky more people were below them. Soon they were given a small break as the next stage was starting to get prepared, and Snipe announced the next stage as being a team-based capture of the flag. A lot of people asked for Izuku to join them, but once they heard he didn't have a combat-focused quirk, they decided to look in other places. Izuku did get teamed up with some students from the support course that had inventions, and Izuku honestly didn't know if he would make it to the next round or not, but they said they would try their best since it would give them chances to show off their creations. Izuku nodded his head and told them a general idea. They would give him their flags since the flags had to be on someone, and he would defend them while they went out to get the other flags. If your team lost all of your own flags, then you were out, but the goal was to get as many flags as you could while maintaining your own until you got knocked out. Whichever 4 teams had the most would move on to the next stage. They agreed with this and soon the round started. Izuku stayed near their starting point as there were many walls created to create some obstacles for people to fight around. Izuku was just waiting for someone to come after him so he would bolt and use the terrain to his advantage. The others needed to get the other flags and place them inside their capture bin, which people couldn't remove flags from since they were considered locked up. Izuku though could hear the shouts from people and present mic calling everything, which alerted him that his teammates did secure some flags which were good for them. Though one other team did charge at him, which made him bolt off. Though one thing that wasn't stated was the fact that you could steal stolen flags from others as long as they weren't placed in the bin. As such, Izuku darted off towards those that had stolen flags and lead his chasers around the map. From time to time, Izuku would glance at the scoreboard and see his team's score slowly move up and noticed his team was the only one with all of their original flags still left while most only had 1 or 2 left. Izuku had also grabbed a handful of stolen flags which earned protests from others that he was cheating, but Snipe clarified that you could steal stolen flags as long as they weren't in the capture bins, which set off even more trouble as no one but Izuku had realized that loophole until then. Izuku finally made his way back to his bin and deposited the stolen flags, and he knew he had lost at least one of his own, but he knew his team was secured in the top 4 regardless at this point due to how many he stole as he placed them all in the bin. This match went on for another 10 minutes until Snipe called the match as all other teams were knocked out, with Izuku's team being the last one standing with 1 flag left on Izuku. He had grabbed the other team's last flag as they tried to get him, but they failed when Izuku did a backflip over the person and darted off with the stolen flag. Izuku had placed the flag in the bin right as the other person grabbed Izuku's last flag, which proved fruitless as they were knocked out, which meant Izuku's team still had 1 point left of their original points, which made Izuku smile. Everyone was cheering as present mic called out the top 4 teams, which included Izuku's as the top team. The support students thanked Izuku for getting them into the last round so they can have a bit more time to show their devices off, but they knew they would lose since they had 0 training in combat, since it's always a 1 versus 1 in the last round. Izuku nodded his head and thanked them for the help as well, since they did play a good part in getting quite a few flags due to their inventions. Izuku did ask one of them about their sticky bombs and they explained it. Izuku liked the idea of them and would likely send a request in so he could try them for a bit in his hero gear. It was now time for the lunch break and Izuku was enjoying his meal when his phone went off. He picked it up and saw that it was from his mother and Vagabond as they congratulated him on doing so well and wished him luck in the next stage. Well, can't wait to see how I will overcome Quirks without any of my gear. I wonder if I can get them to break the field so I can use parts of it as weapons. Izuku thought as he headed back towards the stands, since the individual matches should be posted soon. Izuku saw the posting and noticed that he would be going against a person in 1B right away. So they will have a bit of training under their belts. Their quirks will cause some damage to the arena if I bait them. Izuku thought as his opponent's quirk was a quirk where they could turn their fingers into WHPS and stretch them out to attack with them. Overall, it was a unique quirk and could be very useful. Izuku wondered if they could turn other body parts like hair into these WHPS as well, but that was a question for another time. The WHPS had a bit of force behind them and could impact the ground from what Izuku saw in the previous rounds. They were also useful for grabbing things, grabbing people, and swinging around. As such, it had applications to be a versatile quirk for quite a few things. He then suddenly felt as if someone was behind him, so Izuku quickly turned around prepared to fight when he noticed it was only Aizawa-sensei. "What can I help you with?" Izuku asked, and Aizawa rolled his eyes. "I was wondering why you weren't in the festival until I figured out yours and Nizu's scheme. The staff was trying to figure who Akatani Mikumo was since no one knew them from the classes until we realized you weren't around, which made us put the dots together." Nizu explained it was a way to hide but also training for undercover work. "Quite impressive kid," Aizawa said as he rubbed Izuku's hair, and Izuku smiled. Aizawa asked if he was ready for his match and Izuku nodded his head. "I'm going to try and bait them into attacking so I can get them to break the ground. Then I will use the parts from the arena as projectiles since I can throw quite hard. Otherwise, I will need to work my way closer and dodge the WHPS. Izuku explained, and Aizawa nodded his head and told him it was a good plan to start with. Aizawa then said he had to go back to the teacher's lounge since the matches were about to start, which meant Izuku was up first. Izuku made his way to his gate and was ready when they called him out. The girl who he was fighting with smirked and thought she had an easy fight. Snipe called the match to start and the girl attacked with one of her WHPs, which made Izuku go down low so it would hit the ground when it missed. It did just like he wanted when he dodged and hit the ground underneath. Izuku didn't grab stuff right away since he wanted her to break more ground as he moved closer to her, and she got annoyed that she kept missing as Present Mike called the match actions out and explained how Akatani Mikumo didn't have a physical quirk that he could use in combat, so he had to rely on his own skills and physical abilities. The girl only got more annoyed and broke the ground quite a few times, which was perfect for Izuku as he had quite a bit of ammo now. He then jumped back from the WHP and started to gather some rubble, and she was confused like everyone else was until Izuku started to take a batter's stance and threw them at her. She was confused until it hit her right in the stomach, causing her to react. At that moment, Izuku charged at her and she stood up and attacked again, but he only threw more of the rubble again, which she hit out of the air with her finger WHPS, but she also lost focus on him, which allowed him to get closer and closer. She realized his plans and sent all of her WHPS at him, which was a bad idea as he dodged them all as he was able to jump high enough due to his training and the fact that she sent them downwards at him and had a gap in between them which allowed him to go over them to get through. The moment he was through, he bolted towards her as she recalled her fingers, but he had already thrown another piece of rubble at her stomach, causing her to drop to a knee, and he was now over her as he pinned her to the ground and had incapacitated her. Snipe called the match the moment she dropped to the ground since he knew how good Izuku was with the pressure points. The medical bots came out and grabbed the girl and took her away to the medical tent as the crowd was cheering for Akatani Mikumo aka Izuku Midoriya without knowing he was quirkless. It was ironic as they only thought Izuku had a quirk, but Yue never said he did, as Present Mike only said that Akatani Mikumo didn't have a physical quirk that he could use in combat, so he had to rely on his own skills and physical abilities. Never once did Yue say that Izuku had a quirk at all. The matches continued on and Izuku kept coming out on top of each of his matches as he was far more skilled in martial arts and everything else when compared to the other people due to the years of training under Vagabond. Finally, Izuku was at his final match, which was the match for the top spot in the sports festival, and Izuku wanted to win. The person he was fighting allowed him to copy the durability of materials that he touches. It didn't make his skin or anything change, but it provides him the durability of said material. As such, if he copied the durability of steel, then hitting his skin would feel like hitting steel, so Izuku had zero way of knowing what type of material he had touched before entering the ring. This student was one of the more powerful students of 1B in Izuku's honest views and presented him the biggest challenges as he didn't know if he could still hit a pressure point through the durability even though the skin itself doesn't change. Snipe called the match to start and both of them went straight for each other. Izuku dodged to the side and tried feeling the skin and found he would not be able to hit the pressure point. I bet you wanted to hit one of my pressure points as you did for the rest. Not going to work on me, so this is where you come to and shouted the Hero Corps student, but Izuku had one more way to win, and that was an old-fashioned way of immobilizing his opponent. The moment the student threw a punch, Izuku used it as a chance to get on the person's back as he used their arm as a jumping board due to how hard it was, and he went slightly into the air and onto their back. The student tried to pull Izuku off, but Izuku held on with his legs and used his arms to pull the student's head backward and applied force with his legs around the neck. Even if your skin is hard, you still need to breathe. Izuku shouted as the student decided to slam them both into the ground. Izuku felt his head hurt after that impact but didn't lose his grip. He applied more pressure, using the ground to help him as he adjusted his position. This hold made it difficult for the student to regain their footing. Snipe approached them and watched closely. The moment I tell you to release, you will release. Do you understand, kid? Snipe yelled, and Izuku nodded in acknowledgement. After about another 30 seconds, Snipe instructed him to let go, which Izuku did. Snipe then called the match as the student had briefly lost consciousness, and Snipe didn't want him in the hold any longer. Akatani Mikumo wins due to knockout. Snipe announced, and everyone erupted in cheers as Present Mike had been energizing the crowd throughout the match. He praised Akatani Mikumo for using both intellect and strength to overcome the challenges faced. Izuku was tired but managed to walk to Recovery Girl to have his head checked. He had sustained a small concussion, but she was able to heal it easily, which left him drained, though he still had enough energy for the medal ceremony. A quirkless person had just won the sports festival of UA. Izuku thought as he made his way out to the stadium for the awards. He stood on the first place stand and raised his hand in the air upon receiving the medal. Just imagine when everyone finds out about this. They will be shocked in the future. Izuku thought with a chuckle to himself. After the festival came to an end, they were all dismissed to return to their classrooms since the teachers needed to discuss things with them before they left the school. Izuku decided to change inside the school to remove all of the hero-grade makeup and start getting the hair dye out. He entered a decently sized restroom connected to the library where he had classes often. Izuku was surprised that Nizu had such a space, but Nizu explained that he always wanted a personal student who would one day have access to the library but never found anyone interesting enough to allow in, so the bathroom remained unused. Izuku took a quick shower in the large bathroom, removing all of the makeup and getting only half of the black hair dye out. It will take a few cleanings to remove it all since I only got half. Izuku thought as he changed back into his UA uniform and headed into the library to find Nizu and Aizawa. "Congratulations, problem child," Aizawa said with a grin that matched Nizu's, as Izuku had just demonstrated that quirkless individuals could take first place in the sports festival, surpassing all of the quirked competitors. Now, of course, Akatani Mikumo won't be moved up into the hero course since you are already in the course. We will need to come up with a new name next year and a new cover-up since we can't have the same person winning without moving up for some reason. It would raise questions. Nizu explained, and Aizawa suggested that they consider having Izuku drop out in the second round or lose his first match in the final rounds next year if necessary, as he would mainly engage in underground work studies with Aizawa or another one that the school reached out for help. Indeed, we can't use the same excuse each time likely without raising questions, but we can think about it when we get there next year, Nizu said, and they all nodded their heads. Nizu then started to talk about internships themselves as Izuku would not be able to take any of the limelight ones since he was going underground. Izuku knew this, and if he really wanted a limelight internship then he would go with his grandfather Vagabond who still had his active license to do hero work, so it didn't matter anyway about any other limelight pro heroes. "You will of course be doing your internship with me, problem child. This way your identity will stay secure for a bit longer instead of us reaching out to another underground pro hero. I trust most that I would ask to take you on, but we can still limit your exposure until we really have to do it," Aizawa said, and Izuku nodded his head at that. Soon he was dismissed and told to go home and relax for the week or so before school would resume. Aizawa told Izuku that even though the internships didn't start for another 2 weeks, they themselves would be starting them a week earlier and doing a 2-week internship to give Izuku more time in the field to get more experience since Izuku needed it to compete with others in the long run. They could do this due to the fact that Izuku was Aizawa's only student, which made this possible. Izuku thanked them and headed off to go home for the night as he was exhausted. Though when he arrived home he was surprised to find Vagabond at his home. "Hey Gramps," Izuku called out when he moved into the apartment. Both his mother and grandfather hugged him and told him how proud they were of Izuku placing first, especially with the fact that he had won without his support gear against all of the others that got to use a quirk. "The training really paid off and no one even realized you were quirkless even though you never used a quirk the entire time. It will be so funny the day they all find out in the future," Vagabond said as he laughed, imagining the chaos and uproar it would cause. Izuku himself laughed as well since it would indeed be funny to see how everyone reacted to the news. Soon the night came to a close as Izuku went to sleep since he was so exhausted from all of the challenges. The free week had arrived and quickly passed as it was time for Izuku to return to UA already. Izuku soon found himself in his outfit as he and Aizawa were currently training. They would leave later in the afternoon to go patrol different cities around Tokyo and other areas when it gets darker since they were underground heroes, not limelight heroes, so it would be foolish to go out during the day even though they could. As such, Izuku was going to be staying with Eraserhead for the entire internship, which resulted in Izuku trying hard not to laugh seeing all of the cats in Eraserhead's apartment. Eraserhead just glared at Izuku, daring him to make a comment about it, which just made him break into laughter as he tried his hardest not to laugh, but it failed with all of the cats moving around his teacher. This resulted in Aizawa wrapping him in his scarf. "Okay, but I won't laugh, Dadzawa," Izuku said, and then realized what he said as his face broke out into bright red due to his blush from embarrassment on calling his teacher that. The text does not contain any explicit content, violent, or gory sections. Therefore, it is safe and will be returned unchanged. Revised text. If I am Dadzawa, then your problem's son moving forward. Go to sleep before I ground you, since we will be leaving in about 3 hours for a long patrol, Aizawa said as he dumped Izuku off inside the spare bedroom. Izuku just sat there in the spare bedroom in horror at what he had done. He ended up calling his teacher Dad. "Dear God, what is wrong with me? I only spent several months with him in close contact. Wait, I can see how it happened. Especially after he taught me how to tie my tie. But didn't he call me problem son?" Izuku thought as he covered his face at what he has realized had transpired. Though, back in the living room, Aizawa was no better as he wondered what the hell type of chaos he invited into his life. "Dear God Shoyuta, you just accepted the problem child who is Nizu's personal student as your son. I don't get paid enough for this," Aizawa thought as he fell in his sleeping bag, since he likes to sleep in it regardless if he is home or not. The man likes it when the cats all sleep on the bag with him, so he stopped sleeping in his bed long ago and only does it so often when he cleans the sleeping bag. A few hours passed and Izuku woke up, since he did indeed fall asleep. He came out of the bedroom and saw all of the cats on Aizawa and decided to take a picture of it for blackmail. As he pulled his phone out and was ready to take the picture, he could see Aizawa staring at him in the camera. "Take it and I will hang you upside down," Aizawa threatened, but Izuku considered his options and the risks versus rewards of doing it. In the end, he decided it was worth the risk and took the photo before jumping away as the scarf from Aizawa came after him. Aizawa missed and Izuku escaped to the kitchen to make a quick meal before they left in about 30 minutes. "Dear God, old man, you got almost no real food. It's mostly those pouches," Izuku said, and Aizawa grumbled about the child calling him old man or something like that, since Izuku couldn't hear it fully over the cats meowing around the apartment. Soon they made whatever meal they could and headed off for the patrol. "Dear God, how does this man survive on only fruit pouches?" Izuku thought as he was barely able to scrape enough stuff together for the meal. It was quite late in the night, but it wasn't morning yet either, as it was around 10 p.m. when both of them started to hit the streets. Aizawa wanted to give Izuku some actual training on the field and the most he could get, since Nizu and Aizawa both knew that Izuku could have some difficulty when it comes to the provisional exam depending on how it is set up, since it changes each year. As such, Izuku needed all of the experience he could get in the field, as there was a risk of the commission making Izuku's exam harder as well because he was quirkless. As both of them were making their way through the night, they stumbled upon different types of crimes that were occurring. The first night of the internship ended with only so much fanfare as they encountered typical incidents like theft and breaking and entering, while they discovered more unique crimes as the days passed, venturing into areas with heavier crimes since Izuku requested it. Eraserhead, aware of Izuku's skill level in combat, agreed but instructed the problem child to stay close and follow commands, as it was his first actual time out in the field, unlike Vagabond's questionable so-called spars with random individuals that Aizawa and Nizu had heard about from Izuku. Third POV. It had been a few weeks since the incident with the second-year student, and rumors about an unknown hero student going by the hero name of Kitsune began to spread across the campus. Izuku enjoyed this, as he often avoided people, and if he had a lesson with anyone else, he made sure to wear his Kitsune mask and hair covering until he was clear of everyone else to remove it. This was also how the rumors of Kitsune being a cryptid started to circulate around the campus, as Izuku discovered a second way to enter the private study where he was having his homeroom classes. As he entered the homeroom, he found that the vent in the room was at a good height, allowing even Nizu to exit and return. Izuku decided to check it out and was surprised to see that the vents were tall enough for him to travel through by crawling or on his hands and knees, and tall enough for Nizu to stand fully up with a bit of excess room. Izuku noticed that some of the vents that branched off got smaller while others remained the same size. He also observed that the main vent tended to lead towards the more important places throughout the campus building, explaining how Nizu appeared in places so quickly. He must have materials that silence his steps like Aizawa and I do in our hero outfits, Izuku thought, considering that with Nizu's size and support shoes, it would be hard to hear him moving through the vents, so no one would notice if he traveled quickly through them. One day during his lunch break, Izuku decided to have a bit of fun. He went to the vent area above the staff room and dropped some notes into the room without anyone seeing. Present Mike walked in and picked up a note, looking confused as the note simply read, "I see you," but nothing else. Izuku knew it wouldn't have much impact, but it was called psychological warfare for a reason, as he aimed for the long-term effects of making them uneasy at finding notes randomly without knowing the source. Izuku would over the next few days leave another note for a few teachers on their desks by throwing it out of the vent or on their podium in their classrooms. Now you might ask how Izuku could do it while he was meant to be in class, and that is true, but Nizu approved of it as he knew Izuku had accessed the vents since he had to swipe his ID card on the scanner inside the vents right outside of Nizu's private library. There weren't such scanners at the other points of entry, but Izuku saw scanners in the vents near any entry points that would scan Izuku to see if he was meant to be in there, which Nizu had added him to the system, of course. Nizu would never allow such a security hole to exist without protections, so only he and Izuku had access to vents on pre-approval. Others would trigger the silent alarm if they entered the vents, which would alert Nizu and the school of an intruder in the area that it went off. It had been about a few weeks since Izuku had started his psychological warfare, as he wanted to see how long it would take them to figure it out. Ironically, it was none other than Eraserhead who figured it out, as he realized it always happened whenever Izuku would be out of his sights, which led to Eraserhead calling him out on it, but not to stop him but to direct it towards students since the teachers needed to work and focus, which Izuku accepted. This was really how the whole cryptid thing started as it got closer to the time for the sports festival, as Izuku would drop short analysis of people's quirks for them. Some ignored it while others accepted it. Though no one knew where the papers were coming from, as Izuku wouldn't stick around if he left a note by coming out of the vents to leave it in their classroom. There were times that he got brave enough to exit the vent while a class was in session if the vent was in a good position, such as the back of the room. Aizawa had Izuku treat it as training since it really was for him, as he needed skills like this to sneak into villain bases to gather information and not get caught. One day, Izuku left a full-page paper to someone while they had turned their head away when the teacher came to a small break so they could work on a homework problem. It was in ectoplasm's class and the man was walking around the room. Izuku had dropped down in the back of the class and placed a paper on the middle seat student's desk as the student had reached into their bag so Izuku could do it. Izuku though quickly got back into the vent as he used his wires to help him climb up faster, as Eraserhead had taught him how to use them better since they were similar to his capture gear, just on a smaller scale, which allowed the man to teach Izuku it far better than Vagabond did since he never had used something like the metal wires before. Izuku closed the vent and a second later the student freaked out, drawing ectoplasm's attention, who asked what was wrong. The student showed the man the paper and even he was confused. "You can keep it and use it. The principal won't tell the staff who is doing it, but I have a guess it's the cryptid that Nizu has taken in as a personal student. God help us all since there are two of the principal now," Ectoplasm said while saying the last part in a lower tone, but everyone still heard it as they shivered, since it was a third-year class that has dealt with the principal before and knew not to offend the creature who enjoys making training difficult if someone annoys him. They become part of a challenging exercise as they tend to have to escape tricky situations that the principal sets up or obstacles that he prepared in certain places in the training. Soon Izuku ended up back in Nizu's office one day since Izuku was bored of doing the cryptid things, which Nizu nodded his head at. Though he proposed a different game that involved Izuku having to crack a series of codes to escape a room that Nizu would set up. That is how Izuku found himself in a complex escape room, but not a typical one that most people would do for fun. No, this one he was doing to survive. Of course, Nizu wouldn't really harm Izuku, but the pressure was there as each time Izuku got something wrong in trying to figure the code out to escape the room via clues in said room, then the room would fill with a set amount of water. Everything in the room wouldn't be destroyed by the water, nor would it wash away, so Izuku didn't have to worry about losing a clue. Instead, he just had to worry about losing and being stuck in cold water that would fill the room, of course, at each part of the code he got wrong when he tried to enter it. Too many failures would result in the room filling past a marked line, which Nizu would end the game since again he of course wouldn't harm Izuku because where was the fun in that? This was how Izuku found himself in the escape room a few days after Nizu proposed the game, and the thing was no one else knew about the game since they agreed not to tell anyone until after it happened since Nizu said the staff might try to stop it since they would be concerned about it. As Izuku stood in the room he thought back on what Nizu had said and started to think he should have been a bit more careful in agreeing not to tell anyone. Well, this will be fun to explain. Good thing I brought more clothing. Izuku thought as Nizu appeared on the monitor and provided the puzzle that Izuku needed to figure out via clues inside of the room. When did you build this since you only had 2 days? Izuku said to himself, but Nizu appeared and said he always had it made since he wanted to use it, but no one was brave enough to trust him to go into it. That didn't make Izuku feel any better at the grin on his principal's face. Welp, here we go. Izuku said as he started to read the clue for the escape room, and what was given was that Izuku needed to read the room and find each clue that he needed to enter on the door to unlock the locks, which there were 4 keeping the door shut. Izuku didn't really understand how he was going to use his analysis skills since he could only do it on people and their quirks, but unknown to Izuku, that is what Nizu was after in this. Nizu wanted Izuku to start expanding his skills to read a room with whatever he could find in it to get the information he needed, as it could lead him to take over a conversation or finding something out that someone wanted to hide that a normal person wouldn't consider as important when they are looking inside of a room. As time passed, Izuku had made several mistakes that led to the water being at his waist and trouble his walking speed. Though he had finally understood by then anyway what Nizu was trying to get him to do in this so-called game. He wants me to be able to glance in a room and learn anything and everything I can that can tell me about the said individual or group and weaponize it like I do for quirks for combat, Izuku thought during the game. Some of the things that he had figured out were the fact that the room had an ammo canister, which seemed odd in what appeared to be a sleeping quarter of most likely a ship, but what he could see it wasn't a military-style ship since there were clues that suggested it was commercial. This led Izuku to discover through some other things he noticed after the ammo canister that the first clue was smuggling, since the so-called TV screens that appeared to show a video of fish out in the water was actually a fish tank with fake fish moving around. So Izuku considered this as a hero case and submitted smuggling, which was right since it was the same number of letters for the first word he needed. The next one was a bit harder, but he was able to notice that some documents in waterproof holders had a code hidden in them that talked about orders for taking the cargo to a location. The location was the same length as one of the words needed, which Izuku entered and got it. The next 2 words he needed took him a bit of work since he hadn't considered the option of what was presented in front of him. In one of the lockers was a photo of a person in a hero outfit with someone else in it that was blurry. After some attempts at things that he had thought would be the answers, the water was now at his neck height and he was swimming and had to go under the water to get clues or new information before he realized what the picture was actually pointing towards. The person in the photo was most likely a questionable pro hero, which Izuku put the word questionable and pro hero into the last 2 spots, which was the answer. The final answer was really questionable pro hero smuggling, and then the location, which meant that a pro hero was questionable and was smuggling things to the said location. Izuku heard the door open and the water rushed out as he went out with it. He stood up and noticed he had been in the room for about 2 hours, which meant being in really cold water for about an hour and a half or so. Good job on finding the answer, but did you learn what I wanted you to learn in this game? Nizu asked as he brought a towel to Izuku. Izuku took the towel and nodded his head as he said it was to apply his analysis skills on reading rooms that he was in to use against people with the information he might find in the room, so he had weapons against them even if it was in a calm setting since everyone tends to hide something. Nizu nodded his head and clapped his hands as he told Izuku he had it right. It's one of the most powerful tools I always employ when I am entering a room with new people or passing through places. Everyone tends to hide something via their body language or something in the room. Use the clues you can find in plain sight, which might help you establish probable cause to get warrants or to infiltrate places you suspect of committing crimes. The hero laws are very loose on doing warrantless searches as long as the hero has good suspicions on something being wrong in a building or property, which I use all of the time with very few clues that I see. It's how I get a lot of things done and how I exploit people as I make them uncomfortable, which tends to make them agree to what I want since they want to get rid of me before I find more things out about them or what they are hiding. Nizu said, and Izuku nodded his head as he took the words of his principal/teacher in, as it was indeed a powerful lesson on applying his analysis skills to reading a room that he would need to train. Izuku did ask Nizu to help teach him how to read body language better and manipulating situations, which Nizu grinned and agreed to do. This caused everyone in the staff room in UA to have a shiver down their backs as they felt something unusual happen that involved their boss, though they had no idea what it was. Though they had a feeling it had to do with Kitsune, which they would be right, as Nizu was influencing Izuku Midoriya to make a new version of himself which people would underestimate simply because he was quirkless, which would play into Izuku's favor so much. The internship had come to an end, and that meant it was time to return to the school, which Izuku was glad to be doing since he wanted to get back to his lessons and training with a slightly better sleeping schedule, which he still was grumbling about. Truly the worst side of underground heroics, if I try to do things during the daytime in addition to underground hero work? Izuku thought as he started to head towards the UA building as he passed by people. After making his way to his homeroom in the private library, he sat down and just laid on the couch as he fell asleep. Do as the teacher does and sleep whenever you can. Izuku thought as he fell asleep, but sadly it wasn't meant to be, as about 30 minutes later he got woken up by none other than Eraserhead. I see why you sleep all of the time. I won't ever complain again about you sleeping at random places, Izuku said as he looked at his homeroom teacher, who just had a smug look, as Izuku truly realized via the 2-week internship how taxing leading a life during the day and doing underground hero work was, which explained why the man slept all of the time. Well, it's time to get up anyway, as we got some rescue training to do at the USJ with the Rescue Hero 13, Aizawa said, and Izuku nodded his head as he got up and stretched. He went into the restroom and quickly changed into his hero outfit from his case and followed Aizawa out to a car that Nizu provided them so they could get over to the USJ quicker instead of just by traveling by foot. As they pulled up, Aizawa had given Izuku a brief description of what they would be doing in the training today, since Izuku needed a heavy focus of rescue training, since it would without a doubt be a part of his provisional exam whenever he goes to attempt the said exam. Izuku just listened to everything as they made their way to the building, and then he could see 13 standing outside of the building waiting for them as he called out to them. "Hello, you two. Welcome to my creation," 13 said as she gloated about the USJ, since Izuku knew that 13 had a large hand in the creation and planning of the building. As such, it was really her creation in reality due to how much control she had over the place. Soon they entered the building and Izuku looked around the entire place at the different zones. It was decided that they would start in the fire zone, since it would be the perfect place to start, since Izuku would be more around buildings during his underground career instead of water or mountain ranges. As such, after they finish in the fire zone or conflagration zone, they would head towards the zone of the ruins and see if they had time to work on the landslide zone after that, since the first two would be stuff that Izuku would most likely land himself in while out in the field during work studies or in the future. Soon they arrived in the first zone, the fire zone, where buildings were on fire, and the objective was to save people that were trapped inside of the buildings or figure a way out to stop the fire to save the people inside. Overall, Izuku knew he would fail at stopping the fires in any traditional way, as he had no quirk to do so, but then again no one else really had quirks suitable for that as well outside of water quirks, or if you were All Might who could produce the sheer wind pressure to cause a downpour of rain. Izuku was neither of those, so he needed to just get inside of the building and save people. At least my suit is made to be fireproof, but it will get hot fast the longer I am inside, Izuku thought as the training started and Izuku entered the building as instructed. Izuku kept down low but moved as fast as he could as he was crouched down. He didn't have time to crawl completely to avoid the rising heat or smoke, but his mask did filter the smoke, since it was a breathing mask that had a gas mask built in. This allowed Izuku to avoid inhaling the smoke, which allowed him to just crouch and move faster than crawling. Izuku listened in for the sounds of people and soon heard an animated sound coming from the rescue dummies that were placed inside of the building. Izuku came to the room but found it was shut. Izuku tried opening and even kicking it, but it wouldn't open, so he went with his next plan. To the people inside of the room, back away from the door now. Izuku yelled to make it seem far more real, since he would indeed yell that in the field to make sure people were away from the door for what he was about to do. Izuku pulled out his katana Izanagi as the remaining time of the semester was going by quite fast with all of the constant training and learning that Izuku was doing with Eraserhead and Nizu on top of all of the training he still completed with Vagabond, so Izuku's skills were always increasing at a constant speed. It also allowed the sense of time to flow by him quite easily without him really noticing it. This is how it became time for Izuku to do the finals for the first semester of his first year, which surprised him on how soon it came around, but nonetheless, he needed to get it completed and pass it. Eraserhead informed him that even if he failed he would still be attending the summer camp training, but he would not be going with the first years, instead he would be going with the second-year students. The first-year summer camp tends to focus on strengthening their quirk, while the second-year training camp aims to work on overall training, techniques, and find gaps that they can find since you do your work studies during your second semester typically, since UA tends to send their second years to retrieve their provisional licenses at the start of the first semester. Izuku was glad to learn he would still go to the summer training camp, but still wanted to pass the exam regardless. Izuku did learn that he would be fighting against several of the staff, since the typical exam is fighting against a lot of robots for the finals, but Izuku needed to be challenged and pushed further faster than normal students due to his quirkless status. Izuku knew that, as well as Nizu explained why he would be fighting against multiple teachers in his final test, since people would always use his quirkless status against him, so they needed to do it first to make him used to it and to keep challenging him due to the skills he already has, so he wasn't being allowed to easily pass. The reason Nizu said that is because it's true, as Izuku versus Aizawa with all of their support gear, and Izuku likely would win since he is a poor match against Eraserhead, so Izuku needs to be challenged. Otherwise, what was the point of him being at the school if he wasn't always pushing himself forward? As the day of the exam arrived, Izuku found himself at Ground Beta, which was the same training grounds that the entrance exam was held in, but Izuku noticed changes to the place. A portion of the Ground Beta was completed, broken up, and then there was a level of realism that seemed to have been added, as there were cars damaged and buildings that were partially broken down, which seeing all of this confused Izuku, since this training ground didn't always look like this. I see you noticed the changes. I decided to add a bit of realism for your test and the other hero courses tests as well. You are the first going through it though, but overall there is typical stuff you would find in a city hit by a large-scale villain attack or just rampaging villains. The teachers in this are the villains that had caused the chaos, and you need to capture or defeat them, though you do have the option of escaping out of the gate, as it is normal for some heroes being unable to overcome the threats. Nizu said, and Izuku could hear the implications in Nizu's words, like the word normal, because Izuku isn't normal and he knew it. If he chooses to run in real life, then people would demand his license to be removed even if others did it as well to get back up or other things. Izuku didn't have that choice, as he needed to overcome the enemy or last long enough for help to arrive. Izuku was not told what teachers he would be fighting against. Instead, he was told there were only 4 pro heroes down in the field acting as the villain team that he would be up against. Though, Izuku could make a pretty good guess since there was only a limited amount of teachers at the school, so Izuku was betting he would be fighting against Ectoplasm, Cementos, Vlad King, and Present Mike most likely. Midnight is unlikely due to the filter in his mask, Eraserhead was unlikely due to constant training with the man, and Hound Dog would have to rely on close combat, which Izuku was good at enough to fight with Eraserhead, so Hound Dog was likely out as well. Izuku had nothing against Power Loader, but Izuku didn't think that man would be sent against him either, since he is more of the support department. Snipe was a possible contender to likely replace one of the people he thought would be fighting against him, and he didn't know if Nizu would be one because he was a wild card. As Izuku said that he heard a chuckle from behind him and saw all of the teachers with him, which made him blush. Did I mutter all of that? Izuku asked shyly, and Midnight found it adorable but nodded her head as she said he did indeed mumble it all. Power Loader. Can you see about adding? Nizu though walked up and told Izuku he would need to find out who he was fighting when he gets out there, because that would ruin the fun. Izuku nodded his head and headed out to the field for the test. About 8 minutes later, after standing at the gate, he was allowed in and the announcing system called the exam to start. Izuku rushed in and headed for a tall building to try and see if he could locate anyone inside of the place. As he stood on the roof of a building, he heard a pop sound which made him dodge as a few seconds later a bullet came flying by him. Tranquilizer bullets, since they don't want to seriously harm me, but a bit more effective. Means Snipe is out here? Izuku thought as he dropped down from the building onto another one as he made some distance towards where the bullet came from, but he didn't go straight for it because it could be a trap. Instead, he went to another tall building near the area and looked around as he spotted Snipe, who was searching for Izuku across the roofs. Though even knowing where Snipe was, he didn't go after the man as he wanted to figure out who the other members of Snipe's team were so he could plan around them if possible. After a few minutes, he found ectoplasm with a large number of clones running around searching the area that they most likely thought Izuku was in, but Izuku had gone a bit out of his way to go behind them. I can't keep waiting to find the perfect moment, but I can at least start with what I know. Izuku thought as he knew he would need to be careful of Snipe from a long range and ectoplasm overwhelming with numbers. Izuku made his way down to the street level and headed towards the location ectoplasm's main body was last seen in, since if you get the main body knocked out then it can't make more clones. Izuku knew that the clones could not join up with the main body to grow bigger in size or strength, but the others could, so he needed to be careful on finding the real one, which his teacher tends to stay behind his clones as he would just keep making them to overwhelm his opponents. As Izuku made his way, he ran into some clones which he broke through thanks to the help of his electrified gloves that delivered enough shock to break the weakest clones easily. All of the clones started to converge on him as he saw one of them talk to a communication device. That must be the real one, Izuku thought as he ignored all of the other ones and headed straight for the real body as he tossed out his metal wires, grabbing a hold of his teacher, who looked surprised for a few seconds before making more clones that got ready to attack Izuku. "Sensei, did you know my metal wires are conductive?" Izuku asked, and the man looked confused on why Izuku would say that until a realization dawned on him as the man's clones tried to stop Izuku, but it was too late as Izuku turned his electrical shock gloves on while having the wires wrapped around his hands, which were conductive. This sent the electrical current to the main body, stunning his teacher down to the ground as both currents from the gloves connected. As that happened, Izuku yanked on the wire, tripping the teacher fully to the ground as he dodged attacks from the clones and used some of his smaller knives. After defeating the clones, Izuku knocked his teacher out, leading to medical bots coming for him. As Izuku finished up, he suddenly got thrown back due to a sound attack from none other than Present Mike. Seems I know the third individual now, which means I am only missing one person who I am betting will be ectoplasm due to the terrain we are in, Izuku thought as he felt the concrete under him start moving, forcing him to jump against a wall and move away as he saw Cementos on a roof, changing everything around him. Suddenly, Izuku felt something hit his back. It was a tranquilizer, but unluckily for Snipe, his outfit was made to withstand most lower caliber bullets for a bit before needing to be replaced. "Those aren't going to work on me, Snipe," Izuku yelled as he charged for the man, since Snipe could aim for his exposed skin. As Izuku went for Snipe, the others chased after him on a wave of concrete that Cementos was controlling. They were fast due to the speed of the wave, but Izuku had trained in agility with some parkour mixed in. As he made his way over the rooftops, he soon arrived where Snipe kept shooting at him, trying to hit Izuku's exposed skin. "I always wondered how good of a fighter you are in close range," Izuku said as he charged at the man with a few of his knives while Snipe attempted to shoot at him. Izuku was waiting for the other teachers to arrive because he was going to SWH quickly off of Snipe, who was surprisingly good even at close range since he could quickly change the path of the bullets. As Present Mike arrived, Snipe jumped out of the way, but Izuku quickly threw metal wires on him and jumped down a floor, pulling the man towards the edge but allowing him to catch himself. This gave Izuku the chance to move to the floor below and hide, knowing the teachers would try to find him. Cementos started to rip the building in half, and Present Mike and Snipe came down together, unaware that Izuku was waiting for them. As they went down to the floor Izuku was on, he threw a sleeping dart at Present Mike, who dodged, but Izuku wasn't after him. He used the moment they both dodged to charge at Cementos, who was shocked by Izuku's sudden move and tried to defend himself, but Izuku cut through the defenses and hit the teacher with a sleeping dart. Sadly, this is where Izuku faced difficulties because right as he prepared for the other two teachers, Present Mike blasted Izuku with sound blasts that pinned him against a wall for a moment, where Snipe shot a tranquilizer into Izuku's hand. Izuku's eyes widened as he started to feel sleepy, but he wasn't going to go down easily. He used a knife to create a distraction, causing his mind to sharpen due to the sudden rush of adrenaline. Present Mike freaked out on what Izuku was doing as Snipe moved to stop Izuku, but Izuku bolted right at Present Mike, bypassing Snipe, who got shocked by Izuku's sudden move. Izuku grabbed Present Mike's arm and twisted it behind him as Izuku turned behind him and used his electrified gloves to shock Present Mike, but sadly for Izuku, Present Mike's outfit was made to withstand electrical currents and other more common attacks like fire since the man had been hit with them in the past. Izuku thought as the pain and adrenaline were no longer enough to hold out against the sleeping drags from the tranquilizer he got it with. I wanted one more. Izuku slurred out as he fell down from the drags overcoming him. Snipe and Present Mike were shocked at what they just saw their student do and knew the boy was in need of reprimanding for the stunt he just pulled. That is exactly what Izuku Midoriya got when he woke up in the nurse's office as Recovery Girl and Aizawa were staring at him with fierce glares for the stunt he pulled. In my defense, Izuku started by Aizawa wrapped Izuku's mouth with the capture gear and activated his quirk. Even though it had zero physical effects, it still looked scary from Izuku's viewpoint. I know very well you weren't about to try and defend the actions that you did for a DMN test, Eraserhead said as he unwrapped Izuku's mouth as Izuku looked down. I need to be better. People are going to always look down on me if I can't hold my own, Izuku said as he gripped the sheets on the bed, and Aizawa sighed as Recovery Girl shook her head. Sweetie, you have a couple of years before you will be out on the field. You don't need to rush things. I know society will judge you, but UA will support you, Recovery Girl said as she gave him some gummies which he took with a thank you. Izuku looked at his second mentor and rising father figure and noticed the sadness in the man's eyes which ate at Izuku. I'm sorry. I won't do it again. I just wanted to prove I could push through even with my back against the wall like heroes are meant to do. Sorry, Izuku said, and Eraserhead walked up to Izuku and put his hand on Izuku's head. We are putting you in therapy with Hound Dog as the torment you have had without a doubt has affected you more than we originally thought as you hit it well. In regards to proving yourself, kid, you beat 2 of the staff without them holding back. You did catch Ectoplasm off guard and you did with Cementos as well, but they were still going full out with their skills. You did that against 2 trained pro heroes with years of experience and then still tried to push through against another one. You don't need to prove yourself to us at all, so take a breather and relax, because even the second years couldn't pull off what you just did as we put them in pairs for their finals sometimes while you did everything solo. Do you understand? Aizawa asked, and Izuku nodded his head as he apologized again and agreed to go see Hound Dog. Izuku thought he was done being chewed out, but he was wrong when he got home that night to see his grandfather Vagabond and his mother waiting for him with certain looks in their eyes. So I heard you snapped yourself in your final exam. Care to explain? Vagabond asked as Izuku's eyes widened as he tried to run out the door to escape, but the man didn't allow it as he brought Izuku back in for a long lecture about safety and not pushing himself too far, because even heroes fail, but it was still a test, so Izuku didn't need to pull a crazy stunt like that when he wasn't in actual danger. That night, Izuku found his ear burning from the talking his mother did and his ears ringing a bit from being scolded by his grandfather Vagabond. Izuku learned never to pull a stunt like that again unless he was truly in danger, because he did not want to listen for hours on how he was an idiot again. You say he will be trying for the school when you will be starting your 3rd, right? Hound Dog asked, and Izuku nodded his head, though he asked why that mattered, which Hound Dog looked at Izuku. I think his schools may most likely be feeding him a toxic mindset because of his powerful quirk. I am thinking, of course with your permission, to have Nizu take a look at their security cameras, since you said he attended the same school you went to before. This will let Nizu know if they aren't reporting things that should be, so the school can be fixed, as the treatment you were given isn't acceptable by law even though people do it, Hound Dog said, and Izuku nodded his head. Hound Dog also said that if Bakugo got into the school with such a high and mighty attitude, then he would run the risk of getting expelled by someone like Eraserhead if he ever came across the boy, which Izuku chuckled at and prayed Katsuki Bakugo didn't have such a bad attitude. Soon the session came to an end and they agreed to have a meeting once every week since Hound Dog was willing to do it once a week since Izuku was completely open and willing to talk about things more than others, so he believed they could do without twice-a-week sessions unless something changes. Izuku thanked him and headed off towards the private library where he started lessons with Nizu, who noticed that Izuku had been in deep thought due to his therapy, but Nizu didn't ask about anything that was said since the meetings are private for a reason. If Izuku wanted to say something then he would say it, so Nizu left it alone. Time passed and soon it was the end of the day, but Izuku didn't head straight home as you would think. No, he headed for the staff room where he asked Nizu to join him. The staff looked confused to see Izuku since he normally just heads home for the day or to the dojo, which they know he goes to a lot to do more training, so they all looked at him to see if something was wrong. They also saw Nizu, who was looking at Izuku as well. Izuku asked for their attention, which they were already giving, but they sat straighter now. I wanted to apologize for the incident in the final. Hound Dog and I talked about some things, and that was one of the things which he meant that though I didn't think about it, you all most likely made connections with my quirkless status and my willingness to harm myself so easily. I do not engage in self-harm, nor have I ever had, so I just wanted to reassure you all, and I promise not to pull something foolish like that again without being in mortal danger. I hope you all can forgive me for worrying you all so much. Izuku said as he bowed slightly, and Aizawa walked up and hugged Izuku in a rare public display of affection. It's okay, problem child, you just worried us, that is all, but we would be worried regardless since you are such a dedicated and determined student that we all care for, Aizawa said, and Izuku thanked the man for his care. Izuku then told Nizu that Hound Dog would talk to Nizu about something sooner or later that had come up in their talks about his old schools, which Nizu had a grin as he had a guess what it was about. Oh goody! I think I get to wipe a school out? Nizu said as he walked away to find Hound Dog, as he loved to challenge other schools, and everyone felt a shiver down their backs. At least he isn't aiming to destroy us right now. Present Mike muttered out, but everyone heard it and had a low chuckle as Izuku said his goodbyes and left for the day. Third POV. Now, Izuku knew the training camp was about pushing them hard and driving them to the point of exhaustion, but dear God, the summer camp truly took the icing of the cake. As we moved forward a week after the finals for the first semester, we can find Izuku dragging himself like everyone was through the forest of the summer camp location they had been sent to. UA changes the location every once in a while, and this year it was decided that it would be held on a property that the Wild Pussycats owned, as they volunteered to take the UA students in for the summer camp, and most likely years later if the school needs them to do so. The people Izuku was with were the students from 2A, since Izuku has done several heroic lessons with them before. Though none of them know who Izuku is under the mask, because when he is ever with anyone for anything heroic or outside just walking around like his normal self, he is always wearing his kitsune mask and hair covering so no one can see anything that would identify him. Izuku also doesn't carry his katana when he isn't wearing his mask and hair covering, since the only people outside of staff that had seen Izuku's sword would be a few in general studies that got expelled from the heroics department, which only saw Izuku a few times that day. Izuku also avoids them, so they most likely forgot all about Izuku as well, since rumors were spread that there was no 1A anymore, nor did anyone represent 1A in the festival. Anyway, back to the dragging of equipment across the ground at the forest they were in. Izuku and they all got kicked off of the cliffside by the Wild Pussycats, while Aizawa supported a grin next to Snipe, who was the 2A homeroom teacher this year. Dear God, him and his grin. Izuku thought as he fell down, but moving forward we can find all of the students have made it to the camp location where the staff was waiting for them. One student complained that they didn't do anything like that last year, but Aizawa just shrugged and said it was the Wild Pussycats' idea for doing it, so they should blame them instead. Izuku rolled his eyes, and soon they were all making food while Izuku was still sporting his kitsune mask. The second years always did ask Izuku why he wore his mask all of the time, and Izuku just said it was for personal reasons and that the school was aware of the reasons which they approved of, which helped keep the conversation away for the most part. Though Izuku was struggling on what to do when it came time to take a bath, as they were allowed to use the hot springs that they have at the campsite, because he would need to take the hair covering off at least, which would be a huge indicator of who he was, as not really many people at UA had green hair. Even if they didn't see his face, they would likely track him down, so he was debating to use the hot springs or just go take a normal shower. Soon, Izuku decided to just use the normal showers since he didn't want to risk it. It would be one thing for his identity to get out and the fact that he is quirkless later on down the road closer to his third year, but in his first year would be horrible for him to have happened as he didn't have a provisional license yet to start making a track record to defend his position with like they believed they would need to do for Izuku. After finishing the shower, he put his mask and hair covering on and exited to find most of the second years from 2A out of the hot springs and all of 2B having arrived at the camp since they came a bit later than 2A did. 2B had spent a few times with Izuku, but he normally trained with 2A instead of 2B since it was the class he just did it more often with and schedule tended to align with. The first day of training came to an. The second day of training was set to be a grilling day of working on their combat moves. These weren't super moves or anything but just general combat fighting like quirkless fighting or hand-to-hand since you shouldn't rely fully on quirks as Eraserhead proves day in and day out against the students as he would turn their quirks off to screw with them. Izuku overall was pushed hard as he had to fight the wild pussycats by himself, which was a bit tricky with their quirks, but against the dirt monsters, he overcame them easily since he used his katana Izanagi as he cut through them effectively. The others did well at keeping him away since they relied on telepath orders from Malande, which stopped Izuku from hearing the plans. Though you must remember the wild pussycats were not combat-type heroes in a long shot as they focused on rescue work instead. Though they presented a large challenge for Izuku since they were an effective team who covered each other's weaknesses. Izuku just had a very good base of skills and was able to take out half of the team before being defeated. Really? What is with me taking out half of the teams and then losing? Izuku thought, thinking back to his final exam, though he could see Eraserhead watching from the distance with a knowing look in his eye when Izuku got cornered. What? Izuku asked, and Eraserhead said he knew exactly why he was staring, and Izuku just pouted a bit. I do it one time and it's never going to be lived down, is it? Izuku asked, and Eraserhead shook his head, which confused the rescue-type heroes since they were not told about Izuku being quirkless or anything. They didn't even know his real name or face either since Yue didn't loop them in since they told them that Aizawa was fully responsible for him and not them, which they accepted. The third night they were playing a game of courage where you went into the forest and tried scaring other people. Let's say, Izuku was banned from playing the game anymore and from any future games like that as he had truly scared the individuals. Izuku somehow had red food coloring and mixed it with some dirt which he smeared over his mask and part of his body, so when people found him he looked convincingly unsettling in the dark night with limited light from the moon. By the end of the test of courage, well, at least most of 2B had a healthy dose of fear regarding Izuku due to the scene he pulled in the forest with the realistic appearance he created and the noise that sounded alarming which drew them to him to find the said dead body. It got so bad that Eraserhead had to go in and drag the problem child out, who decided to act like a dead body even more as he had Eraserhead drag him out, which even the man had a hidden smirk as the moment the students even from 2A saw him being dragged with all of the red, they freaked out. Izuku was far more successful in 1 versus 1 against the second years because they didn't have the experience that the staff did, and Izuku was true, as Aizawa said, highly trained by Vagabond, unlike the others who didn't have the former #1 pro hero as their personal trainer. Thanks for reminding me. Looking back, you are right as I analyze the fight now in my mind. Even against Snipe in the 1 versus 1, I couldn't defeat him as I was fighting him. If I had time without others getting involved, I might have since I had a lot of tricks to deploy, but one slip-up would have led to a tranquilizer to the exposed skin like it did when Present Mike trapped me on the wall. Izuku said as he nodded his head and could see his mentor having a smile and proud look on his face that Izuku had understood what he wanted him to get. Soon they headed back to the rooms and gathered their stuff since it was time to return to UA and go home before the next semester started in a bit. Though that didn't mean Izuku's training would come to a stop. Nope, it would only keep going back in the dojo. Third POV. As we skip a few weeks to the middle of the summer break for UA, we can find Izuku, who was currently sitting inside of the dojo with his grandfather Vagabond, who was having Izuku meditate to relax his body. The reason Vagabond was having Izuku do this is because of the type of training that they would be conducting moving forward during the remaining portions of the summer break, which will be exhausting as it will expand on some previous training that they have done before. This training was seeing in the dark so that Izuku didn't have to rely on night vision technology to move around in really dark places, but that isn't really what they are doing today. No, the goal of the training they are going to be starting is that Vagabond wants to teach Izuku how to fight effectively in near pitch-black darkness without relying on his sense of sight but instead relying on smell, sound, and touch. As Izuku felt ready, he stood up and had a BLNDFLD on, blocking his view, complete with a layer of protection under the BLNDFLD to protect his eyes in the event of an accident. Forget that you have eyes and focus on everything else, such as the smell in the room, the sounds that are traveling, the feeling of vibrations when things move in the room, Vagabond said as he was walking through the room while tossing things to cause noise in another direction or setting off sounds by devices. Everything was meant to cause a distraction for Izuku, who was needing to ignore the noise and find the other human in the room. Use the sounds and how much large of a sound to gauge the person's weight and body height. Having a rough guess can help determine how long their arms may be when they attack if they are able to see in the room, though you do have the option of attacking them first, Vagabond said as he suddenly ran at Izuku, since he was highly trained in this and could pick up Izuku's location due to the sound of his grandson's breathing. Izuku could hear the footsteps coming but could do nothing to stop himself from getting thrown on the ground. Izuku landed with a large sound as he rolled to his back and pushed himself up as he struggled in the complete blackness. This type of training continued for days until nearly 3/4 of the summer break had passed by in a flash. Izuku could be seen with his shirt off, with Vagabond tending to Izuku's wounds due to the sheer number of bruises he had across his body, since Vagabond refuses to treat his grandson with soft gloves, which means he never holds back. Now that isn't to say he is using all of his strength, but he surely isn't holding back as he would do with a normal individual. No, he was treating Izuku just as if he was a fierce opponent out in the field that needed to be stopped, so that meant attacks that would indeed cause injuries across Izuku's body, which Izuku was thankful for, since he would be upset if his grandfather ever treated him kindly in the training sessions. Izuku wanted to grow stronger, and you don't do that by being treated with kid gloves. Vagabond, though, wanted Izuku to take a break for a few days and let his body rest up, since they had been pushing it for some time. Take a break and go hang out at a park or a cat cafe like you like to do in your little free time. We need to let your body heal up a bit more, unless you want to see if Recovery Girl will heal you up, Vagabond said, which Izuku agreed, since he was really sore from all of his training. He didn't really want to go to Recovery Girl since all of the bruising would look a bit too much like he was being. As Izuku left the dojo and started to walk towards the cat cafe he tends to visit, he thought about the progress he was making in the darkness training, as it was far more complex than typical fighting at nighttime in the dark, as Izuku's entire sense of sight is blocked, which forced him to rely on everything else. For the first portion of the training, he wasn't doing anything good as he just kept getting overwhelmed, but lately he's able to block hits that come his way and land a few hits here and there. They still had about a half of a month left before UA would start up again for the second semester of his first year, so he was hoping he would start getting a bit better to start going on the offensive instead of always being on the defensive, but he knew it would take likely a year or more for him to gain a good foothold in this type of challenging training. Though Izuku pushed that out of his mind when he arrived at the cat cafe. It was a decent-sized cafe that had cats that roamed around the shop. There was seating all around the place, and near the middle was a maze of holes and playthings for the cats to use and play on when they didn't want to be near the humans in the shops, since you had to try really hard to get a cat from the center of the place without the owners of the shop opening the top where they can get to any part of the cat playground. Izuku would come to this shop every so often since he enjoyed the cats, and he honestly didn't have human friends since he doubted he considered anyone in his life as a friend, since anyone he has ever made friends with has always turned on him in the end. As such, the cats become the object of his positive engagement outside of his mother, Vagabond, Eraser, Nizu, and the rest of the staff of UA, who he isn't as close to as Nizu and Eraser, who have become more or less family. As Izuku went to sit down in his normal area, he found that someone was already there, which was a purple-haired kid who looked like he hadn't slept in a long time. He looks like a mini version of Dad. Interesting, Izuku thought as he wondered if his gay old man had a secret love child before he found out his sexuality. Izuku sat down near the kid who looked at Izuku and ignored him, as Izuku just sat there doing nothing, which confused the purple-hair kid until he saw the cats that had ignored him up to that point walk over to the new arrival and rub against his feet and jump on him. It wasn't like the purple-hair kid didn't have a lot of cats on him, but he knew from coming to the shop all of the time that the cats that went to the green-hair kid were the ones that tended to avoid everyone else, which confused the purple-hair kid. Izuku noticed the kid staring and decided to speak up since he had an idea why he was starting. Confused on why they just come to me and not other people? Izuku asked out of nowhere, which startled the kid since he realized he was starting but nodded his head. Doesn't want to talk interesting? Izuku thought as he observed the kid with all of the skills that Nizu had taught Izuku on reading a person's body language. These cats here have been neglected a lot by humans, so they are distrustful of any attempts by humans to get them to come. I didn't even try to get them to come and just completely ignored them, which brought them towards me since they saw I didn't actively try to approach them but let them decide on the level of interactions. It took a few years, but I built enough trust in them that they were willing to finally touch me instead of just being near me, Izuku said, and the kid nodded his head. That explains why they never come to me then, since I've repeatedly tried to get them to come to me before, the purple-hair kid said, and Izuku decided to introduce himself as Izuku Midoriya as he gave his real name since he could tell the person he was talking to was a few years younger, which meant he wouldn't run into him in school at UA anytime soon unless it was in Izuku's last year. Even if he found Izuku in UA, if he attends then it'd be too late since Izuku was betting his quirkless status were going to be revealed by his third year, as did Nizu. The kid looked at Izuku and finally after a few seconds decided to provide a name as well, Shinso. Hitoshi Shinso, the boy now known as Shinso said, and Izuku nodded his head and didn't push for anything more since Izuku could clearly see based on body language that the kid was an individual harmed by others before and was less trustful in other people by nature. As such, Izuku just laid down on the couch he was sitting on and let the cats roam across him, though it did hurt slightly as they would apply pressure on the bruising across his body, which made Izuku feel some slight discomfort due to their weights. Third POV. The remaining time of the summer break was coming to a close, and Izuku decided to check in with Hitoshi Shinso one more time before school kicked off, as his time would become far more limited in what he could do outside of everything, as Aizawa had told Izuku that things would slightly change in his second semester to account for some things that were going to be going on if they decided to approve of it for him, but Izuku didn't know what those things were going to be, so he had put it out of his mind until recently. Now thinking back to his own personal training in regards to the blackness training he was doing, where he would have his sense of sight completely blocked off, this training had some more progress, but it was nowhere near Vagabond's abilities to do it or where Vagabond would consider Izuku having obtained a basic ability to perform it either. Izuku had reached the stage of more or less being able to dodge nearly 80% of the strikes that were sent his way, but he still ended up on the ground almost all of the time anyway since Izuku would get grabbed instead of Vagabond going for a hit instead. As such, Izuku still had a lot more work to do but was making headway into being able to defend himself fully without having his sense of sight. Once he could truly defend himself, he would start working on proactively attacking instead of defensive fighting. Pushing forward, Izuku was now standing outside of Shinso's training location, as Izuku had suggested Hitoshi find somewhere he could train in private or in peace without others bothering him since Izuku was sure the boy was being hounded at his school similar to how Izuku used to be but not as badly likely since Shinso still had a quirk even if it was a mental one. Izuku knew there was a range of mental quirks, but he was betting on the body language that Shinso had that it was likely one that would be classified as either very weak or as villainous somehow, which Izuku always hated because a quirk wasn't villainous unless you made it so via your actions using said quirk. This somehow made Izuku remember the boy called Miro Togata from about a year or so ago when they had finished cleaning the beach he had worked on, and Togata had helped finish. Izuku could truly never understand people's lack of creativity with their own quirks, as so many things could be done with so many different quirks. It was hard to find one that was truly useless or so weak that something couldn't be done with it, as something always had an application for it to be used for, but sadly human minds are limited in always wanting to be flashy. After a short walk from a train station that he took, he arrived at the location that Shinso had texted him on where he had started to work. The location was actually a little hideaway spot in a forested area that Shinso had cleared out of old trash. Since people used it as a hidden dumping ground away from prying eyes since people would do it at night time. Ironic since I cleaned an illegal dumping ground on a beach and Shinso did a smaller size one in a forested area, but still ironic on how we did something similar, Izuku thought as he saw Shinso working out with a black armless shirt on. Izuku could see without a doubt that Shinso had indeed been sticking more or less to the workout plan since he had been putting muscle mass on in a more slim and firm way. Izuku decided he spent enough time watching and stepped out of his spot where he was hiding, which caught Shinso's attention, who was startled at not noticing someone that close since Izuku was about 8 feet or so away from him. "Scared you?" Izuku asked with a joking tone that Shinso slightly glared at him for, but it went away quickly. "I see you have been keeping up with the workout. Have you had any luck on getting any dojo to accept you for martial arts training?" Izuku asked, and Shinso shook his head that none would accept him since they saw his mental quirk as villainous, which made. "Do you think the commission will try to block me?" Izuku asked, and Nizu took a second before speaking. "I am worried, but we have ammo to fight back against them with the fact that you are tea leaves, which has made a huge impact on the hero industry as you have made heroes in general stronger due to your analysis and helped solve crimes. This should keep them from stopping you from getting your provisional license if we make an agreement that you will allow people to directly send email requests for analysis for cases or for themselves to get strong, though it would be a requirement that you be compensated like normal heroes and allowed to deny to ensure you can still have time to work and train. This should provide them an incentive to ignore your quirk statues since again you have made an impact on the hero field as hero deaths went down 5% when you came on the scene with your notes and villain captures increased 10% due to people getting your analysis on villains and ways to capture them," Nizu said, and Izuku felt more confident in surviving the judgment of the Hero Commission. "If you think our chances of surviving their judgment and not being denied a chance at taking the provisional exam, then I want to take my shot and do it. Getting an entire semester of being out in the field in patrols and work will greatly help me experience-wise," Izuku said as he nodded his head, and both of the teachers smiled as they said they would start getting things ready. Aizawa said that during the few weeks before the exam would happen they would be spending all of their time working on Izuku's combat moves since he doesn't have a quirk for super moves like flashy heroes do, nor does he really need one. No, he needs to understand all of the combinations of moves he can do in battle and what is effective on certain things when others are not. As such, this is how Izuku's first homeroom of the second semester came to an end as it was time to go to the entrance assembly. Izuku left his mask and katana as he slipped into the seating area where general study students would be sitting since there were so many extra seats there than needed since sometimes they invite people off campus to join events on campus, so there were far enough seats. This is how Izuku spent the first portion of his morning before diving headfirst into the training that Aizawa had set up since he had ectoplasm on standby with a large number of clones in different sizes from the weaker versions to the ones combined together to make a stronger one. Izuku would fight the clones as Aizawa would jump in every so often to throw Izuku off his game since in the exam he would be targeted by other people from different schools. I'll tell you now, even though I tend not to tell other classes that I teach. There is a thing called the UA crushing, which is where the other schools target UA students since the quirks are broadcasted in the sports festival. You of course didn't broadcast a quirk, nor did your face truly get seen. Though you will still be targeted if they know you are from UA just for that fact, so anticipate people targeting you in groups which you will need to overcome, Aizawa said, and Izuku nodded his head at that and understood the warning. Izuku continued to fight the clones as they were sent and dealt with Aizawa whenever the man threw attacks or objects out to throw Izuku off his game. As the day progressed, Izuku spent the next few weeks just repeating this type of training using different moves and seeing everything he could do to counter either groups or individuals when he was attacked. One thing Izuku learned from all of this training was that his gloves could send enough electrical shock to deal with multiple people at once since Power Loader gave him adjusted gloves this semester with a higher output since he saw Izuku use the gloves as a shocking method with his medals from a distance. The shock wasn't enough to incapacitate anyone, but it still stung if you got hit by it. Izuku also started to adapt to using some of his sleeping drags more often as he had throwing knives or his special shuriken coated with some sleeping drags in a special pouch he had created. The pouch would keep the drags contained into it so it didn't leak out onto himself if he had an open wound, and if he needed more coated in it, he could put his other throwing weapons that were uncoated into the pouch to have the drags applied since there was a device inside that did it for Izuku, so He didn't have to directly touch the drags, which were helpful if he ever had an open wound on his hand. Overall, Izuku felt prepared, but he could only see if he would be when it was time for the exam itself, which was in a few days, so Izuku was now just relaxing his body before the day arrived. He truly hoped it would go alright and no one caused him an issue just because he was. The text does not contain any explicit content, violent, or gory sections. Therefore, I will return it unchanged. Revised text. Third POV. Izuku had long told Vagabond and his mother Izuku Midoriya about the coming provisional exam that he would be taking. Vagabond was kind of shocked that it was already going to be allowed for him, but Izuku explained the reasons behind why Nizu and Aizawa wanted him to take the exam already compared to waiting until his second year, which Vagabond found quite smart of them to do, since it would indeed make it harder for people to find the true individual under the mask. Vagabond, when he understood the reasons why Izuku would be taking the exam earlier and the risks being played with, decided to get involved as well. Unknown to Izuku, Vagabond reached out to Nizu and Aizawa as he informed them that he would be joining Aizawa going to the test site for the exam since he was still held an active license, and in the event that the commission decided to still try to push back with the knowledge of Izuku being tea leaves who had such an impact on the hero society with decreasing hero death rates and increasing criminal captures, then Vagabond was not afraid to throw his weight around to get things done. It might surprise people, but Vagabond was still relatively popular with the older generations, unlike the newer ones. He also passed a large amount of money from his extremely long career that would allow him to take experienced legal action against the commission, since there is no rule on the books that says a quirkless person couldn't be a hero. As such, Vagabond was ready to throw his hat back in the ring of heroics if he needed to cause some chaos, since he still well knew with the older heroes or those that had looked up to him when they entered heroics. It's just people didn't know his true name or appearance since he wore a mask all of the time, which he was going to go in the full outfit when he went to the exam site, since he still didn't want people really know his face, even though some did figure out if they dug deep enough. Anyway, the day of the exam arrived and Izuku was with Aizawa as they pulled up to the exam site. Izuku was already in his full hero outfit since Aizawa had him change already into it since he would be with him until he enters the arena, so it was fine for Izuku to be in outfit already. As they were walking, there were whispers around from the second years that Izuku normally was within class that had failed the first time, and they inched a bit away from him, which Aizawa smiled slightly under his scarf. I see you still have some rooted fear in their hearts from the sheet you pulled at the camp. Problem, son, Aizawa said, and Izuku chuckled under his mask as he did indeed saw they all inched away as he walked by. Everyone in the room was a bit stunned at Vagabond's downright tone of voice, which he used against the commission's president. Izuku could notice the irritation in the president's facial expression and body language, even though she was trying hard to not allow it to show due to Vagabond's lack of respect. Izuku decided to take control of the situation like Nizu had taught him in doing and use everything to his advantage, even how his emissary had been acting in the room, so he spoke up. "Mdm President, please forgive my MSDR's lack of respect since he is quite hard set in his views at his age," Izuku said as he spoke, as he took control of the situation and excused his MSDR's actions by using his age as an answer, which made Vagabond want to chuckle as he knew what Izuku was doing, as Nizu had a general plan in mind even though he didn't anticipate the president being there. Nizu suspected she would get involved later on, but not this soon since Izuku was the first quirkless person this close to actually getting a license. "I understand the possible public reactions to this, but you must also consider the positive reactions as well in this situation," Izuku said, catching their attention as the president told him to continue explaining what he meant. Hook, line, and seeker, Izuku thought as he had control of the conversation now. "As my MSTR did say, though crudely, the commission could use this as evidence that they are accepting of all quirks, or rather lack of a quirk, if you were to allow this to continue. You don't have to express support, but you do just have to express that those that seek the path of heroics understand they are putting their lives at risk when choosing that path. This allows you to keep your distance from supporting me, but also to keep a hand on the steering wheel of the conversation that would arise if people were to ever find out about me truly being quirkless, since hardly anyone outside of the commission or those in direct knowledge know most underground hero quirks. This means it would be hard for most people to find out about me being quirkless, since I plan to go into underground heroics, as I don't want to be in the spotlight." as even UA is supporting me in keeping my information private, which would be easier with the Commission's support. We would delay when people would even realize the truth about me if it were to get out. By then, I would have a track record defending why I am able to hold myself in the field, which you can use to defend your position in allowing me to receive my license like everyone else. Society would sooner or later accept it as a possible concept in their minds, even if there is a bit of public backlash which you can easily distance yourself from with how I previously mentioned. Heroics is dangerous for everyone that goes into the field after all, so the amount of danger doesn't really change when I am compared to someone with a mental quirk or non-combat pro hero. Izuku said as he stopped and took a drink of water and allowed them to process the information that he had presented. As they sat there in silence considering their options, some members started to nod their heads as Izuku was indeed right, as they could distance themselves and it wouldn't affect the Commission unless they wanted to use it as public to gain support as a supporting organization of different quirks or lack of a quirk. Though Izuku could see that some of the higher-ranked members and the president weren't fully sold on the idea of letting Izuku go free, so Izuku decided to go all in with the fact that he was tea leaves like they believed they would need to do. Now, there is also another benefit of allowing me to obtain my provisional and in the future my full license. The Commission has after all been publicly talking about the recent statistics of hero death rates being down by 5% with villain captures increasing 10% lately, which we all know was influenced due to my analysis that I had been providing Hero Society since I am tea leaves after all. Izuku said with a normal smile on his face as he looked at the president in the eyes. All of the Commission officials widened their eyes slightly before going back to normal completely, though the president was staring directly at Izuku more now with the new information being known that he was tea leaves, since even they had been trying to find out who it was without success. Izuku of course long stopped going to the public library as he had learned how to code and hack after a few years of starting his work with Nizu before he had to release the fact that he wasn't doing the work himself. Now, allowing me to become a pro hero means that I would have a far more direct impact on crime rates since I would be working with other pro heroes more often, and even as a provisional hero I would be allowed to work on cases with more knowledge, which would speed cases up. Izuku wasn't going to waste such a perfect opportunity to get some sweet innocent karma justice by ensuring they had to wait an entire semester again to apply for the exam, which was risky since schools would start getting annoyed if you fail it too many times. Izuku was within feet of them before one turned around at the sound of a rock falling, but by then it was too late as Izuku struck both of their backs and one each on their side. The two individuals cursed out and moved away from Izuku, who threw his metal wire on one and pulled the guy towards him. This guy had a quirk that allowed him to send sonic waves at things. He used it to trip me up all of the time as it caused balance issues. Izuku thought as he hit the last two targets since the individual couldn't break free. Izuku threw this individual off to the side and let him out of the wires as he focused back on the other individual. Izuku didn't need to worry about him anymore since you were fully out if all of your targets got hit before you hit the required number of passing kills in the first stage, which was 4 people. The second individual yelled out and threw his attacks out, which were static shocks. Now it isn't nice to shock someone, Izuku said with his modified voice under the mask, which had been added recently to slightly change his voice at his will with a small rotating mark on his mask. This was to help cover up his identity out in the field if people couldn't pick one single voice to place with his mask, which would confuse people all of the time. Got to love Power Loader and his inventions? Izuku thought as he didn't dare using the metal wire on the second individual in fear of getting a shock through the wires. Instead, he threw a smoke bomb down on the ground and around the other guy and used his training that Vagabond had been doing over the summer with him. Izuku couldn't really attack someone, but it did help him find people. Also, smoke wasn't like having his entire vision blacked out completely, so he was able to move around and still see the ground below him as he moved, so he found the individual with the aid of his training and quickly subdued the second-year hero student. All of the guy's targets were done and he was out, so Izuku just ran off to find more people to eliminate from the game since he needed to defeat 2 more individuals to pass to the second stage. Izuku arrived a bit closer towards the area that the escape tunnel was at, which is where you had to go when you passed. Even if you had all of your points you could still be killed, but still pass of course if you had enough points. Izuku came here to hunt for anyone that would be aiming to go to the passing area, and Izuku was in luck as a group of 6 individuals that appeared to be from the same school were running back to the tunnel to go to the next stage. The thing though, Izuku heard one guy had only 1 point left on his device before he would be knocked out, and he only had 3 kills to his name. This meant one of the people in his group was going to let themselves be eliminated since they had already passed. Well, I can be cruel, or I can go for the people that passed already and not anger the entire group for future working relationships. Izuku thought to himself as he decided not to be cruel to the other guy and just go for the other members who had already earned their passing points. As they got closer, Izuku jumped from his hiding spot right into the center of the group and used his shock gloves to stun a few people where he hit their point boxes before he threw down a smoke bomb and ran towards the passing stage since he had gained his last points he needed to pass as indicated on his device. The smoke cleared by the time Izuku already entered the passing stage area since they were quite close, and they were stunned as they saw 2 of their members had been eliminated without them realizing what had happened. They turned to see Izuku had just entered the clearing area and made their way quickly after letting their teammate get his needed point. As they entered, they looked at Izuku, who was rubbing the back of his head, and shrugged before walking away with a wave of his hand as he didn't want to talk about it, nor did they seem like they wanted to talk as they were still processing what had just happened due to how fast Izuku hit them and ran away without really being seen that much during the entire encounter. It was about another 40 minutes before the first stage of the exam had come to an end, and Izuku was tired of waiting since he wanted to pass before the commission decided to try something stupid like screwing with him. Anyway, the second stage was being prepared, and the announcer Miro told them all that the second and final stage of the provisional license exam was a rescue operation exam where they needed to evacuate the citizens out of the danger zone and back to medic tents that would be waiting for them as the city had gotten hit by villains. As Izuku listened into the conversation, he knew that it meant that the so-called villains could still be in the test area and would attack, which Izuku made a mental note to keep a watch out for them. Izuku was also glad that he had a heavy dose of rescue training with 13, who had explained the advantages that his own weapons could have in reducing people like Izanagi held in getting into trapped people or blocked off areas. Izuku moved into position and knew it would likely be better if he did the exam with some people to help him, but underground heroes tend to do solo work all of the time, so he needed to also be able to work outside of set teams since he might arrive on site to join a random team at any random chance. As the city was thrown into chaos and the actors all went into position, Izuku ran off when they were allowed to enter and started to take to the rooftops of the area and back areas where more destruction happened, so he would have a higher viewpoint to find people or incoming threats. About 4 minutes into the exam, he saw a group of students who were trying to move rubble to get to some trapped citizens, so Izuku headed down to them to see if he could help. "Need an assistant?" Izuku asked as he landed by them, and they turned to him on their guard but relaxed as they saw he was a student. One person spoke up, and Izuku noticed that this was the same team of 6 that he had encountered at the last part of the first stage, which made him chuckle in his mind. "We need to move the rubble, but none of us have strong enough strength or quirks to move it. We were about to send someone to get some help from another team unless you have a way," the person who looked like the leader of the team said, and Izuku nodded his head as he pulled Izanagi out and walked to the rubble, which was more of a solid part. "I can get us in by creating a hole large enough for us to fit in and send them out," Izuku said as he ordered everyone away from the surface of the rock on the other side, which they responded they were away from it. Izuku slowly pushed his blade in, surprising everyone since they thought he was crazy with a sword, but it wasn't a normal sword. The hole was big enough for them to crouch down slightly and walk right into the hidden room as Izuku had the rubble fall forward towards them and not inside in the event there wasn't too much room. He did this by cutting the parts on an angle so they slid off and down towards them outside, and then on the lower part it just fell in since it didn't matter for such a small part. The team started to enter and Izuku followed, while a few stayed outside guarding the place in the event of attacks, as Izuku wanted them aware of the possibility since the exam instructors didn't rule it out, nor does reality ever rule it out. They had thanked him for the advice, and as they were inside they examined the injured people and helped them out. Izuku carried one person on his back as he left and went down lower to exit the room, and soon they had all 5 of the people before they headed off. The team had invited Izuku to join them for the rescue operations, which he agreed to join them since they had worked nicely together, though Izuku didn't know how they would react if they found he was quirkless. Soon after dropping them off, they headed back out and started working on getting more people, which they were in the middle of when villains attacked once again, as the so-called villains started to push forward towards civilians that were injured and people were trying to get them out of the path of the villains. Izuku and the leader from the six-man team split off to stall the villains from getting close to the team, operating in some rubble as they were pulling people out of a tighter space, which was taking them a bit of time. "How good are you at combat since I am the strongest from my team?" the guy asked, and Izuku said he was confident in fighting most people in single combat and small groups to pull wins out, but many experienced people would be challenged to do if it was in a group instead of solo combat without interruptions. The boy decided to introduce himself as Seiki Tamaki, and his hero name was Iron Golem. He said is true. The text is safe and does not contain explicit, violent, or gory content. Revised text. Izuku thought this was an interesting quirk, but he didn't say what his own quirk, or rather lack of a quirk, was, since he quickly diverted the attention. "You deal with the guys on the left and I go right?" Izuku quickly asked, and Seiki said yes, but was ready to ask what Kitsune's Izuku quirk was, but Izuku already ran off to his people that he needed to fight, which he did overall well, as he used his height and skills to his advantage and made them fight in close combat when some clearly weren't capable of doing so. Izuku looked for people that seemed to be good at long distance and took them out first before fighting those that seemed more prepared for distance combat. As Izuku had taken out about a dozen people, the buzzer for the exam came to an end as everyone came to a stop. Izuku looked back to where the team had been and saw they had long been gone with the civilians, which were good for them to get them out instead of backing up, since citizens come first. They must have been some of the last people left on the field. Izuku thought as he helped some of the people he defeated up off the ground, and they thanked him for it. Izuku walked with Iron Golem back to the announcer area where a screen appeared. On this screen, you will find your hero names if you had received enough points to pass. Your individual score will be provided to you, as staff will walk around with a page with your hero name and score. Those that didn't meet the required points to pass but enough to make the buffer zone will be allowed to take the makeup exam, while those out of the buffer zone will need to wait until next semester since you had lost too many points. Those that passed, you are free to leave once you have your license photo taken and provided to you after you pass through the line to my left. Mara said, and signed to where those that passed needed to go once they had their individual scores. Izuku waited to be given his since he saw his name, which made him so happy, but he wanted to see how many points he had. Once he received his card, he saw that he had 89 points out of he had lost points due to his stunt with his sword, as the fake citizens could tell those he was with were shocked as well, which isn't a good thing to happen in front of scared people. He should have made clear to those he was working with his plans so the citizens wouldn't be scared of what was going on based on the expressions of the heroes saving them. This was a fair point that Izuku had to agree with, and the other things he got hit with were some things about making sure he has a path to escape during fights, as he had made himself a bit closed in with villains on all sides of him, which was a bit idiotic, though he clearly was handling himself. Again, Izuku admitted that it was a fair statement on their part, but he was still happy he passed. Izuku had his picture taken with his mask on, and soon he was out and walking to find Eraserhead and Vagabond, who looked so proud of Izuku. "I did it," Izuku said as he jumped into the hug of Vagabond and got his head patted by Eraserhead as they told him that he did a good job. This was how Izuku Midoriya a Kitsune achieved his history as the first quirkless person in Japan to achieve his provisional license. The next day arrived and Izuku could be found sitting in the homeroom relaxing a bit as he was waiting for Aizawa and Nizu to arrive, since they wanted to talk about how work studies would work overall for Izuku. After waiting about 15 minutes since he was slightly earlier than normal, Aizawa walked into the room and looked at Izuku as he set a binder down, which Izuku saw was a bit thick but didn't really care since he didn't know what was in it, but if he needed to know he would be told what was inside of it. Now, Nizu appeared out of the vent that Izuku hadn't been in lately, which he thought about doing sometime soon since people wouldn't believe in the cryptid anymore if he got lazy at it. "So, you said we are talking about work studies, correct?" Izuku said, and Aizawa nodded his head as he sat down at the table. "Indeed, we are problem child," Aizawa said as Izuku moved to the table as well, since that is where Nizu was also standing on the table, so he was suspecting they wanted him there, which he was right as they opened the binder. What was in the binder, you might ask? Well, it was laws and more laws as each page got turned. Izuku looked at them with a deadpan expression and Nizu chuckled slightly. As an underground pro hero, It is important to know as many laws that you can bend without breaking because things get extreme sometimes in the line of work for underground heroes, unlike the daylight heroes, Aizawa said, and Izuku listened as he spoke. Izuku could see where this was going and he believed he was going to enjoy this. We are not running straight into work studies right away, but you are now under me for yours officially, so you can act if you ever are in the direct need to if there isn't another pro hero on site capable of dealing with the issue. Do you understand? Aizawa said, and Izuku nodded his head and repeated, I act only if I believe others are in danger and won't be reached by full licensed pro heroes in time, or they are occupied by other things such as another villain, so I should grab the citizens and remove them from the range of the fight. Otherwise, keep my hands to myself, Izuku said with a small smirk on his face as he twisted what Aizawa said to allow for more wiggle room, and the man knew it but didn't say anything against it as he nodded his head with his own smirk. See, you are already learning to do exactly what I want you to do with these laws, Aizawa said with a grin on his face, and Izuku realized what he was truly going to be doing. He was going to be reading all of the laws in the binder and remembering as many as he could, which he can figure out ways to bend the laws to his advantage in the field. If you bend it but don't break it, then well, you didn't break the law, even though a lot of them didn't apply to Izuku in the first place, but now he had his provisional, so he needed to play nicer. Aizawa said that the binder was Izuku's copy to keep since Nizu made a few extras in the event they needed them, which were in the library. Izuku knew right away that Aizawa would be upset if Izuku took extreme measures against every villain he could. Understanding the implications of laws and knowing when to act, even if it wasn't intended in the eyes of the law, was what Aizawa wanted Izuku to learn. As such, he learned it and made notes about it. Overall, the law for heroes didn't really judge when force was too much, as Izuku could clearly see for people like Endeavor, but it did have its limits that could be bent if you knew how. Some other laws that Izuku looked into and made sure to remember were the probable cause doctrines, which stated that if licensed individuals had probable cause, they were allowed to investigate a property or monitor an individual to see if any criminal activity was taking place. This required the involvement of a licensed individual to ensure the safety of others from potential harm. The issue again with this law was that it didn't specify what qualified as reasonable suspicions, but another law provided answers to use to navigate the first. Heroes may rely on their experience in judging an individual's actions as grounds to track and monitor individuals to determine if they are engaged in illegal activities or villainous actions. This opened the door for many actions, and when applied with another law, it created even more opportunities. Using both laws to defend his actions would allow warrantless searches of properties that he wanted to investigate without concern. He knew that if he did it all the time, the commission would get annoyed and likely crack down on him, but he could use it to defend his actions occasionally if he truly believed someone was in danger or committing crimes. Finally, though it was all done, and Izuku had read through all of the laws with notes on the pages looking for loopholes to exploit, he committed certain laws to memory to defend himself against the police or government to ensure he could get his job done. Aizawa was now standing in the room during the last PRD of class for the day, near the end of the month, and looked at Izuku as he began to play around with laws he believed Izuku should have memorized since he used them quite often. It turned out Izuku had nearly all of them down, and Aizawa was satisfied with what Izuku had learned, though he felt a bit disturbed when Izuku mentioned a loophole he didn't realize was in the books. But how did you figure such a loophole out? Should I be concerned? Aizawa asked in reference to the excessive force laws that Izuku had figured out by using several laws together that Aizawa had never considered. Not at all. It would be quite foolish of me not to find such a loophole in the laws. Now wouldn't it, Nizu-sensei? Izuku said, and right as he finished, Nizu dropped down on the table with tea in his hands. Izuku held up a small paper with a perfect score for landing without spilling the tea. Thank you for the score. Indeed. It would be disappointing if my best personal student ever didn't realize such a loophole was on the books. Now saying that, I am quite disappointed in you, Shoyuta Aizawa, for not finding that significant loophole until Izuku pointed it out. It's quite useful if you are in a tricky situation with someone needing help. I've even applied it a few times in the past, Nizu said as he sipped his tea again and sat down in a chair. Aizawa just stared at Nizu and muttered something about his boss influencing the innocent child, which made Izuku roll his eyes. The text does not contain any explicit content, violent, or gory sections. Therefore, it is safe to return unchanged. Revised text. I haven't been innocent since the age of 4 when I got declared quirkless. That day opened my eyes to the unfair world and killed any sense of innocence out of me. It's just my turn at the wheel in throwing shit back at people since it's so useful to have a license now, even if it is only provisional, since the law makes no difference between the two, as it actually says in one law that the word licenses is in reference to both. Provisional heroes are only a formality of where people rank in authority on the scene of an incident. Izuku said with a smirk as he pointed the fact out that there was really no difference between a provisional license and a full hero license in the eyes of the law, except the power of authority in the field. This caused Nizu to laugh as Aizawa ran his hand down his face, groaning at the fact that Izuku had found such a thing out. Anyway, it's time you start doing field work with me moving forward. Of course, you can go with someone else, but I will be a bit looser in what you get to do since I know your capabilities. Moving forward, you will join me on any future patrols I do regardless of the day, since it's all at night, which means you better have that sleeping bag on you all of the time like I do, problem child. You are going to be needing to find sleep wherever and anywhere you can, Aizawa said, and Izuku groaned at that but knew it had to be done. Izuku nodded his head and was glad he did have the sleeping bag already, since it was going to come in so much need moving forward. Aizawa did suggest getting a lot of fruit pouches as well, since they are good to keep the body going when he can't make full meals, which Izuku nodded his head at. Nizu just chuckled a bit and asked how Izuku had been doing on the tea leaves work, which Izuku smiled at. I've been doing good. Ever since the commission announced it near the start of the month, I've completed about an average of 2 to 5 cases a week depending on the level of work, as I've gotten 14 cases done so far, with a few hero analysis completed, which I don't include in the numbers as I sometimes already have the work done, which I send out if they are recent notes. Izuku said, and Nizu nodded his head at the work that his personal student had completed already. Izuku was already making a steady flow of income from his analysis work, which would be a perfect side job like Aizawa teaches on the side of underground work, since it doesn't make vast amounts of money like limelight work does due to merchandise deals. Soon the day came to an end, and Aizawa told Izuku that the first patrol for Izuku would start the following week on Tuesday, since he tends to go out Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, while the rest are resting days or other things, since he works during the day at UA. Closing into where the scream happened, he wanted to throw up at what he saw. Inside the room were women and children of all different ages, but that isn't what horrified Izuku. No, it was the fact that they were all lifeless bodies laying on the ground. Izuku looked around to see where the scream came from, and then he saw a man coming out of a door that was on the floor. Must be keeping the people underground, Izuku thought as he kept his food in his stomach down as what he has witnessed. This wasn't a human trafficking ring. No, it was an organ trafficking ring, because there were several people in lab coats performing procedures on the recently deceased person on the autopsy table in the room near the underground holding area. Izuku just hoped there were still people left alive, but he knew that they may already be too late as well. Izuku pulled his phone out and alerted Nizu and Aizawa of what he found and the fact that this was an organ trafficking ring, not a human one, so they would need hazmat teams to clean the place up since there were bodies to be taken care of from their victims. He did alert them of the fact that there was an underground area, but he didn't know if there was a second entrance to it, though he doubted there was, since it allowed them to contain any other victims they might have. Aizawa told Izuku to stay hidden as he was approaching his location in the next 2 minutes or so, since they needed to be careful, and Nizu said he had police gathering near the location but far away, not to alert the villains. He just needed the word and they would rush in to capture everyone they could that is on the outside of the facility. After waiting a few more minutes, Aizawa arrived by Izuku, who was on guard the entire time but relaxed a bit when Aizawa finally arrived. "Where's the underground portion?" Aizawa asked, and Izuku pointed it out. Aizawa nodded his head and they started to head towards the area, but even Aizawa looked a bit ill from the sights, even though he had years of experience, but seeing lifeless bodies isn't an easy thing to see no matter what. As they scouted the rest of the warehouse out, they knew the numbers of people inside was around 20, while the rest were situated outside of the warehouse or on the other paths coming to the place, as there was a lot of money to be made out of black market organs that the underworld element pays for, since they can't go to a hospital if they have a warrant out for their arrest. Aizawa told Nizu to send the police as they would be launching their attacks, so with that being said they started. Aizawa told Izuku to focus on securing the underground area while he fights above ground. If there were no threats underground, then he was cleared to come back up top to help fight, but anyone left alive was to be found first before he came back. As they dropped down, Aizawa dropped onto 2 people while Izuku dropped onto 1 individual and shocked the man out cold before darting off towards the basement area. As he arrived, he saw there was a large lock on the door which he easily got rid of due to Izanagi just cutting right through the metal easily before he secured his weapon and entered. Moving down, he turned on one of his lights he carries with him and scanned the room for a light source which he found. As he turned it on, he was shocked at the number of people, as there were at least over 60 individuals inside of the basement area, which means counting the dead above would be around 100 total people. I am Kitsune, a provisional hero. Is there anyone in danger down here, or is all of the villains upstairs with my partner? Izuku asked as he yelled it out, since there was no point in being quiet since they lost that element. One lady stood up and said that they were by themselves down here, as the door behind Izuku was the only way out. Does anyone have any critical injuries on them right now that needs to be tended to, or can it wait for medics? Izuku asked, and no one had any wounds. I need you all to stay here as I am going to back my mentor up as we secure the villains who are still fighting us. The police are on the way, but I will be guarding the door to stop anyone from getting in, so just hold on for a bit longer and you will all be out of here. Izuku said as he moved back to the door after walking down the entire basement area and checked to see everyone. He also made sure to inspect their body language to see if anyone stood out as not belonging, as Nizu had warned Izuku that humans love to hide amongst themselves if they find themselves trapped, so they will act as a victim to escape trouble when they are really the threat. Why? Izuku asked, and Aizawa asked what he meant, though had a guess. Why the hell are people such horrible humans being? I went through so much pain and suffering, but then I see this and think everything I went through in life is meaningless compared to what others are put through as they endured such terrible experiences. Izuku said as he looked up to Aizawa, who sighed. Kid, it's not good to compare the two because both are valid. In regards to the why? Well, simply because humans can be cruel and unfair, but as heroes, we are trying to correct as much unfairness in the world as we can. However, underground pro heroes deal with the harsh realities of the world far more than the limelight heroes, nor does the public really ever know what goes on in the dark of night. This is our job, but I don't want you to focus on the ones that we failed to save, but to look at those that we did. Around 60 individuals of all different ages are walking away tonight alive, as they can go back to their families or loved ones, which is because of you noticing something being fishy about an individual and tracking the warehouse down. That was all you, Izuku, and you are why they are walking away alive tonight, Aizawa said, and Izuku had a tiny smile on his face as he thought about those people, as he did indeed save them all from danger, but he wished he could have saved the others. Though, Izuku had to agree that the world was unfair and they could only fight to make the unfairness less in the world. That is what they do as underground pro heroes, because those in the limelight do work and save people, but it's clear from what Izuku can see the vast difference in what both sides of heroics deal with. Izuku wouldn't give what he was doing up, not when he knew that he would be discarding those he could be saving during the night. The people that the limelight forgets about. Soon though Izuku fell asleep since his body had collapsed due to the disturbing sights he saw that night and pure exhaustion from his body lacking energy from all of the fighting and throwing anything his body had in it. Aizawa moved Izuku into the sleeping bag while the man himself walked to his room to make a phone call, even though it was a bit earlier in the morning since the case took a bit due to all of the fighting. As such, at 6 a.m. in the morning, Aizawa called Izuku Midoriya to give her a heads up on the situation. As the phone rang, he could hear her anxious voice since he never calls this early. Aizawa, is everything all right? Izuku asked, and he assured her that they were alive and uninjured. I just wanted to let you know that Izuku's going to stay with me for maybe a few nights as I help him process everything. I can't go into details right now since it's still an ongoing case for the police, but our part is done. We ran into a trafficking ring and the conditions inside were quite troubling even for an experienced pro like myself. This was Izuku's first case like this, so I want him to stay with me so I can help him process it with someone who knows what had happened and has experience, which I didn't get when I was younger. Aizawa explained with limited details, and she thanked him for taking care of her son. No problem, as I am sure you know I see him as a son and care for him. I don't want him being held back mentally by all of this since this is the life of an underground pro hero. It doesn't really get easier, but we become accustomed to the realities of it, which makes it manageable, and I'm going to have him talk to Hound Dog about it in the next session as well, so we cover all the bases. Aizawa said, and she again thanked him and told him good night. He hung the call up and got into his sleeping bag near Izuku so he would know when Izuku woke up next time, so Izuku wasn't dealing with things alone. As Aizawa's eyes closed, he wished his child a good night's sleep, though he was sure Izuku would have some nightmares as he did in the past after his first few cases. As the man slept, the night passed and he soon found himself being abruptly awakened by quick movement as he got out of his bag and found Izuku breathing hard and moving around in his sleeping bag. Aizawa quickly woke him up and Izuku's eyes widened in shock at seeing Aizawa in front of him. Calm your breathing, Izuku, you're not back in the warehouse. You got all of the 60 individuals out of there alive. You saved them, kid? Aizawa said as he knew what the dream was most likely about due to experience, and he was right as Izuku explained what his dream. Izuku soon calmed down and Aizawa had them both up as he was starting an actual meal to eat since he knew Izuku's body needed it due to throwing everything else up last night. As he finished, he put water and the food down in front of Izuku and told him to eat. You need actual food inside of you since you threw it all up last night. Your body is exhausted due to the ride of emotions you have had, so we need to stabilize it, Aizawa said, and Izuku nodded as he slowly took in some food. They both sat there in silence as the clock ticked by, and after a few minutes and half of his food eaten, Izuku spoke up to ask a question. Does it ever get easier? Izuku asked, and Aizawa slowly shook his head. Depends on how you define it, but I don't think it gets easier. Rather, your body dulls your emotions regarding it so you don't panic and have such reactions. It's not that you don't feel anything, because even I did seeing it all, but I was used to seeing it many times in my career that I knew there was no point in getting agitated and letting my emotions loose when I could focus on saving those that were still alive or preventing future victims that the villains would have if they escaped, Aizawa said, and Izuku nodded as he felt like he understood somewhat. How did you deal with it the first time? Izuku asked, and Aizawa sighed as he explained how he didn't have anyone to help him since he had interned with more prominent heroes instead of the actual underground since he didn't have connections to any. I was more chaotic and lashing out at people. My friends Present Mike and Midnight were able to help me calm down after some time, but I would have wished for help right away. I didn't know how to ask for help. I don't want you going through what I did, so I am here for you, kid, so just ask if you ever need help, Aizawa said as he rubbed Izuku's head, and Izuku thanked him as he felt some warmth in his chest. Soon they finished eating, and it was now time to start the paperwork for the case they had been working on. As Izuku sat down at the table, he started to type out his reports since they were doing them on their computers. As Izuku went through it, he noticed that one section of the report had questions about damage caused by quirks, which Izuku laughed at, causing Aizawa to raise an eyebrow. It asks about damage caused by my quirk, which is none since I don't have any. I am betting me putting down none all of the time will raise eyebrows sooner or later, Izuku said, and Aizawa chuckled as he remembered that the government was really more concerned about quirk damage than other damage you could cause, as Izuku could do with his weapons or Izanagi. Aizawa just told him to put down he used support gear and tools instead of using a quirk, which was a true statement since he didn't have a quirk to use. As they continued to do the reports, Izuku felt better as time passed since he was spending time with Aizawa, but he knew he would still need to deal with what he saw, as Aizawa had told him to talk to Hound Dog to help deal with the feelings and thoughts caused by the case since he might be a better person to help understand things. So this was how Izuku spent his Sunday morning and afternoon as he relaxed and calmed down. The text does not contain any explicit content, violent, or gory sections. Therefore, the content is safe and will be returned unchanged. Revised text. Third POV. Izuku Midoriya was sitting in his homeroom like normal in the afternoon as he had already long completed his second-year education and had started working on some of his third-year work when he had a ping from his phone. Izuku decided to take a break and look at his phone and discovered that it was none other than Hitoshi Shinso that was texting him. Hitoshi was asking if Izuku wanted to train together or hang out during the winter break since he would need to be careful with what training he does out in the cold weather, which was smart of Hitoshi to be careful of as it could actually harm your body if you let your body get too cold and work out at the same time. As he thought about it, he heard a voice from behind him which belonged to Aizawa. "Is this the kid you talked about who you had been helping train?" Aizawa asked as he came up behind Izuku. "Ah, yeah, and he's been doing a decent job. I still don't know what quirk he has, but I know it's a mental quirk due to his reactions and body language. I'm betting he gets bullied at his school, but he did tell me he is safe at home with his foster mothers. Judging on his body language then, I am sure he was telling the truth," Izuku said, and Aizawa nodded his head and told Izuku he should go hang out with someone near his age for once. "We will still be doing patrols during the winter break since you have your license, of course, but I want you to just relax for a bit before we kick it back into high gear when your second year starts," Aizawa said, and Izuku nodded as he told Hitoshi that he was open to planning things out to hang out or some training during the winter break. As the last few weeks of Izuku's first year came to an end, he breathed a sigh of relief as he had made it an entire year at UA. This was a large accomplishment to Izuku as he was the first quirkless person to ever step foot into UA or the hero course, but to make it a full year was a miracle that he knew would have been much harder if it wasn't for the staff helping him out so much in supporting him to stay hidden. Izuku knew even if UA had a zero-tolerance policy to bullying and discrimination that there would indeed be sneers and other things that people could get away with, but right now he was enjoying a somewhat normal experience. Izuku soon found himself at the cat cafe where he had agreed to meet Hitoshi at since they wanted to play with the cats. It's so much easier just paying for a cup of coffee or something when you want to play with cats instead of owning one yourself, so Izuku always did enjoy his time at the cafe. As he entered, he found Hitoshi in the normal spot where they would sit and saw the cats all over him. "One of these days you are going to be buried under the cats," Izuku said as he put his katana down next to him when he sat down. Hitoshi just shrugged and asked how UA was, which made Izuku smile a bit. "Ah, I see you are trying to get information out of me on where I attend school. Now that isn't nice, but good job applying the tactics that I've been teaching you on the side," Izuku said with a grin on his face as he had been sliding some of the manipulative tactics that he had learned from Nizu to Hitoshi to help him. Hitoshi just made a clicking sound with his tongue as he failed to get confirmation of what school Izuku went to, since Izuku still hadn't confirmed if he went to UA or not. If you must ask, this year had been filled with many different things and some unpleasant things due to patrols, Izuku said as he shrugged slightly as he said he survived the year and would need to survive the next one as well. "Now enough about me. How is your life? Is school still survivable for now until you try to go for UA?" Izuku asked, fishing for information about Hitoshi's school life since he was sure the boy didn't have friends outside of Izuku, just like Izuku didn't have friends either outside of Hitoshi. "It's manageable. Most people don't talk to me due to my quirk, so it works. It's just the sneers and verbal stuff right now since no one wants to start anything physical due to being afraid of me using my quirk on them, which is stupid since it would prove them right that I am a villain," Hitoshi said, and Izuku could feel a lot of hints there as well that he took in but didn't push Hitoshi to tell him about his quirk, as he only told the boy he could tell him whenever he felt comfortable. Hitoshi thanked him, and they just sat there in silence for a while as they played with the cats and listened to music. Izuku's phone ended up going off as it was an alert from HeroNet. "What is going on?" Izuku thought as he pulled his phone out and looked at it. It turns out there was an active villain attack going on down the street. "Damn it," Izuku thought. As based on the alert, there were no heroes on site yet to stop the situation as the police on site couldn't get near the villain. "I need to go help with a villain attack nearby as no heroes have shown yet, and based on HeroNet I am the closest licensed individual in the next 5 minutes or so. Stay here but run if the situation spreads in this direction," Izuku said as he grabbed his katana and bag that had his mask in it. Hitoshi nodded his head as Izuku slipped out of the cafe and went into the alley where he made sure there was no visible line of sight into cameras. Izuku quickly put his mask on and grabbed his hero outfit out of it as well. "Good thing I carry this thing on me at all times," Izuku thought as he threw it on over his clothing as he didn't have time to waste to get out of them. It did make his movements a bit stiffer since the suit was a bit tighter due to having another layer under his clothing, but he knew he could easily deal with it since he's had training with tight movements before. As Izuku went towards the situation, he texted Aizawa alerting him of what he was doing so he would know since Izuku still showed as the only one nearby based on current information. Aizawa texted back to be careful and make sure to stay hidden the best he can from cameras. As Izuku arrived on a rooftop near the situation, he could see the villain had a strength quirk that allowed him to pick heavy things up and toss them. It looked like he had a rhinoceros mutation as well, so that is where the strength was truly coming from instead of it being a strength quirk, as Izuku could see the two horns on the top of the man's face as it was a bit forward out similar to the animal itself, but still human. Izuku saw the man had a bag of money and it appeared he actually had just robbed a bank before the police arrived. Can't use sleeping darts. The man's skin is most likely thick like the animal as well. Izuku thought as there was a risk of the villain harming the hostage he had in his arms right now as well. It was a middle-aged woman that was being held by the waist as the man was a bit tall so she wasn't even touching the ground. Think, what can I do to stop him and save the hostage? Izuku thought as he watched the villain move and throw things at the cops every so often as he would put the money bag down to do so. Izuku moved closer and was nearly above the man since he had kept backing down the street planning to run. As he looked ready to run and most likely take the hostage with him to ensure he got away, Izuku jumped down to grab her as he kicked the man's hand away from his body using the speed of his drop and body weight. Izuku also made a quick move to create a distraction that forced the man to release his grip on the woman. After grabbing the lady in his role, he told her to get to the cops, which she ran towards them as the villain came swinging at Izuku, though he dodged. Izuku ducked under the man's next attack and made a precise maneuver to disable the man's ability to stand, causing him to lose his balance. As he landed, Izuku used his wires to pull both arms back and tied them tightly to hold the man in a position he couldn't escape from. The more he fought, the tighter the wires became, leading the man to stop resisting. "You're done, big guy," Izuku said through his mask, which distorted his voice a bit as the police ran up to cuff the guy in Quirk-canceling cuffs that stopped enough not to break. The man ended up shrinking slightly down in size as well. Interesting, though rhinos do grow with age. The quirk likely gave him the ability to increase his size and strength accordingly to his size as none of his features changed outside of the size. Izuku thought as he watched the man be dragged off. A few officers approached Izuku asking if he had a license, which Izuku presented to them. "Thank you for your help, Kitsune. Make sure to fill out the reports and/or get your mentor to help you since you did this solo," the one officer said after scanning and verifying Izuku's license. Izuku nodded his head and soon went back into an alley and took his gear off before heading back to the cat cafe to find Hitoshi watching his phone. "So your hero name is Kitsune?" Hitoshi asked as Izuku walked in and sat down, shocking Izuku as he turned to Hitoshi with slight surprise but wondered how he found out. "I take it social media or a picture?" Izuku asked, and Hitoshi nodded his head as a small video showed Izuku take the villain down. "I see. Let me get that requested to be removed." "One moment," Izuku said as he pulled his phone out and sent the request into the Hero Commission Underground Hero Department, who helped keep their image and information on the down low. Izuku then pushed his phone away and looked at Hitoshi, who was a raised eyebrow. "Remember, I am working in underground heroics, so keeping my name, face, and image a secret is better for me as people don't know to look out for me or what to expect," Izuku said as Hitoshi tried to play the video again but got an error as he refreshed the page and the video was gone. "The commission is quick on this stuff," Izuku muttered out as he was shocked it got removed so fast already. "Anyway, since you put two and two together, I need you to keep silent about who I am and my real name being tied to Kitsune. You should understand the importance of it since you are planning to go underground from what we've talked about, but to make it clear, working in the underground is a bit more dangerous as the villains we take care of at night tend to work in organizations that want to get rid of us if they ever find out who we are. Unlike villains during the days that tend to do crimes of opportunity and are less hardened criminals most of the time. Not always, but a good chance they aren't career villains." The winter break was slowly going by as Izuku enjoyed himself, not training all of the time. He spent some time relaxing with Hitoshi or helping him train, correcting techniques that he was learning from the internet since he still hadn't found a dojo. Izuku had considered asking his grandfather Vagabond, but he knew his grandfather didn't really want to help anyone else outside of Izuku and was also enjoying his relaxation as he often visited the house to spend time with his mother, Izuku Midoriya. It turned out that Vagabond saw Izuku as a daughter just like he saw Izuku as a grandson, which wasn't surprising given how often the older man was at the house. If it wasn't for the fact that Izuku knew Aizawa was gay, he would have bet that he and his mother would have gotten together, but he wasn't foolish enough to make such a bet. He was aware that Aizawa had feelings for Present Mike. Those two men always seemed to navigate their feelings around each other, and Izuku was getting tired of witnessing it. He truly wondered how the staff at UA dealt with the two men constantly avoiding the issue. Anyway, outside of all of this, Izuku learned something interesting when he received a text message from Nizu to turn on the news around lunchtime. Izuku changed his phone screen to the local news while having Hitoshi take a break and was shocked by what he saw. Breaking news: local Aldria Middle School and the elementary version have come under scrutiny for various serious charges, including child neglect, child abuse, and psychological neglect. It is particularly concerning that the school allowed students to misuse their quirks against fellow students. As it stands, all of the teachers have been arrested and are being questioned. The elementary-level teachers are facing lesser charges, as it appears the situation escalated with the older students. This information came to light due to Principal Nizu of UA investigating reports of troubling behavior, as he had spent the last year gathering evidence to hold all involved staff accountable, said the news reporter, leaving Izuku shocked to hear about his old schools. He then received another text message from Nizu. Nizu informed Izuku that Katsuki Bakugo would not have his dreams of attending a hero school ruined, as he hadn't committed a large number of incidents in comparison to what others had done to Izuku. Bakugo would be required to attend anger management and perform community service, while any hero school he attends will place him on a semester of probation to monitor his attitude and situation. If he did not change, he would then be removed from whatever school's hero course he entered, though Nizu knew from Izuku that Bakugo planned to attend UA. They both knew that with the current exam setup that Bakugo had a very good chance of getting into the school, so Nizu would be sure to monitor Bakugo more closely since he knew more direct details of Bakugo's life. Izuku was glad that his younger brother, even though they don't talk anymore, still had a chance to improve, but he was also glad that the things that Bakugo had done were nowhere near the level that others had done to Izuku personally, otherwise he wouldn't know how to feel about Katsuki Bakugo aka Kaken anymore. He highly doubted his mind could consider the boy family if that had happened, but luckily the worst things that Nizu found were a few incidents of illegal quirk usage, but never against another individual, but more of fear tactics. Thank God he never directly used it on people, since that explosion quirk would cause a lot of damage. Izuku thought. Izuku was also right that it was the school's influence on Bakugo, as Bakugo only engaged in verbal bullying in elementary school with light pushing and shoving, but never escalated to a fight until middle school, where the teachers enabled the situations and put him on a pedestal. It was at this point that he started to get into a lot more conflicts with those he considered weaker or less capable. Luckily again, he never used his quirk directly on someone, or else the issues for Bakugo would have been greatly different. Izuku thanked Nizu and texted his mother to warn her that the Bakugos might call about what happened, to talk to her to see if Izuku himself ever went through anything like that at the school since he had gone to that school. Hitoshi had been watching the news on his own phone and wished that his school would face similar issues as the others did, which he had said quite lowly, but Izuku heard it as he texted Nizu about Hitoshi's schools and the fact that they are likely similar based on what he knows from Hitoshi's body language and few details he had. Though, Hitoshi didn't need to know that his school had just become a target as well to the rat god himself. Well, that was interesting, but now it's time to get back to training, Izuku said as they got back up and started to train again for another few hours before Izuku decided to call it quits since it was getting a bit too cold. Try to do what you can indoors somewhere or find different activities to make up for the stuff since it's getting a bit too cold to work outside all of the time, Izuku said, and Hitoshi nodded his head, and Izuku decided to ask if he had been practicing with any tools such as staffs or batons. Hitoshi said he's recently started to take up batons, which Izuku nodded his head at. Even using normal batons is a good start since he could use electrified batons whenever he gets into the hero course, which will be far more effective in a fight. Izuku did consider that Aizawa might teach Hitoshi his scarf if the boy were to get into UA, but didn't know how that would work since Aizawa was still teaching Izuku, so he wouldn't be the homeroom teacher of 1A when it came time unless something happened. They both separated and promised to meet up again over the next few days to get more training in for Hitoshi. It also provided Hitoshi someone to spar against and get feedback from, as Izuku had years more experience due to the vigorous training he went through. However, Izuku was in for a surprise when he arrived home to see the Bakugos in his apartment. "Oh my god! I am so lucky it is the weekend," Izuku thought, as he had also got lucky since he left his katana at Aizawa's house since they had a patrol later in the afternoon today. The only reason he was here was to grab clothing since he ran out of clean ones at Dadzawa's place, but unluckily for him the Bakugos were in the house and he didn't hear them this time from the outside like he normally does. Izuku noticed Katsuki Bakugo was also in the house and he looked upset from the reflection he could see in the mirror from where he was standing. Likely due to his world crashing down around him, Izuku said as he slipped into his room and grabbed some stuff. He had planned to eat some food before going but would settle for the fruit pouches at Aizawa's place. After getting some things to stock at Aizawa's place in a backpack, Izuku closed his bedroom door as slightly as he could and started to make his way out of the apartment, but sadly for him, he got caught as his aunt had stood up and gotten a drink from the kitchen and was walking back when she saw him in the hallway near the door. "Izuku, it's good to see you," she called, and Izuku cursed to himself. "Hi Mrs. Bakugo, how are you doing?" Izuku said, and she raised an eyebrow and told him to call her auntie like he always did in the past, so he did it. She pulled him along unwillingly to the living room even though he was so close to escaping. Uncle, it's been quite some time," Izuku said as he hugged the man. Izuku noticed Katsuki Bakugo looking at him and he nodded his head. "Hello Katsuki," Izuku said as a greeting, and the boy's eyes widened slightly. "I see you stopped calling him Kaken like you did as a younger brat," Mitsuki Bakugo said. Izuku slightly shrugged as he hugged his mother. "I thought you weren't coming home tonight?" Inko asked as she started to create an excuse for Izuku to get out of the apartment since she knew he didn't want to be in the room and get asked questions. Nope, they were too close to Izuku achieving his dreams fully for things to start being asked, so Inko would play defensive and run diversions. Yeah, I just needed to grab some clothing before I left. I am going now actually, so I will see you later, mother," Izuku said as he kissed her goodbye and said a quick goodbye before leaving the stunned Bakugos in the living room with his mother. Izuku was out the door in a few seconds quickly as he didn't even tie his shoes before going out of the door. Mitsuki turned her head and asked where he was going for the night and asked if he had a girlfriend or something. Inko just waved it off and said he was staying the weekend with a friend that he would have been late meeting up with if he didn't leave on time. Mitsuki accepted it as she sat down, but she asked a question about how school was for Izuku currently. "It's fine. From what I've recently been told, he recently finished his second-year education and would be doing his third-year work next year. He's been doing accelerated classes since he was smarter than the middle school was telling us, as they tampered with his grades simply because he was quirkless. He could have skipped a few grades before I pulled him out into online school," Inko said as she had something that made them believe Izuku was still in online schools when he wasn't, but she didn't lie either. Izuku indeed did do online schools but just didn't continue once he got into high school, but they didn't need to know that. As the conversation continued, Katsuki Bakugo was struggling internally with everything that was going on since he had gotten in trouble for everything he had done. There was also the possibility of him losing his chance at going to UA or any hero school if he continued his actions, but one thing that stood out to him was what the detective with the lie detector quirk had told him during the interviews. The man had told Bakugo that no one deserves to be treated poorly just because of their quirk or lack of a quirk, as the man went on to warn him of future consequences if he didn't go to anger management and do community service projects. But once again, Bakugo's mind was conflicted as the text does not contain any explicit content, violent, or gory sections. Therefore, I will return it unchanged. Revised text. Third POV. The next year of Izuku's high school career had arrived, but first, it was time for the entrance exams of UA to start first, as Izuku was asked to help the staff around since he was trusted by everyone to keep information such as students' files a secret. As such, During the early morning, Izuku could be found standing outside in his hero outfit checking students in once they came up to him. As he checked people in, he noticed two individuals walking together, though he remembered one said individual as a Miro Togata. The two boys came up to Izuku to check in, and Izuku could see clearly that they were polar opposites on the social interaction scale as he finished checking them in. He saw both of them were applying for the hero course exam, which made sense due to it being the most popular one. Though I wonder if Togata learned to use his quirk, or did he fail to put effort into it? Izuku thought as he wanted to watch to see if the boy took the advice he gave and ran with it, or did he waste a full year's worth of training before coming to UA. Soon the remaining time for check-in passed and it was time for the written exams to start up, so Izuku headed inside of the building towards Nizu's office since he knew the principal didn't do much during the written exam portion besides preparing things for the start of the year or finish anything up to about the recommendation exams. Izuku did go to that exam as well, but he didn't see anything interesting about the incoming freshmen that caught his attention for the recommendation students. Most of them seemed typical people that were arrogant with their powers. Izuku was honestly betting that someone from the recommendation students would end up annoying Aizawa and get expelled even though he wasn't their teacher. The man did have expulsion permissions across the entire school, with only Nizu being able to overrule him or the school board if Nizu didn't overrule Aizawa. Anyway, back to the exam itself as Izuku arrived in Nizu's office where he found the principal enjoying some of his tea. Izuku walked up and made him some as well before sitting down. "Anyone stand out to you, Nizu-sensei?" Izuku asked, and Nizu sighed and shook his head. So far no one is standing out via their applications, nor did the recommendation students seem all that interesting. Of course, they were a bit unique and special, but nothing I would investing any of my personal time as I did with you. "Anyone catch your eye when you were checking people in?" Nizu asked, and Izuku thought back to Miro Togata as he nodded his head a bit. "Not really interesting per se, but they have met me before, though they don't know I am Kitsune or even attend this school." Miro Togata is an individual and he has a friend with him who is the polar opposite on personality traits. The only reason he seems somewhat interesting is because of his quirk, which is a powerful quirk, but back then he didn't figure a way out to master it, so I gave him some hints because he saw his quirk as weak when it's a strong quirk, just wasn't under control. Izuku said as he found the younger boy's file and showed it to Nizu, who read the file as he nodded his head. "I see what you mean. If he gets it under control, then it truly is a powerful quirk, as people couldn't really hide in buildings, bunkers, or other places from him since he would be able to get them. He could also avoid attacks as well if he has enough fine control. I see why you say he might think of it as a weak quirk when it's fundamentally not, or at least in eyes such as myself or you. Others may say it's weak just from what they could see, but if they understood the scientific reasons and implications, then it's a very powerful quirk. Not powerful like All Might, but powerful in its own right," Nizu said as he studied the boy's file, but in the end, agreed with Izuku that there wasn't overall anything special about Miro Togata that stood out. He was a sunshine boy that likely got laughed at a bit, but didn't know the ugly side of the world. Izuku took his mask off and had a million-watt smile on as he was going to enjoy this so much. "Where do we start, my lord?" Izuku said as he put his hands in a praying position and bowed his head slightly as Nizu started to chuckle loudly as Aizawa tried to step out of the room but got stopped by metal wires going around him and being pulled back in. "Now, you can't escape this, as the rat god owns your soul already, so stop fighting it," Izuku said with a grin on his face as Aizawa cursed both of them under his breath. Nizu laid out documents and information about the school that he could easily gather with just a public search of the school. These things included the location, its policies, and the staff that currently works at the school. Izuku nodded his head as he opened his laptop and started setting up some casework against the school. Overall, they were going to need to stick to each and every single teacher that was causing issues or ignoring the issues that were going on in front of them, since one bad apple can spoil the entire bundle if you are not careful. As they started to work, Nizu told Izuku that he would be letting Izuku take the lead of the case for the most part and direct how he wanted to investigate and take action against the school. Izuku nodded his head and started looking things up as he was pretty damn sure there was a loophole that he could use to do a warrantless search of the school's security cameras. "Nizu, if I am reading the law right, since I have my license, then when Hitoshi told me stuff about him being bullied at the school, then it qualifies as a person being in possible danger, which means that on that property I can hack into their cameras without a court order warrant now, doesn't it? Izuku said as he turned to Nizu, who thought for a second but nodded his head as he grinned. Indeed it does. Due to Hitoshi Shinso still attending the school, and as long as he told you anything about possible bullying that the school knew about but ignored, or other possible criminal activity going on at the school, then we can indeed hack into the cameras without a warrant being issued. Nizu said as Izuku started to target the school's online security to go for the camera system and where the information would be stored at. As Izuku hacked into the cameras with some guidance from Nizu on how to do it more efficiently, they had access to the cameras now. The thing is though that the cameras were live, and Izuku was horrified at what he saw as he saw Hitoshi Shinso being restrained in a way that was concerning. Izuku quickly acted and was recording the video and audio to a file onto his computer as he called both Nizu and Aizawa over to him. You need to see this now. It's a live feed, Izuku said as they came closer to his computer, as Nizu had stepped away to work on other parts but stopped when Izuku called him over. They were also horrified at what they saw as a teacher had finished putting a restraint on Hitoshi Shinso. As this happened, Izuku made sure to copy all camera and audio footage that he could from the school's system to a local file on his laptop, as he was sure they would try erasing evidence when they got hit. Why the hell are they putting him in a muzzle? Izuku asked, and Nizu found the answer as he turned his screen and showed them Hitoshi Shinso's file, which included his quirk. It seems we have quirk discrimination due to what they might perceive as a villainous quirk, brainwashing, Nizu said, and Izuku understood why Hitoshi would feel the need to hide his quirk from others, because Hitoshi was right that many would have judged the boy in this world. I finished copying all of their video footage for the past 3 years, so a full year before Hitoshi joined the school. We need to get over there and stop this, Izuku said, and Aizawa nodded his head. Send a copy of the footage to me and I will stay here and start going through everything. I'll also call Detective Naomasa Tsukachi so he can use his quirk to help us and get some other officers there, Nizu said as Izuku sent copies to Nizu's email as they headed out towards Hitoshi's school. They ended up taking one of the school cars since the distance was a bit further away, so it would be faster than running there or by train due to the schedule of the train. As the time passed, Izuku kept going through footage and trying to see if any other teachers had done anything so they could immediately ensure they got pinned with some crime right away by the detective. As Izuku did this, they were getting closer and closer to the school, and by the time they arrived, Izuku and Nizu both had compiled at least one video for their half of the staff that they split that would allow each individual staff person to be arrested on neglect at minimum. Praise the rat god for his work, Izuku thought as he informed Aizawa that they had basic evidence to arrest each staff person on a minimum of neglect before more video was looked through. Aizawa nodded his head, and as they got out of the car, since they arrived, police cars rolled up to the school. Eraserhead, mind telling me why Nizu had me bring several squads of men? The detective said as Nizu had really left zero room for argument. We are here to arrest all of the staff for a minimum of neglect, but also as they are an active threat towards children. Video footage showed one of the staff restraining a student, most likely due to quirk discrimination, so we need the police to detain everyone and you to question them all, as let's be honest, they will likely not tell the truth with how Aldria got hit by Nizu. This is the second school now since Nizu wanted his personal student Kitsune here to get a swing as a school they had suspicions about. Eraserhead explained as Izuku started walking towards the school with the other police right behind him as they heard enough to get moving. The detective and Eraserhead followed right behind, as Eraserhead was just going to let Izuku take control of the situation but get involved if he got too emotional due to it being his friend that was harmed. As they walked down the hallways, police split off into classrooms and detained any staff member they saw as they ordered students to stay in their seats and follow directions of the police. Soon though, Izuku arrived at the classroom where Hitoshi was located. Izuku threw the door open as the teacher yelled and asked who he was. Hands behind your head as you are under arrest for various crimes against minors. I am Kitsune, a provisional hero accompanied by Eraserhead, police, and a detective. Do not resist, Izuku said as two officers moved forward and restrained the teacher. Izuku looked across the room and saw who he was looking for as he made a visual of Hitoshi Shinso. He quickly moved towards Hitoshi and examined the muzzle. "It's too tight for me to easily cut off. I need the key," Izuku muttered as he told the officers to search for a key to unlock the muzzle. One officer soon found the key and gave it to Izuku as he removed the muzzle from Hitoshi's face. There were only minor bruises as Izuku knew how the school hid it from others with a nurse on staff that had a minor healing quirk. Izuku told Hitoshi to follow one of the police as he would come to him in a bit while he ensured the other staff was detained. Hitoshi nodded, and Izuku got to work as more police arrived. Eraserhead soon found Izuku as all of the staff had been detained in the assembly room, and police were making calls to all of the parents. They made a news release stating that heroes had been tipped off to crimes going on at the school, similar to Aldria Middle School, and that the place was raided as evidence was being gathered. They stated they had enough to charge all staff for a minimum of child neglect, with more serious issues likely to arise as they investigated further. Soon an hour or so passed, and Izuku finally made it back to Hitoshi, who looked really unsettled by what was going on. Izuku walked over to Hitoshi, who was sitting under a tree outside as many students were being released to their families. Izuku leaned down and asked how he was doing. "How are you doing, Hitoshi?" Izuku asked, and Hitoshi looked at him and asked why he did anything. Izuku looked at him and simply said it was because it wasn't right how he was being treated. "If you think you don't deserve help just because of your quirk, then you are wrong. It doesn't matter if society thinks you have a villainous quirk because the real villains are those staff members who treated you and others poorly. It was wrong and will not be allowed to continue as long as I can help it," Izuku said as Hitoshi's eyes widened from learning that Izuku knew the truth about his quirk. Izuku sighed and reinforced the fact that he didn't think Hitoshi's quirk was bad. "I think your quirk is quite interesting and has many applications for hero work. You could stop dangerous situations and help people in various crises. I suggest seeing the limits of how many you can keep under it and for how long, as that would be important to know," Izuku said, and Hitoshi slowly nodded as they heard his name called out. They turned, and Hitoshi saw it was his mother who was there to pick him up. Izuku honestly just searched up random names that sounded like they could go together and selected them as he didn't realize their meaning until after the fact but went with it anyway. As Izuku sat in the preparation room, he was preparing strategies to overcome the festival once again this year, though he had no idea what it would be this year since only the last round was the same unless it hit on the same thing once again. As they were all called out, Izuku noticed the stage was a bit bigger than the first-year stadium, which made sense due to the second years having more control of quirks, which sometimes meant more destructive force would be released. There were also more protective barriers around the audience to block attacks that went up towards them. A student from the business department was called up this year since they were still hiding Izuku like always, so he wouldn't give the speech even though it was meant to be his place due to him topping the scores above everyone in the finals last semester. The student quickly gave their speech, and it was now time for the festival to start as the first round was announced by the referee, who was Cementos this year for the second-year students. The man announced the fact that the first event was a battle royal. Due to the second year having a larger stage, there was far more than enough room for people to spread out enough for about 10 feet to be between each person and not touch each other, which was impressive considering the number of students across all of the departments for the year. Soon they all spread out, and Izuku had gotten the idea to be stupid but also prove his strength as he went dead center of the entire ring with everyone's eyes on him. The fighting would go on until everyone was out, and whoever had the most damage for the top 42 spots would move forward. Each person was given a device that was similar to the one from his provisional exam. It recorded how much damage was dealt with the device, and once it reached enough that it considered someone out, then it would go red instead of staying green, which means you were out of the fight and had to exit the ring. This didn't mean you lose because it only mattered how much damage you dealt with the other devices, so even if someone made it to the final 42 on the stage, they still might not move on if they didn't have the top 42 worth of damage. This meant you had to fight to get into the next stage or else you were out. Izuku grinned when he heard the rules explained to him and knew this was going to be thrilling for him. As he prepared himself, he looked around and knew he needed to deal a lot of damage and fast. As such, he waited until the very split second that Cementos said start, which is when he darted off right into someone as he hit their device hard and then used them as he tossed them right into another person to knock them down. Izuku then came to the other person and hit the device hard enough to consider them out and then just darted off again as he had stunned people from his display, which allowed him to land more blows, knocking more people out. Overall, each person had padding on their hands, elbows, knees, and a device around their feet that would count the damage that you dealt with another individual, since not everyone uses hands to attack. If you had a mutation, then you were allowed to use it to deal damage as well, but it had to be physical damage done by direct strikes and not done by quirks, so people had to get physical in this fight. In Izuku's honest views, this fight was made for him, which was probably true, but it also carried risks of him being beaten as well. As Nizu would say it, everyone was on roughly the same playing field, which was true with this round, as people dropped out even if they had a powerful quirk that could have won them in anything else. It didn't matter here, as training and skills are what mattered the most for this Royal Rumble. As the other people dropped out, it came down to roughly only 10 people left, and this meant quirks were being used more often, though a few others had mental quirks as well, which helped Izuku blend in. He could hear how carefully Present Mike worded his words, as he said some individuals had combat-style quirks while others didn't have those types of works but were still standing. Just shows you folks that it doesn't really matter what quirk you got, as you can still fall from the top. Present Mike said, and Izuku wanted to chuckle as he was sure Nizu had Mike say that on purpose. It would also explain why Present Mike was talking more about discrimination against those society sees with weaker quirks, villainous quirks, or no quirks at all. Izuku was pretty sure by now that Nizu was having Present Mike prepare society for the truth of Izuku being quirkless coming out next year, as they were expecting, since Bakugo would be in the first years and Izuku. Overall, it was an awesome power to defeat villains, but for Izuku, going against it was a pain in the literal sense, as he felt so much discomfort across his body from getting hit so many times while trying to get close to her and win. She kept him at bay and gradually wore down his fighting abilities, leaving his body a bit numb. Frustrated by the pain, Izuku decided to act impulsively and ran straight towards her, yelling, "Wailo!" This surprised everyone as he withstood multiple hits, grabbed her, and flipped her over, applying a pressure point technique that caused her to fall asleep. He then collapsed to the ground, feeling the effects of the numerous hits he had taken. The referee Cementos rushed over to check on them and noted that Izuku was still awake while his opponent wasn't, so he called the match in Izuku's favor since he was the only one conscious, even though he could barely move. The medical bots came and got them both, but Izuku raised a fist into the air as he was pulled away by the bots. "I've taken first once again, world, so screw it," Izuku thought, and this was accomplished once again without his support gear, proving himself even more. It had been a week since the sports festival, and Izuku was now back at UA in his sleeping bag, waiting for Aizawa to meet him in the homeroom. He suspected the man would scold him a bit for the stunt he pulled in the last round, but in Izuku's mind, it was totally worth it. He had taken first place for the second time in a row, showcasing his skills as a quirkless hero in training and leaving no room for doubt about his deserving position. After a few minutes, the door opened, and Shoyuta Aizawa entered, directing a slight glare at Izuku Midoriya. "I don't regret doing it, and it was in an environment where I didn't risk death," Izuku said, and Aizawa rolled his eyes before sitting down. "Indeed, problem child, and that is why I'm not going to scold you for it. Congratulations on coming out on top twice, even I only won it once," Aizawa said with a small smile. Izuku recalled that Aizawa had indeed won the festival once, which was how he had gotten into the hero course in the first place. Izuku got out of his sleeping bag and sat down as he stretched. "Anyway, the thing I wanted to talk to you about is that we've been requested for a mission, or rather I have, by some other heroes in a smaller village area," Aizawa said, and Izuku raised an eyebrow at the mention of a mission, asking what it was. "There is an area in a prefecture that is somewhat isolated from other places. Normally, I would tell people to get more local heroes from closer cities to help, but there is a problem with this one," Aizawa explained as he laid the case file down on the table for Izuku to look at. The file contained pictures of damage caused by a villain in a nearby forest and several villages and small towns in the area. Overall, it's thought to be one villain with a strength-enhancing quirk, and the only heroes near these locations tend to be the water hose duo, which I am sure you remember is Kota Izumi's parents, the boy you met at the training camp," Aizawa said, and Izuku sat up straighter. Aizawa explained that they were part of the reason he was going to take the mission as a way to thank the Wild Pussycats team for accepting UA at their campsite last year, as they did it for free and only required money for food and other housing expenses, but nothing to use the land or spa. The villain is unknown right now, but I was requested since I could turn it off since they are sure it is likely not an emitter quirk but an augmentation type that can be shut off most likely. I'm bringing you along to experience going out to smaller places since it would give experience in that type of setting, but this will be a week or two mission away from school and home as well, so tonight get packed and meet me at my house since we are leaving tonight on the train. Aizawa said, and Izuku nodded his head as he understood the mission. The night came and Izuku had said goodbye to his mother as he headed off to Aizawa's apartment with his travel pack on him. Izuku had learned quickly for missions with Aizawa to have a travel pack prepared and ready to go at all times since you never know when you will be needing to go on an emergency mission that you weren't prepared for normally. As such, an emergency travel pack is a perfect thing to have on the side so you can just grab it and go as you don't need to grab your other stuff as you already repacked chargers for your phone and laptop or anything else you need as you had gotten doubles of everything to put a pair inside of the pack. Izuku soon arrived at Aizawa's home and entered it as he found the man preparing a quick and small meal for the both of them, which they sat down and ate since they would be on the train for quite a few hours heading to the location. Aizawa asked if Izuku was ready to leave and he was, so they headed off towards the train and set off on their journey as they rested and set their alarms for about 15 minutes before the train would arrive at the destination of where they needed to get off at so that they could get extra sleep in on the train instead of just staying awake without doing anything productive. After the 2.5-hour train ride came to an end, they got off the train and looked around. It's really small like I thought it would be. I wonder why a villain would want to come all the way out here since there most likely isn't much to steal. Izuku said, and Aizawa nodded his head as that was indeed a question, as most villains tend to ignore the small cities to the lack of anything to steal or terrorize people, as being a villain in a small place won't get them on the news like some wannabe. Both of them made their way towards the home of the water hose duo who would be hosting both of them during the mission. As they knocked on the door, it opened and Izuku could really see the resemblance from Kota to his parents, which made him smile a bit. The two heroes introduced themselves and Izuku did the same after Aizawa did. Both of them were invited inside and sat down in the living room. The duo explained they had their son with them even though they wished they could have someone watch him during this mission since they might be gone at lengthy times at night, so they apologized if he bugged them a bit. Izuku said it was fine and Aizawa nodded his head as they heard the front door open and in came one Kota Izumi. Kota looked at his parents and then at the two new people in the room but froze when he saw the katana next to Kitsune. Izuku. That katana looks familiar, mister. Have we met before? Kota asked as he looked at the blade and Izuku chuckled. Smart one, aren't we, Kota? But yes, we have met. I'm the student that played with you at the camp, so I need you to keep my real name and face a secret, okay? In this outfit I am Kitsune. Izuku said as Kota was a clever little kid and Izuku knew he would likely dig into why the blade seemed so familiar to him. Kota's eyes widened as he launched himself into Izuku, shocking Kota's parents but not Izuku or Eraserhead. Hey kid, how you been? Izuku asked and Kota asked if he could play again but Izuku shook his head. Sadly not this time, as I am here on a mission to help your parents stop a bad villain that is causing trouble in your area, Izuku said, and Kota pouted but Izuku promised that they could do so again the next time they meet, which Kota accepted and sat down. The parents looked at Izuku for an understanding of what just happened but Izuku just shrugged and said he met Kota at UA's summer camp last year. After some more talking, the day came to an end, and it was decided that they wouldn't go out at night to do any searching since the individual tended to be early in the morning to afternoon in their activities, so it would be the best time to find the person then. As such, they waited for the next day to come and arrive. Izuku stretched his body when he woke up and got out of his sleeping bag. It's been a while since I had just a good sleep since Dadzawa, and I tend to patrol quite a bit at night then have everything else during the day. Izuku thought as he heard little footsteps coming towards him, so he turned and caught Kota, who flung himself at Izuku. Sup little man, Izuku said, and Kota told him good morning before they all sat down to eat. After finishing, they all prepared to go out and start trying to find the villain while Kota would be spending the day at a friend's home in the town. The water hose duo would be going about their normal patrol routes while Kitsune and Eraserhead would be acting nearby and searching for anything that might indicate where the villain had been hiding out or what the goal of the villain was in coming to these remote areas of Japan. Day by day passed, and it had now been a week with no sightings of the villain, which started to make them believe the villain moved on because he either got whatever they wanted or just decided to move on, but sadly that wasn't the case, as on the Saturday of that week they spent with the water hose duo, the villain attacked the small town center and was causing chaos. The water hose duo was closer than Izuku or Aizawa, so they had made it on site first and started to defend the people against the villain. As it turns out, they were able to make an identification of the villain to be none other than the carnal murderer, Muscular. This villain was an A-rank villain who had defeated heroes before, and the water hose duo knew the chances of them winning this was slim, as they had alerted Izuku and Aizawa of the information they knew, which made them run even harder to get there in time since they were a bit further away than planned. Izuku was terrified that he wouldn't make it on time because if they failed, then it meant that Koda would become an orphan. As they were jumping over the rooftops, they finally arrived on site to see the villain known as Muscular raising his fist, preparing to attack the two injured heroes. Izuku jumped down from the roof quickly and threw his wires around the arm that was raised, catching the man's attention. Eraserhead quickly moved to pull the two downed pro heroes out of harm's way and handed them over to a police officer who had run up to him before heading back to the fight to help Izuku. As Eraserhead was running back, he heard a loud scream and was concerned, but when he arrived, he found Izuku still quite fine while the villain was reeling. "You see that hurt?" the villain yelled out as he gripped tightly on the metal wires he had pulled away from Izuku. Muscular asked for Izuku's name, which he provided as his hero name. The man smiled. "Kitsune, you are one of the few to injure me, so why don't you show me what you've got?" he yelled out as he charged towards Izuku, but suddenly his quirk went down, confusing him until he saw Eraserhead. It was too late, as Izuku had thrown a dart right into his neck. Izuku had tried to dart the man once already, but his muscles had been too thick for the needle on the dart to inject the drags. The villain stumbled a bit and tried to push forward, but Izuku swiped his legs from under him and pinned him to the ground as Eraserhead came up with some cuffs he got off the cop. Muscular grumbled that he would be back, but Izuku chuckled. "Nah, you are going to prison where you won't be getting out," Izuku said as Muscular fell unconscious. A few cops came over with a transport car to take the villain away in case he woke up and tried to fight, and they quickly put him in that before starting to help anyone that was in danger. As they entered the hospital, they found Koda with women and another man who also had a child around Koda's age. Must be who he was staying with today, Izuku thought as he walked up, and Koda noticed him and hugged Izuku's leg. Izuku picked him up and rubbed his back, making sure to support him, even though he didn't say everything was going to be fine because he didn't know if it was going to be. He knew Koda's parents were injured but didn't know how badly, which meant they could still be in serious condition. As Koda kept crying in Izuku's arms, a doctor came out asking who was there for the water hose duo, which they raised their arms at. The doctor approached them and explained what was going on. As it stands, they will be out of the field for a few months, but they will recover with some assistance from physical therapy as they have sustained multiple injuries. "You can see them now if you wish," the doctor said, and Izuku took Koda to the hospital room where his parents were located as Koda cried when he saw them asleep. Izuku told Koda that things would be alright since the doctor said they would recover. He had made somewhat friends with them all, but they don't know his true name nor the fact that he was quirkless since he was still trying to stall that information from coming out into his third year. They all nodded their heads and asked if he was joining the spars today, which he said he was indeed joining them, and they shudder a bit at remembering their past fights with Kitsune and getting knocked out by the sleeping drags. The first years who didn't really know anything about Kitsune asked their homeroom teachers who he was and what class he was in. They love provided that Kitsune was in the hero course and that his name was Kitsune, who was training to be an underground hero, but nothing else, which left their classes confused. Niza decided it was time to get things started, so he called everyone's attention and had a screen showing who would be in the first match, which was a second year against a third-year student. This contained on, and there were some second years going against second years, while the same was true for the third years, but then it was Izuku's turn as he was set to go against a third-year member. The third year said he would reclaim his dignity after so many awful defeats at Kitsune's hand, which made Izuku chuckle a bit as they entered the training grounds to the starting positions. As the round started, Izuku went straight forward, as did the third year, but as they got close, Izuku changed directions right into a building. "I'm not stupid enough to fall for that again," the third year yelled out, as he knew Kitsune had the advantage in tight spaces, even though they never figured his quirk out all of the time they have trained with him. Sadly for the second year student, Izuku wasn't planning for the guy to come into the building. Nope, as we can see in how Izuku changed things up, since there were other buildings close to the one he went into, so he decided to go around the opponent he was fighting and came out behind him. Izuku saw the third year monitoring the exits, but he couldn't see the roof of the building, which meant Izuku had an escape route that allowed him to go around the third year via the roofs. Izuku slowly approached without making sounds, and as he got close he pulled out a dart with sleeping drags and stood up behind the third year and surprised the student, who asked how Izuku got behind him, and Izuku said the roofs. The third year quickly lost consciousness, and Izuku carried the student to the others. The third year's homeroom teacher only sighed in exhaustion at how poorly his student performed in that fight, as not much fighting really even happened. As the person was taken away, Izuku turned to the third years and spoke, "Now, don't get used to my old fighting style against you all, or else you might get the same result." "Now wouldn't that be a pity?" Izuku said as he tilted his head slightly and chuckled. This sent shivers down their backs, as Nizu also started to chuckle as well, and made them all think there were two of them now, but they were dead on, as Izuku was more or less a sleepy version of Nizu nowadays. The next round went on, and soon they got to the second phase of names of winners from the first rounds. Now in the round, there was some actual fighting done by Izuku, as the person he fought against was a third year who was overall one of the stronger ones in the class. Izuku had to do some work in dodging the attacks that were being sent his way and did some planning, but Izuku was able to overcome the attacks from the third year. The quirk of the third year was a quirk called Shadow Strings, and it was similar to how Izuku uses his metal wires, which made it difficult for Izuku since that was his main weapon if he didn't pull out his katana. The student could create shadow strings to come out of any shadows, even if they are not in direct contact with that said shadow. The strings just tend to be weaker when it's not a shadow they are directly touching, but as long as it is in their line of sight, they can pull strings out of it and control them, as Izuku does with his metal wires, more or less. Izuku was able to overcome them in the end, as he dodged the attacks and forced a hand-to-hand combat situation, which he had far more experience in, and won by pinning them out with capture tape. The other fights happened, and it was finally down to the last few rounds of fights. Izuku, though, this time would be fighting against two other people who requested to fight against Izuku at the same time because they admitted they wanted a better shot at winning. The first years were shocked to hear two of their seniors say something like that, but the principal accepted it, which made the students who had to fight Izuku sigh in relief, since Izuku had defeated all of his opponents with only receiving some very light cuts or bruising from some attacks that had landed, but it was nothing that would stop him. As they stood on the training grounds, Izuku looked at them both and smiled behind his mask. The two people he was fighting would actually make him put some effort into winning due to the teamwork they had, since they trained together a lot due to planning to start an agency together. One individual had a smoke quirk that allowed them to turn their body into smoke itself and reform themselves in parts such as their arms to grab a hold of someone while surrounding them with smoke. The other individual had a quirk called air manipulation, which allowed them to control the flow of air in a certain radius. Using the quirks together proved annoying, since the one with the air control could move the smoke around to be in better positions faster, or the smoke user could obscure views from other people, allowing his teammate to do things unseen by their opponent. There are other ways to work the quirks together, and their teamwork was pretty decent, so Izuku was expecting a decent fight from both of his opponents, and that is what he got. Since one could turn into smoke, most of his tools became useless against the individual, and his line of sight kept getting blocked, while the air manipulator would launch air attacks against Izuku in different directions, which he would dodge nearly at the last second due to the change in the wind pressure around him. As Izuku was fighting, he remembered that even though the smoke user was not having direct visual on him due to being in smoke form, the person could still tell where Izuku was at. That made him realize that they still had a sense of direction, which means he might be able to make them disoriented from being shaken up a bit as Izuku pulled out his metal wire and started to swing a portion of it in the air at a fast speed, causing the smoke to twirl around. As Izuku did this, the opponent he was fighting in the smoke ended up reforming due to the loss of concentration, and at that moment, Izuku landed a blow to the guy's jaw that caused him to lose consciousness. The other opponent had tried to stop Izuku, but he was too late and now too close as the metal wires went around him, and he ended up getting shocked as he asked Izuku not to do it. But I wouldn't live up to being Nizu's personal student if I did that, now would I? Izuku said, and the student's eyes widened as he got shocked and called out due to being knocked out. Medical bots arrived and took the knocked-out students to get healed by Recovery Girl while Izuku headed back to the others where the first years were just staring at him for what he did in the spar while the second and third years all backed away a bit in fear. Dear God, you are always terrifying. To think you were Nizu's personal student. It explains a whole bunch of things like the random notes out of nowhere because I am betting they are you, one third year said, and Izuku just started to laugh as Nizu did as well, which only terrified people more. The chaos is good, Izuku said as he sat next to Nizu and had some tea in his hand as he drank some of it while some whispered how he was drinking it through his mask. Izuku had Power Loader adjust his MSTR to sense when he had a drink near his mask if he places it in a certain spot, which opens up the mouthpiece a bit to let liquids through so he can drink the stuff without removing his mask. Though, he wasn't going to tell any of them that fact. No, it's more fun for them to wander without ever getting an answer. Anyway, I believe I win the sparring tournament? Izuku said, and Nizu spoke up at that. Not so fast. Nizu said, confusing everyone and Izuku. Indeed you win against the students, but would you like to take a shot at the teachers? I believe you stand at defeating 2 of them in a 4 versus 1 match from your final exam in your first year? How about we do a recreation of your first year final exam and see how they do, since they shouldn't get caught off guard and work better together against you this time, as they have had quite a few semesters to watch you grow and train. Nizu said with a smirk on his face, and Izuku felt his blood pumping as he accepted the offer to fight the 4 teachers once again. All of the other students freaked out as they started to ask questions on why a student's final exam was a 1 versus 4 matches against teachers in Kitsune's first year. Nizu just turned to them and had a grin on his face as he spoke. Oh, that is because we expect him to perform at a higher standard, so he is pushed to always be breaking his limits and overcoming the challenges placed in front of him. Nizu said, and that only caused more confusion on why Kitsune was being held to a higher standard of performance than everyone else in the school, but the staff would not give an answer to the question. It was true, of course, that Izuku had to perform at a higher standard because if he didn't, then people could use it as a reason to call for him to be removed whenever the news breaks that he is quirkless, and that was something Nizu wasn't going to allow to happen. Not when Izuku has proven time and time again that he can do the job just like everyone else has been doing, and especially when he's been held to a higher and higher performance standard. Izuku checked over his gear and made sure to have everything he needed before he walked into the gates, as the setup of the battle was similar to how they started for his final exam in his first semester, with all 4 teachers being inside of the training grounds first before he would enter, since it is standard for a villain to be on site before the incoming hero arrived, as that was normal and logical. The villains would be doing their evil deeds while the hero was coming in to stop them, and as such, Izuku was prepared to try and do far better than he did during his first semester, since he had an entire year of additional training and techniques trained into him by Vagabond, Aizawa, Nizu, and the rest of the staff at UA, who have taken him in for different pieces of training they thought he could use from them. For example, Midnight taught Izuku how to use her WHP, but also fans, but not the ones she uses to spread her quirk. No, these were war fan type weapons that she taught Izuku to use, and he enjoyed using them but felt they didn't fit his style overall, so he didn't carry a set on him, but he at least did know how to use them if he ever found one in the field, and it became his main weapon in battle. Other heroes like Snipe taught Izuku more usage of different guns, even though Izuku doubted he would hardly use them outside of using a pistol most likely. Other than that, the other teachers taught him some tricks they used in combat and things to distract enemies while fighting. Izuku also learned how to use brass knuckles from Vlad King without injury when hitting. As such, he had Power Loader add a tool inside of his gloves to act more or less like brass knuckles to make his hits harder when he is in a fistfight. Though they did have to be careful of them not conducting the electrical current when Izuku uses his shocking feature of the glove, though they were able to use another material that was hard enough and would do it without being conductive. Now back to the actual fight at hand. The starting gun went off and Izuku entered the training grounds with all of the heroic students watching the fight since they wanted to stay to see how well Kitsune would do against the teachers. He had already won against the second years and the third years, which was impressive, but no one knew what school year he was in, but it was clear he had the provisional license, meaning he had to be a second year or a third year, but none of the students recognized him as an extra student in their class, which was the problem. The teachers were still tight-lipped about it as well, which did not help the theories that were being created in their minds of a hidden hero class going on. Izuku had no longer been using Izanagi since the fire hydrant stunt, so he had been relying on close combat weapons or his wires. They kept their distance, but that was fine with Izuku as he lured them away into a building where he threw all of his remaining smoke bombs down on the ground, making the room fall into semi-darkness as they were a bit away from windows. Present Mike couldn't risk using his quirk, since he might hit his teammate, and that is what Izuku needed as he relied on his blackness training in complete darkness to locate Snipe, who was closer to him and more tired than Present Mike. As Izuku came up to the man, he struck him at a pressure point, causing him to collapse. However, Izuku wasn't done, as he secured the man's body and let the smoke clear away via the wind blowing through the buildings. When the smoke from the smoke bombs finally settled, Izuku heard a high, piercing screech from Present Mike, who had come face to face with Snipe, who was hanging upside down. In that moment of distraction, Izuku approached Present Mike and kicked his knee forward, causing the man to go down to one knee before he wrapped his metal wire around him, as he had multiple pairs on him at all times. "Surrender or well, I am shocking you anyway," Izuku said. Present Mike opened his mouth to speak, but Izuku already shocked him unconscious, and the round was called to an end. Izuku had successfully defeated 4 of his pro-hero teachers due to his planning, tactics, diversions, manipulation, tools, and many other skills he had learned from his teachers and family. Izuku raised his hand in the air with his katana out as Nizu declared him the victor. Though, Izuku did not come away unscathed either, as the moment Nizu called it, he fell to the ground in exhaustion from the many hits he had taken during the 35 minutes of fighting. Medical bots came to get them all as Recovery Girl quickly looked them over and had her equipment scan them. About 30 minutes later, when he woke up tired and exhausted due to her quirk being used on him, he was told of the injuries he had sustained during the fight. He had 3 broken ribs, a cracked femur, a rolled ankle from one of his jumps, bruising, a concussion, and some other damage as well. Izuku pumped his fist as she called out plus ultra, only to get gently reprimanded on the knee by Recovery Girl. "Not plus ultra, but good job regardless, as you did a huge task that not many others can do. You are on rest duty for the week since neither you nor Aizawa get much sleep, so I need you to come back for healing sessions over the next few days," Recovery Girl said. Izuku nodded his head as he got out of bed and used a crutch to help himself walk. Aizawa told Izuku that he would be staying at his house since it was closer to UA instead of going home, as his mother approved of it. She said she and Vagabond were proud of what Izuku had achieved. That made Izuku light up with a bright smile before putting his mask back on his face. The time since the sparring tournament had passed quickly and it was closing in at the end of the semester. Nizu had actually informed Izuku that the 4 versus 1 battle that Izuku had done would serve as Izuku's physical portion of his final for the semester, since Izuku would be taking the test to graduate from his high school education, which meant that Izuku would only have heroic lessons and training left for the next year and a half while at UA. Izuku had been able to complete his education due to the sheer intensity of Nizu's lessons and schedule that he had Izuku go through, which was fine for Izuku since it meant he could spend the rest of the time working on other things. Izuku did decide that he wanted to attend some classes for an associate's degree from a university since he would like to further his education further along, but he knew that would take time since he wanted to focus mainly on his hero career first. The associate's degree that he planned to get would be in Quirk science since he does his analysis all of the time. Now speaking about his analysis, the work he had done as Tea Leaves has only gotten more popular as more and more heroes talked about and verified the level of work he had done to help their casework that he had been requested to help with. As it stood, Izuku tended to help more low-ranked heroes and those across the board instead of just those at the top of the ranks. He did give a look at any case that was sent in by those near the top of the ranks, but he also knew they could afford to pay those companies that offer a similar service that he does and have the security clearance to be brought in on a case, unlike the lower-ranked heroes who wouldn't be easily able to afford such a firm. Noting this, Izuku had seen quite a few requests from the Agency of Endeavors, but they all got ignored, as when Izuku looked at them it was clear the man just wanted to get a cheaper service that did the same quality of work, since the cases he sent didn't really need to be done by Izuku as they were more straightforward type cases, and it irritated Izuku greatly. As such, he got removed from the priority list, where his system would bring the emails from Endeavor's agency to the top of his list to view before others, as he only tended to get emails from those in the top 25 every once in a while, but Endeavor's agency would send a larger number of cases for no clear reason. Now, in regards to the amount of work he completed as tea leaves, Izuku, if he was compared to the cases done by agencies and those ranked publicly, would have him in the top 100 of heroes due to the sheer volume of work he had completed via his tea leaves work being combined with his kitsune work. That downright made Izuku proud of the work he had completed, and Aizawa was proud as well, as it showed the level of dedication to the job and the level of accurate work he had completed. It had gotten so well that Izuku had saved enough money that he had purchased a new home for his mother and him to move into. The house was a two-story home that was still in the same city but a bit closer to the far well-off areas of the city that had far lower crime rates than the area they had lived in before. It was a nice mix of brick and wood home with an enclosed property fence around the house with a locked gate that could be opened with a code or by a buzzer inside of the house, so Izuku felt more secure for his mother. The inside of the house is a quite nice modern style, since the home was relatively a new build, but Izuku didn't care since it just meant his mother could enjoy her time in a comfortable house instead of the tiny apartment that they had been living in. Also, due to the fact that the house was fully paid off, it meant that his mother didn't need to work as much anymore as well, since she wouldn't need to worry about the cost of the rent, which she could either save or reduce the number of hours she was working now. Though Izuku Midoriya didn't know of any of this since she hadn't seen the house yet. Nope, that is what was going on right now as they were leaving the apartment, because Izuku wanted to show her something. "What do you want to show me, dear?" Izuku asked her son, who could clearly see her son had something planned. Izuku just told her it would be worth it if she just went with it, as he said it with a smile. Soon they walked to the station and took a train closer towards the direction of where UA would be at, but stopped a couple of stops away from it. Izuku was downright confused on why they were in this neighborhood since they didn't know anyone in this area of town. After about a 2-minute walk from the station, they arrived at the location Izuku wanted to bring her to, since it was the house on the edge of the block. Izuku guided her to the front of the house in front of the gate and told her surprise, which confused her. "Sweetie, why is this a surprise? It does look amazing and all, but why are we here?" Izuku asked, still confused, as Izuku pulled out the keys and put them in front of her. "The code to the gate is currently 4 zeros until we change it once we move everything in," Izuku said, confusing her until her eyes widened as she asked what he meant by move-in. "As you know, I have my provisional, which means I go on patrols, but I don't make a large sum from that. No, instead I make a large amount of money that I've been saving to buy a new home for us. Away from the memories of Hisashi and a place where you can relax better. A home without people being right next to us through the walls or anything. This is our home, as I've already bought it and finished the documents a few days ago, and I've had it furnished for the most part outside of some things like bedrooms," Izuku said as he put the code into the gate and walked in, as he waited for her as tears went down her face. She slowly walked in as she was still processing everything, but Izuku guided her inside of the house. Izuku was stunned at the living room when she walked inside, as it was a nice clean home with amazing furniture and nice flooring. There is the second floor and the other rooms, but it is a bit more American since it's a newer style home that was recently built, but the owners passed away unexpectedly, so it landed on the market before they even moved in, so we are really the first to live in the home, Izuku said as he showed her the house. She soon turned to her and asked if this was really real, and he nodded his head. "Indeed, it is, mother. Thank you for never leaving me, because I know for a fact that Hisashi never returned and stopped sending money because of me. Don't lie about it, because I am not stupid, since the last time I've talked to him was before the doctor's office." This home is for us to live in and you to relax a bit as you don't need to worry about rent anymore and can decrease some of your working hours to enjoy your own time more," Izuku said as she hugged him and cried. Izuku just rubbed her back as he shed some tears as well since he was so thankful for his mother never letting him go and always being there even if she wasn't 100% supportive of his dreams in the past. The fact that she still loved him was far more than enough for him to want to make sure she can live nicely for the rest of her life. She asked how much the house was and Izuku was honest as he told her it was about 39 million yen, which was about $350,000 in USD, which was a shocking number, but Izuku wasn't an idiot in his learning as Nizu had taught him how to invest from day one. Izuku had always wondered how UA was able to afford all of the stuff they do because even with government funding and donations there was no way it covered what the school did, and it was true as Nizu had invested a lot of the school's money numerous times into the point the investments were generating a lot of money to the point that they had long made their initial investments back. Eraserhead had warned Izuku of the dangers of the drag and what had happened in the past with a villain group known as the Villain Factory by the police and heroes. Eraserhead said the drag was meant to enhance the power and potency of weak quirks, but it soon got used for crime, so it got banned in nearly all countries including Japan. People that use trigger have a black tongue, and that is why this case was being created, because there have been a few reports of criminals having black tongues again. We are going to join up with a large team that will be tracking down the location of the organization and putting a stop to it hopefully, Aizawa explained to Izuku, who nodded his head. Eraserhead did explain that they had no idea currently who was responsible for pushing the drags out, but it didn't matter since they would be found and stopped sooner or later since Trigger always catches the eyes of the government quickly. As they left to head towards the city that they needed to be in, the others from UA Hero courses headed off to go for their summer training camps. Izuku had already grabbed his travel bag since he had been warned to bring it the day before, so now they were just sitting on the train heading towards Tokyo since that is where the case was situated out of currently. Izuku had wondered how long the case would take but just put it out of his mind as he could understand why Eraserhead would get called for this meeting since his quirk can turn even trigger-affected people's quirks off, which would be extremely helpful. Izuku also knew he was on this case as to help for his analytical abilities, even though others on the case wouldn't know about it since the commission had contacted Izuku and Eraserhead about the need of Kitsune being on the case to deploy his skills as tea leaves to help the case along as best as he can, so the issue of the trigger was ended quickly. The government wasn't playing around with the issue since if it spreads then it would be a concern as more triggered induced criminals would lead to panic and harm for people. As such, Izuku and Aizawa stepped off the train at their location in Minato City, Japan, which is also the location of the All Might Agency Might Tower. Now it would beg the question of why All Might or someone more ranked would not be on this case since it was around their agency. Well, the government decided to have it done quietly without raising too much alarm about the fact that people were dealing in the drag trigger once again, and especially that close to All Might's agency while the man was out and doing heroics across the cities around Tokyo. But Izuku also had a second reason why the man wasn't around. Now, he didn't have direct evidence per se because there was no direct evidence and only indirect evidence to support his theory, but Izuku believed All Might was weakening or sick. Something on those lines, because as a random look into crime rates and other things that Izuku was doing, he decided to look at what All Might had been doing over the years, which led to an interesting discovery that the visual sighting of All Might out in public had been decreasing for about 5 or so years now. Now it wasn't straight away, but it was gradual as the number of hours that All Might was out in public doing crime fighting, where he was seen, was nearly almost full days worth before it started to shrink down to only mere hours out of a day. Currently, Izuku was able to track via social media images and timelines that All Might would be seen roughly 3 hours a day. This also co-aligned with the fact that Sir Night Eye left All Might's agency around 5.5 years ago as well. Of course, Izuku doesn't have direct proof again, but he did have a meeting with Nizu about his findings to try and find out the truth, which wasn't really an answer nor a denial, but Izuku knew what it was. It was a confirmation of the truth without betraying the trust, because Izuku knew enough about Nizu to read between the lines when he asked Nizu if All Might would still be standing in the coming few years, which Nizu only replied that it would be such a worrisome thing if it were true. This was Nizu's speech for saying yes, it was true. At that point, Izuku knew the future was going to be rocky, but by then he would hopefully be graduated and on the streets full-time with his work as tea leaves supporting people. Anyway, jumping back to the case at hand, Izuku and Aizawa made their way towards the meeting location, which was a warehouse where they were all meeting. They knocked on the door and gave the code word so they would be allowed to enter, and inside they found a range of pro heroes. There were heroes like Fat Gum, Fourth Kind, Mr. Brave, and an assortment of underground pro heroes. Izuku was also the only provisional pro hero on this case, which was funny to him since he seemed so out of place, but no one made a comment about it since they didn't know his age. They all sat down and waited for the person in charge of the case to show up, who was a representative from the police, and it turns out the individual was none other than Detective Tsukachi, who had the lie detector quirk, which would be so much fun for Izuku watching his words in front of the man. The detective looked around the room and raised an eyebrow when he saw Izuku, Kitsune, in the room, but didn't make any noise of it as he started to talk about the case and what they were after, as they would be out patrolling and searching for anyone that might lead them to the group that is dealing the drugs called Trigger. If anyone believes they caught someone that might have information, then they were to call the detective so he can question them with his quirk and get correct answers quickly so the case can be pushed forward. As the detective continued to explain the case, he asked if anyone had any questions, which Kitsune, Izuku, raised his hand and was called upon. Detective, do we have any current information concerning any connections between those already caught having used the drag, such as commonly visited places or known areas they have been in before? Izuku asked, as he had seen nothing about that in the case files they were given to review while the detective spoke. The detective said they didn't have anything regarding that currently, as the people caught were still out of it, so they couldn't be questioned yet, and by the time they would be stable the case would progress too far. Izuku nodded his head and asked if they had access already to all of the cameras in the surrounding cities, which they did, and Izuku asked to be given a terminal to go through them, but the detective said there were already police agents going through them and he didn't need to waste his time. Izuku wanted to grumble but let it drop as Aizawa looked at him with a raised eyebrow since Izuku gave up so easily. Well, fun fact, he didn't, as he had plans to happen once they were free to start acting, which was about 30 minutes later. As the others left, Izuku pulled out his laptop that he brought with him and started a program and hacked into the camera around the city as he inserted the faces of the individuals they knew so far were involved with the trigger. Aizawa watched Izuku's work since he trusted Izuku to not do something for no reason if he believed he could get something out of it. The detective saw they didn't leave and walked over to see if they needed something, but when he arrived he saw security camera footage going across. This is a huge drag facility, Izuku thought as a fight broke out right away amongst the villains and the heroes backed by the police. Izuku dashed into the side of the building and used the cover to get close to the villains as Eraserhead followed right behind them, as they needed to get close into the fight to be effective. Soon gunshots started to go off as the entire fight turned chaotic, but Izuku and Eraserhead both did their jobs and were taking down opponents left and right. Izuku was using his training and weapons to dominate the fights he was getting into, as he would wrap multiple people into his metal wires before incapacitating them all, as he took groups of 3 or 4 out in one go before ensuring they were down. As the raid progressed, Izuku saw something out of the corner of his eye as a person raised a gun, and it was pointed directly at none other than Eraserhead, who was turned with his back towards the person as he was engaged with another villain. Eraserhead dodge. Izuku screamed out as he ran towards the man, but was too late as the gun had gone off, and as Eraserhead turned he was struck to his side, momentarily stunned before he stumbled backward and called out to Kitsune, urging him to stay safe. Izuku, at this point, was now extremely angry as he took his metal wires and jumped onto the mutation quirk user, who had a quirk that allowed him to harden his skin completely. As Izuku did this, he wrapped the wires around the man's neck and applied pressure as he turned on his gloves multiple times until the man fell to the ground. Izuku then used the man's fall as a springboard and kicked the person that had shot Eraserhead. As Izuku grabbed the man's arm, he twisted it to disable him from grabbing the gun again and followed up by incapacitating the other wrist as well before delivering a decisive blow that caused the man to collapse. Izuku then moved quickly to Eraserhead's side and started to lift him up and pull him towards the outside as he was unable to fight anymore. His injury needed immediate attention, and Izuku focused on getting help as more heroes and police had already arrived by the time Izuku made it towards the door. "I need a healer or an team," Izuku called out to the police outside as he gently laid his mentor on the ground and applied pressure to the wound. Izuku checked Aizawa's pulse and it was faint. After about 5 minutes an ambulance arrived as EMTs came to help him into the vehicle. Izuku wanted to go with him but he remembered Aizawa's training and speeches about hero duty and fallen comrades. Kid, there will come a time when you are close to someone and they get injured critically in the line of duty while working with you. If that happens, it's okay to get them away from the fight to the police or medical, but you must go back to the fight. Trust the medical professionals to do their job as they are trusting you to do yours, even if your love, family member, or a best friend gets critically injured in front of you. Aizawa said one day during his training as he told Izuku about Oboro Shirakumo. Izuku hated the advice but accepted it, and now he hates it once again but knew to accept it as he saw the ambulance with his mentor and father figure drive away. Izuku moved back to the building as he charged back into the fight with the sole goal of ending the fight effectively and quickly as possible so he could get out of there. After pushing through some villains, Izuku found a few more heroes that had gotten injured as no one really anticipated a large drag center like this, as there were a good 400 to 500 villains, and that doesn't even count if there are other branches to whatever organization this was. Grabbing the downed heroes and dragging them to the back lines, he went right back in again as the heroes kept pushing as even more police showed up from surrounding cities at the detective's request. After about another 30 minutes of fighting, they were able to capture all of the villains inside of the building and detain them all in cuffs. Izuku looked around but he noticed that the main villain that was dealing the drags wasn't inside of the building, so he went to the detective. "Detective, did any villains get removed from the site already?" Izuku asked, confusing the man who said no. Izuku explained he wasn't seeing the main drag dealer anywhere inside the building from what he could see, which alarmed the detective, who started to have everyone look around to compare based on the photos that Izuku had sent him. After 5 minutes of looking, they were unable to find the man, which frustrated them all, but nothing could be done about it right now. What was mainly important was the fact that this large facility was shut down as it was dealing in more than just triggers, as there were countless types of drags in the building worth around 1 billion yen worth of street product. After making sure he was clear with the detective, he left heading towards the hospital as a police officer offered to take him to the hospital, as many other heroes had gotten taken as well due to the lack of knowledge in the case that led them into such a huge raid. Third POV. As Izuku was being taken to the hospital in the police car, he wondered if Aizawa had been fixed up yet and was already fine, but a nagging portion of his mind told him that wasn't true, because he knew how weak his pulse was when he had put pressure on the blood loss, which was running quite a bit even when he had applied pressure, which meant horrible news for the few moments that Izuku had dealt with the two villains before dragging him out of the warehouse. As he sat there in his thoughts, Izuku noticed the car door had been opened by the police officer, which confused him until he saw they were at the hospital already. Izuku thanked the man and he only nodded his head as he gave him his prayers that everyone would be fine, which made Izuku's guts twist as he hated hearing that, because he wanted to deny the chance of anything going wrong. Izuku made his way to the check-in desk and spoke to the lady. "Hello miss, I am here about Pro Hero Eraserhead. He is my teacher, here is my license." Izuku said as he handed her his license, and she noticed the blood on him as she asked him if he was okay. Izuku looked down and said he had wounds, but all of the other blood was from others or from stopping Eraserhead's bleeding the best he could in the field. The lady put an understanding expression on and took Izuku to the side as she helped clean him off, as she asked her coworker to look up the pro hero for Kitsune. "Izuku, you said you had wounds, right?" the nurse with Izuku asked, and he nodded his head as he lifted parts of his outfit showing some knife wounds where he had gotten cut, since one villain had torn portions of his suit with a quirk that could tear through the reinforced clothing. "Okay, we are going to admit you as well to get that taken care of, as it's going to be a bit before Eraserhead is out of surgery, so you won't be missing anything. Is there anyone you want us to call?" she asked, as they didn't have access to next of kin for pro heroes unless they entered it in the system, which Eraserhead was Izuku's contact person since he did his work study with him. "No, I'll do it after I'm fixed up. My mother doesn't need to." This caused Izuku to relax as he fell asleep quickly, as Izuku was exhausted. Recovery girl checked him over quickly and told them he was just drained physically and emotionally due to the events of seeing his father figure that near death. Nizu thanked her and she nodded her head as she said she was going to help around the place since there were people she could help get out of the place quicker with her quirk since she was going to stay the night so she could check Aizawa over the next day. The next morning came as Izuku woke up to find himself on a chair in a room that he didn't remember being in. It was none other than Aizawa's room. Izuku quickly stood up and went to the main to see he was breathing as he breathed out a sigh of relief. A voice called out behind him and it was Recovery Girl with Nizu by her. Izuku also saw Vagabond was in the room but not his mother, which confused him. "Your mother had to go back to work, which was fine since I was staying. You will be going back later this afternoon with Nizu as well since Aizawa will be transferred to a local hospital tomorrow morning, so don't worry about not being near him," Vagabond said, knowing Izuku's thoughts before he could even make them. Izuku rolled his eyes but sat right next to Aizawa, who was still sleeping. "He's in a good state. Before I leave I will hit him with my quirk so he will be ready for a transfer tomorrow morning. I'm going to go do some rounds," Recovery Girl said, and Nizu thanked her as he waved her goodbye. Nizu then turned to Izuku and asked how he was, and Izuku shrugged as he spoke. "I'm still processing the fact that I almost lost my dad. It will probably fully hit me once he is released so I can cry all over him and complain about him getting shot and telling me not to die," Izuku said, and Nizu nodded his head in understanding. Vagabond gave Izuku his bag with his stuff as they had gotten it from the command center before returning this early morning. Izuku just pulled his laptop out and started to do the reports for the entire mission as he had nothing better to do outside of it and watching Aizawa lay asleep. "Do you know if they ever found the drag dealer that escaped since he wasn't among the arrested people?" Izuku asked Nizu, who shook his head. "No. And so far there have been 0 leads on any other branches, so we may have stopped the organization before it could expand even more unless that information laid with the drag dealer himself, which seems to be unlikely as bosses of drag centers like that don't tend to deal with the drags themselves, so we might have missed the main boss of the place but crippled the organization for now, which is good as it gives the government time to go through everything, as they will keep an eye out for any other places that trigger appears," Nizu said, and Izuku nodded his head. As Izuku sat there, a knock came at the door, so Izuku quickly threw his mask on his face as Nizu kept the door locked until Izuku was ready. After being ready, he opened the door to find the detective was at the door. "I've come to check in on things here as this is my last stop of the injured," the detective said, and Izuku nodded his head and welcomed him in. He asked what they could do for him, and the detective said he was going around to the people getting statements that lead up to everything to go along with the reports, since it had gotten so messy due to the sheer number of villains they ran into. Izuku nodded his head and answered questions that he was asked until the detective asked about why none of the people counted towards Izuku had any quirk damage from him. "Because I don't have any quirk that would help me in combat. I use my skills, training, and tools to win battles similar to how Eraserhead fights," Izuku said, and the detective nodded his head as the statement was true, and Izuku didn't lie, though barely by the skin of his teeth. "I really hate having to watch each and every single word so carefully since I am hiding things," Izuku thought, and then one question was about why he didn't give others the search area maps so they could have helped locate the drag traffickers sooner, which confused Izuku as he tilted his head. "What do you mean, why didn't I? I gave you the map, which meant you should have given it to the others since you were the lead on the case. I emailed it to you from my hero email and also texted it as well to your phone," Izuku said, confusing the detective as everything he said was the truth. "I only got a blank message," the detective said as he showed his phone, and Izuku knew what was wrong. The man hadn't. Izuku was so proud of himself since this meant he was fighting the stigma that quirkless people couldn't do it. He would admit that a typical quirkless person couldn't do the hero job, but neither could the typical quirked individual, because if you didn't put a sure amount of determination and training into it, then you were going to end up in trouble, but that didn't matter to Izuku since he only cared that the barriers themselves were broken down for others in the future, even if quirkless people were becoming rarer and rarer. He wanted it to be known before quirkless people were no longer around that a quirkless person had done it, even though everyone else said he couldn't. Outside of this news, which Izuku had a copy of the letter framed in his home and a picture of it on his phone, there was roughly less than 1 year left before Izuku would be entering the 3rd year of UA, but that isn't the biggest and most important thing that was going on right now. No, there was an issue going on due to the fact that there was an explosion from down in the market area that Izuku was heading towards. Luckily for Izuku, he always keeps his hero outfit mask on him in addition to his katana Izanagi, the metal wires, and his shock gloves. As such, he headed towards the incident to see what was going on and if he needed to jump in to help if there weren't any heroes on site. As he arrived, he found many things going on, civilians being far too close to the fight, a hostage situation, heroes doing really nothing, Backdraft trying his best but could do better likely, and a stupid comment from a pro hero on site who had more experience than Izuku but apparently not more skills or intelligence than Izuku. Though, not many people can beat him in those categories since he is a Nizu version of Aizawa, which is a dangerous combination for really anyone in his mind. Now back to the stupid comment that Izuku heard from the pro hero known as Death Arms. Izuku heard the hero say that they needed to wait for someone with a better-suited quirk, which Izuku took as an invitation to get involved since, well, he was better suited clearly and, well, quirk was an open-ended thing in his mind, so Izuku decided to get involved. Anyway, the reason they were foolish is that there were multiple ways for them to have stopped the villain. For example, Backdraft could have used his quirk on the villain to likely weaken the Sludge villain with the water from his quirk, since it wasn't a solid piece and portions would run away from the villain, which was clear adding water would have a chance to break the man apart. 2. Kamui Woods could have used his branches to restrain the villain. It didn't matter if he faced some danger doing it because it's the hero's job to protect the citizens. Kamui could have pulled the hostage away from the villain or distract the villain effectively. Then there was Death Arms, who had a strength enhancer who could have done a running charge and grabbed the hostage while going through the villain. Again, a risk of harm, but oh well. He could have also thrown things to break the villain's hold and get close enough to end the fight but didn't. Then B-Lady could have leaned far in with leaning on a building to grab the hostage out of the villain even though there was a risk of significant injury, but again it's her job to risk her safety for a citizen that can be saved. She could have also chosen to go small and fought without her quirk as well, though Izuku doubted she had any skills due to the limits of her training as she was ineffective in being in a city at all in most regards. Anyway, back to Izuku jumping into the fight. Izuku jumped across the rooftops to get a bit closer and went to the side of the villain when he looked at who the hostage was, and it was none other than Katsuki Bakugo. Izuku's eyes widened but steeled himself with all of his training and cleared his mind of the emotions of seeing Katsuki Bakugo again since he'd avoided dealing with the Bakugos. As the villain started to monologue, Izuku jumped down and sent his metal wires in separate directions as he threw one set on Bakugo which wrapped around him and the other went around the villain's body but didn't tighten. Everyone was shocked as they saw the hostage get pulled out quickly since Izuku used the momentum of his jump to force Bakugo out of the villain's grasp. The villain shouted about taking the hostage away, but Izuku didn't listen as he turned his shocking gloves on the metal wires that were around the villain. The reason Izuku placed the metal wires loosely around the villain was that he was a liquid and most liquids are conductive. As such, the villain reacted strongly as the electrical current went through the wires and into the villain's body. After a few seconds of a constant charge, Izuku stopped and the villain collapsed as Izuku had already pulled both of his wires away, though he shook the one that was around the villain since he didn't want to be walking around with that. He did use some water from Backdraft to wet them down and get the remaining residue off it, which confused the man, but oh well. The paramedics were already looking at Katsuki Bakugo while officers and the pro heroes approached Izuku. "Kid, you can't do vigilante acts. We are going to have to take you in to talk about this," Death Arms said, and Izuku chuckled, which annoyed them. "Death Arms, I would shut up if I were you. I will be mentioning how you and the others outside of Backdraft really failed to complete your job in my reports to the commission for this incident when I submit them later today. I am a licensed individual after all," Izuku said as his voice took on a cold tone as he showed one officer his license. The officer's eyes widened slightly as Izuku pulled his card away as the officer had scanned it already and confirmed it was real. "Officer, please don't mention my hero name to anyone since I work underground heroics and don't need it thrown around in the media. Just say a licensed individual who belongs to underground heroics stepped in on his way home since he was close by, and leave it at that even if they ask for any of my details. They also haven't gotten a clear shot of my mask yet from what I saw, so don't describe it either since I need my stuff limited as best as I can for work at night," Izuku said, and the officer nodded his head. Death Arms looked embarrassed and so did the other pro heroes as Izuku turned his head to them. Stop relying on your quirk all of the time, it's not effective as the villain was capable of being defeated multiple ways by some of you. His eyes were solid so you could have aimed for them or risked a bit of injury like it's required by the job you are doing to save the hostage even if you got burned. If you can't do this then get out of the field because the only thing you will be doing is being a false hero. Now goodbye since I need to sleep for my patrols tonight, Izuku said as he turned around and left as he had no more legal responsibilities since the victim in the case was already being seen by medical staff on site and police were dealing with the villain. As Izuku was walking away he heard a call for him to stop and he turned around to see Katsuki Bakugo running up to him. Izuku looked at him without speaking to see what he wanted and Bakugo opened his mouth. Thank you but I could have gotten out myself as I'm not weak. Bakugo said shocking Izuku. Well, he's gotten better from the past but still has a large inferiority complex. Never said you were? Everyone needs help as you can't always do everything alone all of the time. Izuku said and Bakugo shot back that All Might doesn't need help which Izuku shook his head. Yeah he did. Remember Sir Night Eye? Also, he's going to make us pay the price for his current beliefs of doing it alone as the system is going to crumble due to him. He stands alone at the top now and made the people think of him as untouchable when he isn't. He will fall or come to a quick retirement which we are not ready for which will cause chaos in Japan for several years. He was an idiot in not learning to accept help even when he didn't believe he needed it so don't be another him. Izuku said as he walked away and Bakugo looked at Izuku's back unknowing that it was Izuku Midoriya. Bakugo turned around and left us a few minutes later. Izuku was stopped once again by none other than All Might himself. I am here, All Might said as he came around the corner in his hero outfit. Izuku came to a stop confused on why the number 1 pro hero was anywhere near him. Izuku also knew the man had been seen roughly 3 hours of the day as well so he had to be at whatever limit he was at if it was indeed real like Izuku thought. I wonder if I can get the truth out of him but let's see what he wants. Izuku thought as he spoke to All Might. Hello All Might, what can I help you with? Izuku said as he waved his hand to the side. Young man, I wanted to talk about what you did back at the market when you stepped in. It was quite heroic of you after all. All Might said and Izuku raised an eyebrow behind his mask that All Might couldn't see. He must not know I have a provisional license. Izuku thought. Of course I stepped in All Might, it was the basic responsibilities even though the idiots back there didn't do anything even though it's our jobs as licensed individuals to step in even at the risk of being harmed. They were far too reliant on a quirk and didn't use their brains as the villain could have been stopped multiple ways. Izuku said and All Might's eyes widened when Izuku said he was licensed. You are a pro hero already at this young of an age? All Might asked and Izuku corrected the man. I am a hero in training with my provisional. The moment they said they needed to wait for someone else to arrive it opened the legal door for me to act since there were already pro heroes on site that outranked me due to me only being a provisional hero. As such, I acted when they refused to act because I refuse to stand around when people can be saved even though others are too reliant on a quirk which is just a tool to use. Izuku said and All Might nodded his head as he smiled and then suddenly coughed. Izuku had his metal wires already around the man tightened as he spoke, so you better convince me you are the real All Might, or else you are taking a trip down to the police station. Izuku said though, in his mind, he finally got his answer about All Might's limited amount of time. Well, this is an interesting result, let's see what we can get out of him. Izuku thought with a dark chuckle in his mind. All Might was freaking out as he explained that he was indeed the real All Might and this was just his other form that he had now as he explained how he had gotten injured about 6 years ago and Izuku said against a villain which All Might said nice guess but it wasn't him. The man I fought wasn't reported about since he is gone now but he was the one that gave me the wound and was powerful. All Might said and Izuku nodded his head accepting the answers but still asked to see his hero ID which he did show and Izuku nodded his head. So, All Might, why are you here looking for me again? Especially when you are limited to 3 hours a day right now. Izuku said and All Might nodded his head as he said he believed Izuku was truly heroic when he rushed in there to save the hostage even when others didn't and Izuku just kept silent and listened. I have a question, would you like to? The text is safe and does not contain any explicit, violent, or gory content. Revised text. As Izuku was thinking, He froze in place as he raised his eyes up to Nizu, who was looking at Izuku. "You know everything about the quirk, right?" Izuku asked, and Nizu nodded his head as Izuku asked Nizu what All Might was hiding since the man didn't tell him any of the hidden strings when he offered it, which was one of the reasons he rejected it, outside of others. Nizu rolled his eyes as he said All Might should warn whoever, even though he believed the man dead, which made Izuku connect the dots. The one that injured him has a connection to the quirk, doesn't he? This means the person is over hundreds of years old since All Might said he came from the dawn of quirks, Izuku said, and Nizu nodded his head as he explained everything about All for One. Izuku was upset that All Might had tried to offer something like OFA without informing him of the entire truth, and Nizu could see Izuku's anger as he told him to calm down. "Fine. It's not like I can get more annoyed with the man than I can," Izuku said, and as he said that, his eyes widened as he realized something again. "Oh no. The man is quirkless, isn't he?" Izuku said as he turned his eyes to Nizu, who looked nervous under his calm demeanor. That man could have helped the quirkless people but decided not to do anything about it even though he had the power and money to change my entire life and everyone else's. Does he not know of the quirkless issues? Izuku asked Nizu, who shrugged as he didn't really know if All Might did or not and reminded Izuku that he shouldn't confront All Might over the issue unless the man does something since Izuku was doing the things that All Might should have helped with since he had experienced some of the quirkless life, though it was a bit better back then since there were more quirkless people than Izuku's generation. Izuku sat down and sighed as he agreed not to screw with All Might but did say he would be making sure All Might was truthful to whoever he decided to try to give the quirk to since they deserved to know the full truth of the quirk in the event the man tried to hide it again. Nizu agreed and said Izuku could do what he wanted but had something else to talk to Izuku about. "I am planning to have Aizawa teach 1A again, but he would also keep 3A when you are in 3A since you are the sole student in it, but I would be giving your homeroom announcements, for the most part, starting next school year," Nizu said, and Izuku could see why Nizu would want Aizawa teaching 1A since All Might would be doing Heroics Foundational, which meant he would be interacting with the first years, which was a recipe for trouble. There was also the fact that Izuku had completed his high school education and was only now training and doing hero work nowadays, and Aizawa couldn't really help with direct training anymore since Izuku was a decent match for the man since they fought the same way. So Izuku didn't get huge boosts from training with him all of the time. Izuku got most of his training done by using ectoplasm clones and other staff as practice or fighting other students since he needed practice against quirks, which Aizawa couldn't help with. As such, it was only logical for Aizawa to not spend all of his time with Izuku anymore, but he would still be doing patrols with Izuku for the most part, even though Izuku does half of his patrols by himself now anyway, but just at the same time as Aizawa since they keep each other in a rough distance of each other. This was done to give Izuku experience of doing patrols more or less alone since underground heroes worked alone, and Aizawa would be nearby in the event of being called in for backup but not on direct hand, which forces Izuku to act alone. So in truth, everything could work out in the end for this to work, though Izuku was sure the man would hate the lack of sleep he got during the day when Izuku would do his tea leaves work since he would now have a class to actually teach and deal with instead of one student who he could throw off onto others when he wanted to sleep or let Izuku do tea leaves work. Izuku chuckled as he accepted the new arrangements, and Nizu nodded his head. Izuku got up and left for the day since he decided he wanted to go check in on Hao. The end of Izuku's second year had arrived and passed as the break was now on them with the entrance exam for UA starting. Izuku texted Hitoshi good luck on the exam and, surprising himself, he also got the number for Katsuki and texted him good luck on UA's entrance exam as well. Of course, Katsuki texted back saying he didn't need luck, which made Izuku roll his eyes, but a few seconds later he got another text thanking Izuku, which shocked him but earned a small smile on his face before he put his phone away. Izuku was again this year at the check-in table for the entrance exam and was going through all of the people that ended up at his table. Izuku was a bit surprised to see Katsuki willingly come up to his table, seeing as how he had been saved by Izuku, Kitsune, and Izuku was sure Katsuki's ego and issues would prevent him from coming to his table. But he was proven wrong as he handed him the forms to fill in, and Katsuki quickly did it as Izuku handed him his number for the exam. After another 10 minutes or so of checking others in, Hitoshi arrived at Izuku's table as well, but Izuku didn't speak as he just did the exact same thing he did with others since he wouldn't show favoritism during the exam as he was helping with things. Hitoshi quickly got the things done and went into the building as another 10 minutes passed, and it was now time to end check-in as the written exam would start up. Repeating last year, Izuku just headed to Nizu's office but checked to see if anyone was inside it via going into the vents as he made it to Nizu's office. He peeked in and saw All Might was in the office as well, so Izuku was glad he didn't go via the door since that was a conversation he was avoiding but knew he would see the man in the control room. He knew the man shouldn't start anything right out in front of everyone, as All Might would wait until after that point. So, Izuku decided to just listen to the conversation. Yagi, how is the search coming outside of UA, or are you just going to rely on finding someone in the school now? Nizu asked, and All Might looked at Nizu and started to speak. I had found someone I was interested in, but they rejected the offer, though I must admit I don't know their name or face as they wore a mask. I do know they are licensed individuals since they had shown their ID to the police at the Sludge villain incident several months ago in the city, All Might said, and Nizu asked why he hasn't looked up the reports for the said individual's hero name since it would be listed on the report. All Might froze and smacked his head as he admitted he forgot about checking the reports. Nizu chuckled and said the licensed individual he was looking for was named Kitsune based on the report. All Might thanked Nizu for the information and said he was going to go walk around campus before heading to the control room since the written exam should have started already, so he wanted some air before people started to move around again. All Might stood up and left the room as Izuku came out of the vent right behind him. Well, I know I can't avoid him forever, but the fact that he forgot to look up the report is scary. Does he always take people at face value for what they say? Izuku asked, and Nizu slightly nodded his head as he said All Might wasn't the best judge of character when he gets tunnel vision. Anyway, did you tell Aizawa he was teaching 1A this year? Izuku asked and Nizu chuckled as he said no, which made Izuku chuckle as well. Poor man. He needs a raise. Izuku thought but put it out of his mind as they started to play a few games of chess. As they played a few rounds of chess, it was time for the physical portion of the entrance exam to start, so they headed towards the room. As they came to the door, Izuku slipped into his sleeping bag and got behind Nizu as he opened the door, and Izuku just crawled into the room towards Aizawa. All Might had quickly buffed up since he knew the staff outside of Nizu was already in the room, so he had no idea who the other person was. Nizu, who is this other individual? I thought I met all of the staff already, All Might said as he couldn't see Izuku's mask since he was turned away from him as he had crawled up to Aizawa's bag, and they were just sleeping or acting like it for the most part. Ah, that isn't a staff member but a third-year student this year who already knows about your form, All Might, Nizu said, and All Might's eyes widened in disbelief as he asked how a student would know about it. At this point, Izuku decided to turn around with his sleeping bag so All Might could see him. Because you told me, Izuku said with his masked voice coming out. All Might relaxed as he dropped out of his form and looked at Nizu as he asked why he didn't tell him in the office that Kitsune was a student. You didn't ask? Also, why ruin the fun of scaring you? Nizu said, and both he and Izuku chuckled at the same time, creeping everyone out. Anyway, it's closing in on time for the physical exam to start. Nizu said, and Izuku watched the screens a bit as he rolled off Aizawa, and the man moved a bit as well to better see the screens as the staff, well more so All Might, watched them move around, visibly startled and took a step away. I wonder how many will enter before Mike says anything this year? I'm betting a max of 10 people, Izuku said, and people threw out some bets with some monetary amounts. Present Mike started walking out as the doors opened, and Izuku saw Hitoshi run off after it opened about halfway. Could have been better but good enough, Izuku thought as he saw some people from other exam sites run in as well. Looks like I win the bet, Izuku said as money was thrown at him as only 9 people had run in before Present Mike said anything, and Izuku's bet was the closest to the true number that did it. People kept causing disturbances as they made their way through the exam. The staff was commenting that they had some interesting test takers this year as they watched the students in action. Katsuki caught Izuku's attention for a bit as he watched the boy tackle robots, but it was clear he was still way too reliant on his quirk as he didn't watch out for the damage caused by the attacks as some things almost hit other people, but a red-haired boy blocked debris from hitting others, which earned him rescue points left and right. Izuku saw some people that were without a doubt from families of heroes, like Tenya Ida, who was overcoming robots with his kicks. Way too much a rule sticker which will get him in trouble in the field most likely, Izuku thought as he analyzed people left and right. So, Aizawa, what do you think of the people since some of them will be in your class this year? Izuku said as he asked Aizawa for his view, and everyone turned to him confused. What do you mean my class? I am still teaching you, so I got one more year before I go back to 1A again. Aizawa asked with a raised eyebrow. That's right. Nisa didn't tell you that you're teaching both classes now. Good luck surviving them in addition to me since you don't get to sleep all of the time. Anymore. Izuku said as he dashed out of his sleeping bag to the other side of the room as Aizawa stood up glaring with his quirk, turning his head to Nizu, asking him what the hell Kitsune was talking about. You say you earned it, but how have you? All you did was pass a biased exam that is geared towards those with more physical quirks. Nah, I think those that can overcome the challenges placed in front of them truly earn their places, and I would know since I am the sole survivor of 3A when Eraserhead here removed everyone in my class outside of me since they were acting like you all are right now. I know a few of you think his threat to expel is a ruse, but it isn't, as he has done it countless times before, with my class being the most recent time. Izuku said with a serious tone as he explained the number of things that were actually unfair in the world. This threat of expulsion isn't unfair. No, it's the first hurdle in your shot at being a pro hero, and if you can't overcome it, then it's better for your dream of being a hero to end here instead of facing dire consequences where villains will have their way before someone finds you. So, do you still think it's unfair? Izuku said and asked as he stood there as everyone else was silent. A few seconds later Aizawa spoke up saying that Kitsune, Izuku, was right in his speech. Everyone had looks of determination to fight for their places as Aizawa said that no individual had the right to stay in the hero course if they don't keep working for their position, as there were many others that want to become heroes that would gladly take their places if given the chance. As such, everyone went hard at work with their tests, but Izuku noticed something. He noticed that Shudo Todoroki was not using his full power in the tests, which were a bit questionable to Izuku. On one hand, there was only a limited amount of times that he could have likely used the fire to help him in the tests, which means the boy didn't know how to do anything creative with his fire outside of shooting it, or he was purposely not using it, which would irritate Izuku since such a good half of a quirk wasn't being used. Izuku was writing an analysis on all of the members of 1A so that he would have some baseline to work off of, since Izuku knew he might play a bit more active role in their class, and 1B since it did give him practice for analysis on people, but also just because he wants to be around Aizawa to annoy him. The tests were going on quite well as Izuku watched them progress, but he did notice that Toshinori Yagi aka All Might was off to the side of the building watching the exam. What does that man want? Izuku thought as he glanced to the side where All Might was standing at. Izuku had dug into the life of Toshinori Yagi and had found quite a few interesting things that he knew the man would have likely wanted to stay hidden, such as his quirk didn't show up until middle school, so he was quirkless all before that, which Izuku knew since he knew the man was quirkless, but he holds himself out as a natural-born hero, which is complete nonsense. Then Izuku also found out, or at least who he is assuming to be the 7th user of One for All, which was Nana Shimura, who had died an early death at what appeared to be All for One, who had been hunting the quirk down until he died against All Might, which Izuku found suspicious since no body was recovered. If you don't feel the heart stop beating, then a 200-year-old man with thousands of quirks will likely still be alive. At least Nizu agreed with my theory and has been looking again for the man with me. Izuku thought, since they knew to prepare for the worst, since Nizu had hired All Might on staff, which if the monster was alive then UA was going to face challenges in the future. Though, Izuku put that stuff out of his mind since he always felt a headache coming when thinking about that complete mess that All Might tried to get him involved with. Another reason Izuku wanted to be around 1A and 1B a lot more was to prevent All Might from taking any of them on as a protege, since he didn't believe a child should be involved in the mess at such a young age. It was such a good thing that they had given that permission to do that, as All Might truly was an idiot. As the class moved forward, the man had changed the lesson plans that Eraserhead had approved for his class. Today was a foundational class about the safety of their outfits and getting used to them, but All Might had changed it to a combat lesson where the students would be fighting against each other. The homeroom teachers have the final say in what lessons are done for their classes, since it is their individual class that they are responsible for in the end regarding their well-being. As such, All Might had no authority to change the lesson plans, which Izuku was texting Aizawa and Nizu about him doing so. Aizawa said he would be heading over there to watch but not to get involved unless something ridiculous happened, since they would address the issue after the lesson, not in front of the students. Nizu said he was monitoring from the cameras and agreed to discuss it after the class left. Sadly, things didn't go well, as the first pair-up was Katsuki Bakugo and Tenya Ida on the villain team, while Tsuyu Azui and Achiko Uraraka were on the hero team. The fight was going fine until it wasn't, as Bakugo had gotten annoyed at Azui, who kept dodging his attacks due to her physical abilities. That is where the issue came from, as Bakugo raised up his gauntlet and mentioned what it could do, asking her if she could dodge it. All Might just stood there saying nothing, as some in the class asked him if he would stop him from doing it, which he said, "I am confident in young Azui's abilities to dodge the blast, and at worst it would be some minor injuries that can be healed." All Might said, and at that, Izuku jumped out of the vent, startling them all as he ran to the microphone and turned it on. "Katsuki Bakugo, you are to refrain from using those gauntlets. Doing so will end this match in the hero team's favor, and you will face student disciplinary if you violate my orders." Izuku yelled into the microphone loudly as he watched the camera that was on Bakugo. All Might spoke up and asked why Kitsune was disturbing his class, claiming he had no authority to stop the fight. Izuku just completely ignored the man, which seemed to frustrate him, but Bakugo had already accepted Kitsune's, Izuku's, order and such tactics, as he used his blast to speed him up throughout the building and ended up catching Azui after a few more minutes and defeated her since she gave in. Uraraka was able to defeat Ida before Bakugo had made it back upstairs and had tagged the bomb, ending the fight in the hero team's favor. She had been able to corner him into a section of the room and had made him float into the air, allowing her to get the bomb. Izuku ordered them back to the control room as he finally turned around to All Might, who was looking irritated. "All Might, I suggest you prepare whatever excuse you have for Eraserhead, as he is on his way," Izuku whispered closely to the man, who looked confused. After the students from the battle training had arrived in the control room, Eraserhead came walking in looking displeased, as Nizu had texted him what was about to happen. "All Might, Nizu would like to see you now. I will be taking over this class today," Aizawa said without any room for debate. Though the man clearly looked like he wanted to argue about what was going on, he had the sense not to do it in front of the students. "Okay, Eraserhead and I will be taking over now, but first let's talk about the first battle that happened," Izuku said as he grabbed their attention, since they were all shocked to see All Might get sent away. Izuku asked them what went wrong in the fight, and they talked about how the villain team and hero team both split up, which Izuku slightly nodded his head. Right, but also wrong. It's common for teams to split up in the field sometimes, but that does run the risk of what happened here, as both sides lost a teammate. Overall, for the hero team, it would have been better to SW's its opponents, while the villain team should have likely stayed together or in close range, since Bakugo had to spend a few extra seconds getting back to the room, which could have allowed his team to win if he was closer. It's not always smart to chase your enemy, as they might lead you into a trap, Izuku explained as they all listened to him. Izuku though wondered if Bakugo would be listening if he knew who was under the mask. They then went on to what was done right and then who they thought the MVP of the match was. The class decided on Uraraka as the MVP, which Izuku agreed with, but Izuku decided to hit on one more topic. "Now, I'm sure you are all curious on why I jumped in and overruled All Might in regards to Bakugo?" Izuku asked, and even Bakugo wondered why. Quirks and weaknesses. Azui is a human with a quirk based around a frog. Did you know if frogs get too hot they can be severely harmed? For example, if Bakugo had decided to ignore me and used his gauntlets, and if Azui had failed to escape the blast radius even by a little bit, then she would have been at a high risk of being seriously affected. Now, I don't blame Bakugo for not knowing this, as this was meant to be a safety training in your outfits to get used to them, not a battle training, but All Might decided to change the lesson without Aizawa's approval, which he did not give. Izuku said as he explained that most of them would not have an idea of what their quirks could really do against someone else, so that is why they were meant to learn about how to safely use their quirks against others and the types of people that their quirks would cause far more damage than them intending to do, since it's a risk in the field. Quirks are dangerous tools, but they can also be used to help others as well, which you will learn in a rescue-themed training early in this semester, which was meant to happen before battle training, Izuku said, and some asked if they would continue to do the battle training, which Izuku nodded his head. We will, since one match already started, but we will be imposing more rules, as this training isn't meant for you to go all out with your quirk but to get a feel for using them against another person. If we tell you not to do something, then you will obey, as Bakugo did, else, as Aizawa said, your potential can drop to 0. Izuku said as he had a grin behind his mask that none of them could see, but he was sure he saw several shivers as his eyes swept over them. Aizawa stepped in and they started the lessons with changes to the plans that All Might had crafted without approval. The rest of the lesson passed without problems and Izuku was glad for that, but it was now time to deal with All Might. Aizawa and Izuku dismissed the class since this was the last lesson for the day and started to walk towards the staff room where All Might should be waiting with Nizu. Side thing we need to watch for is Todoroki. He's refusing to use his fire and I feel like I want to try to push him to use it or find the reason out for him not using it, Izuku said, and Aizawa nodded his head as he said it might be a trauma response, which Izuku nodded his head at. Indeed, but he can't hold back and not use it in heroics, as it will put him and others at risk, as he is hurting himself since his body is tied to both quirks to balance each other out, Izuku said, and Aizawa nodded his head and told Izuku to tread carefully on the subject. Soon though they arrived at the staff room where Aizawa slammed the door open as he glared at All Might, turning the man's quirk off in a flash. What in the world were you thinking when you created a lesson plan and conducted it without my approval? You don't have the authority to do that, and you don't even have a teaching certificate either, Aizawa said as he started out and then turned into yelling as he was upset when he learned of the fact that All Might almost allowed a student to be seriously. The text is safe and does not contain explicit, violent, or gory content. Revised text. They were both silent for a few minutes before he spoke up. I don't know. I have had an older brother figure, which my views had cost me my relationship with him back when I was younger. I don't know, as society says quirkless people should be seen as worthless and not like the rest of us, but everything else I've been learning shows the opposite. I know he wanted to be a hero, but I don't see how it's possible, as the field is dangerous and I don't want him to be hurt. I didn't want to lose him, Bakugo said as he gripped his hands together. Interesting, Izuku thought as he looked at Katsuki Bakugo as he heard the viewpoints of the boy who didn't want to lose Izuku due to him facing danger in the career. You say it's dangerous, yet the field is dangerous for whoever joins it. It should be up to the individual themselves to decide if they want to risk it all, even if they were to face serious challenges the first time out in the field when they embark on the career path. Bakugo, have you expressed your true views of why you didn't want him to go into the field, or did you repeat what everyone else told him when telling him he shouldn't be a hero? Izuku asked, wondering what the boy would say. Bakugo shook his head as he admitted he used the same reason as everyone else. Have you told him sorry, and would you truly mean it even if he still wanted to be a hero? Izuku asked as he was deciding if he would tell him the truth right here right now, depending on his answer. Bakugo looked at Kitsune and said he was indeed sorry and wished he could take back what he said back then, but he didn't know how to approach his older brother that he had lost due to his actions, as he didn't know if his older brother would want him in his life again. I wonder how he will react, Izuku thought as he leaned down and hugged Katsuki Bakugo. No, Kaken. I forgive you, Kaken, and I will gladly still accept you in my life, Izuku said as he hugged Katsuki as the boy froze and tried to get words out. Izuku pulled back and looked at Kaken in the eye, which was filled with confusion. How about you come over to the house to eat now before I leave for patrol tonight? You can ask your questions there, Izuku said as he took a few steps forward and looked at Kaken, who nodded his head and followed silently. Third POV. Izuku arrived at his house as he entered it and heard his mother welcome him home, but she froze when she saw who was behind her son. Katsuki. Dear, have you met Kitsune? Inko said as she just tried to play off the fact that she called Kitsune her son. He knows. I told him as he apologized to me without knowing it was me, as he talked to me about an incident today at school, Izuku said as he took his mask off and hair covering. Ah, I see. I'll get some dinner made since you leave for patrol soon, Inko said as she stepped into the kitchen area that was near the living room and had a clear view. Both boys sat down as Izuku told Kaken to ask whatever questions he wanted and he would answer if he could do so legally. How did you pull it off? Kaken asked as he was dumbfounded and Izuku chuckled. About a year before I cut you out of my life I met my now grandfather Seth Rolling, who is a pro hero but just not any pro hero either. Do you know who Vagabond is? Izuku asked and Kaken's eyes widened in shock and understanding. I see you are still a nerd of heroes like I have been, but yes, the man that held the #1 position even longer than All Might took me in as his personal protege and started to teach me everything he knew. He liked the courage and determination I had when I talked about what I wanted to do and withstood his pressure. He put off like how All Might can make people feel afraid if he releases his anger or something on villains. So I ended up training under him since that day as he prepared me for the UA entrance exam. Izuku said and Bakugo nodded his head in understanding of when Izuku had started his training. Bakugo then asked what all training Izuku had and if his class really did get expelled outside of him. Izuku laughed at the second question that he just had asked and nodded his head and confirmed he was the sole student of 3A anymore. I trained in everything really possible in combats and tools that Vagabond knew how to use. He also taught me how to fight in the dark or in a room of complete blackness which takes years to train in. The rest of my training came from Eraserhead, your homeroom teacher. This is because I am going underground heroic, so he taught me how to become an underground pro hero, which in both of our views is far more challenging than the limelight. Izuku said and Kaken was confused on how that was, so Izuku explained the differences between the two and how at night it's more about organized crimes and more dangerous villains. There is a reason underground heroes hide their identities, since the villains at night are far likelier to come for revenge if they ever get free. It's part of the reason I bought Mom the house, Izuku said and then explained why limelight heroes earn more money due to merchandise instead of actual work being done, but underground make it up with side work, which Izuku said he uses his analysis to help other heroes and earns a lot of money for cases he does. They then talked about how Izuku was the personal student of Nizu and what that meant, which Izuku saw Kaken shiver at the thought of being trapped inside of a locked room with limited breathing air due to it flooding if you got the puzzle wrong. Izuku just chuckled at that and then Kaken asked how easy it was to get the provisional license since he was sure the commission likely had issues, which Izuku nodded his head. Yeah, they did, but through manipulation, deal-making, and some pressure I was able to get them to agree to allow me to do my exam and be a hero in general. Though they have changed their tune and approve of me fully now, as I've long shown that a quirkless person could do the job, as I even have a signed letter from the commission's president saying I was able to perform the duty of a hero regardless of my quirk status, Izuku said as he grabbed the framed letter and showed Kaken, who was shocked at seeing it. Izuku did remind Kaken that he needed to keep quiet about Izuku being quirkless, which he was asked why. Not everyone is okay with it, as you have seen in life. I am really hoping to graduate before the general public finds out, though UA is suspecting someone will figure it out this year most likely. It's fine in the end if it does get out, but I'm trying to delay it so they can't have more power to challenge me, as the public would still have an issue with it, and even some heroes sadly. Though, I have a good track record that proves I am capable of doing my job, so I am just trying to make it longer, as if I was ranked based on cases and everything with zero public support in my rank, then I would be around rank 70 or so. Due to everything I've done though past that point, the popularity issue comes into play, which I don't need to worry about since I am going underground, Izuku said, but always loved knowing how his work compared to other heroes, as he was surely capable of doing the exact same job without a quirk, and his record proves it, as he has never had a failed mission or one deemed as such. He also did a lot of casework for other heroes even though they don't know he was quirkless, which he expects to take a hit if they did find out, so he was saving as much money as he could. All UA staff knows I am quirkless, but All Might. You will find I am only called Kitsune at school unless I am out of my gear, which is rare. All Might won't be informed since he is a new staff member and my files are locked at the school and at the commission like any other underground hero. Hitoshi Shinso does know I am quirkless since he is a friend of mine and I helped him train a bit when I could during my busy schedule, Izuku said, as his mother had already finished the food and they were now sitting at the dinner table eating. Kaken nodded his head and asked if his parents knew, which Izuku said they didn't since Izuku didn't know their views on quirkless people trying to go into heroics. I even avoided the home and went to Dad's house when your family was here to avoid questions, Izuku said, and Kaken froze as he asked if Uncle was back in the country, which made Izuku frown a bit. Nah, that person is long gone. He stopped contacting us since I was quirkless, so he isn't around anymore, and Mom served him divorce papers but never got a response, so the courts granted it since she made a good faith effort, Izuku said as he. The text does not contain any explicit content. However, there are sections that imply violence. Here is the revised text with those sections rephrased to be less graphic. Aizawa just sighed and nodded his head as Izuku headed into the building where he changed back into his hero outfit. He stretched his muscles and got to work on the casework that he had started in regards to his alias tea leaves. There had been an uptick in the number of requests that he had been getting since some criminals had been causing more problems, so Izuku devoted more time to complete cases as he always tried to have a 10% close rate for all the cases he was getting in a general month, so if he were to get 500 requests he would try to ensure he completed 50 cases in that entire month. As Izuku was doing this work, the students of 1A had all made it into their classroom after getting through all of the press as they waited for their teacher, who was dealing with the press himself with the help of Present Mike since they kept ignoring their demands to leave the students alone. Ida was talking about how it was good that everyone got inside safely, but some changed the conversation too about what happened yesterday as Bakugo surprised everyone by apologizing to Azui for potentially putting her in danger since he didn't understand the possible outcomes of her even getting that close to such a large heat source. She was a bit shocked because she thought Bakugo was a bit more of an aggressive type of individual, but in the end, she accepted it, though Bakugo went right back to being aggressive again when Kaminari called him a cool guy. "Shut it, you damn Pikachu. I'll take you down," Bakugo yelled as he swiped his hand at Kaminari. Everyone just felt as if they just saw a complete 180 of Bakugo's personalities but let it go as their teacher walked into the room. Aizawa looked around the room and then started to speak. "As I am sure you are all aware of All Might's stupidity, moving forward he is not allowed to teach a class alone due to his actions," Aizawa said, and one individual, Ida, asked what exactly he did wrong outside of not stopping Bakugo before Kitsune had to get involved. Aizawa sighed and nodded his head as he knew they would ask about what all went wrong. Outside of the glaring issue of the incident Bakugo was about to cause before Kitsune stepped in, All Might had no right to change the lesson plans to the battle training. It was meant to go over safety issues and getting you used to move in your outfits like we explained yesterday. All Might, for whatever reason the principal knows about, decided to hire the man even though he doesn't have a teaching certificate. Even if he did not have the authority to change lesson plans since homeroom teachers are 100% in charge of their students and have the final say in everything regarding their training and well-being, Aizawa explained, and they all nodded their heads. Aizawa then went over more fine details of what they did wrong or right in the battle training they did finish up before he addressed Bakugo. "Bakugo, I've been informed that you and Kitsune have talked privately after the class yesterday, and I know what was talked about. I'm trusting you will take the advice he has given you during the class and after in serious thought, as he did not get where he is through foolish actions or child play," Aizawa said, and Bakugo nodded his head. Aizawa then changed things about how they needed to select a class president and vice president, which he did not care about how they went about doing it. In the end, Momo was selected as the president and Ida was selected as the vice president of the entire class. As the day progressed, Izuku decided to take a break and headed to the lunchroom to get some food to take back to eat. As he entered he was called out too, and he turned his head to see the students of 1A sitting near him, so he decided to make a stop by him after he grabbed his food. "Are you all enjoying your day?" Izuku asked, and they explained how they had selected a class president, which made Izuku realize he's never attended the student body meetings. "Well, I will be. I've never attended the student body meetings, even though I would be my own representative since I am the sole student of my class." "Oh well, not like I needed anything from that," Izuku said, and Ida looked like he would have a heart attack from Izuku's lack of care regarding the student body, but Izuku didn't care. They asked him if he would join them for lunch, which he said he had casework to complete as part of his hero duties, and he's trying to keep ahead of everything right now. Though the lunch PRD was disturbed as the alarm went off indicating an intruder on the campus. As the alarm went off, Izuku got pushed to the window where he saw that it was none other than the press that had gotten into the campus. "DMN vultures?" Izuku said as he got on a table after pushing through some people and yelled as loud as he could. "Everyone shut up and calm down right now or else." Izuku yelled out loudly and a lot of people turned their heads to him and flinched back when they saw who it was that yelled. "Good, be afraid of me. Though the second years don't have much fear responses to me it seems. Pity that I will need to fix that later on." Izuku thought as he told everyone it was the press and reminded them what the producers were. Soon they all calmed down and started to move back to their seats since it was only the press. Izuku though knew full well it wasn't the press since they wouldn't risk it, but the students didn't need to know that. Whoever it was wanted to hide their actions by using the press. Izuku thought as he made his way outside where he found the staff had forced the press off the campus and out of the gate while Nizu and some others were looking at the damaged gate. "This wasn't done by the press," Izuku said, and Nizu nodded his head. "It seems we've gotten a war declaration or a warning of one," Nizu said in a low tone, but Izuku heard him and so did the other staff. Izuku reminded Nizu about their private research on the topic of a villain they were looking into and wondered if it was him. "It's possible our fears may be right. Kitsune, go with 1A on their training trip to the USJ as a backup. I trust your skills in the event something happens, and I will monitor the rest of the campus as we need to start preparing ourselves for a drawn-out conflict that is coming our way," Nizu said, and the staff was confused on what villain they were talking about, but Aizawa had a good idea since he was informed by Izuku about the truth behind All Might and his wound. Aizawa was upset that the man was endangering the students' lives by coming to the campus to teach when he really had no need to do so, as he should just retire. Izuku confirmed he would be in attendance as he examined the remains of the gate and thought it had to be done by some quirk that sped up the age of the material. It was either aged or broken down. Need to be careful of whatever villain had the quirk since the time frame for him to do this much damage was small, Izuku said, and everyone nodded their heads as they heard his quick analysis of the destruction. Izuku though headed inside to start getting prepared for the trip to the USJ and to prepare in the event something happened. Sadly for Izuku, things do happen, as they had just finished listening to 13's speech about what the students would be doing when things started to turn for the worst. Sadly for them, All Might was not at the training event like he was meant to be, since he had gone out and wasted his time saving people instead of being ready for the class, because now the students were the ones in danger instead of others that could be saved by countless heroes out in the field. The reason they were in danger was due to the fact that once they had entered the USJ, a dark purple mist appeared down in the plaza. Both Eraserhead and Izuku noticed it at the same time. 13, get the students out of here now. Kitsune with me, Eraserhead said as they both jumped down into the plaza as numerous villains showed up as they declared they were there to confront All Might. 13 started to move and get the students away from the stairs and towards the door, but sadly fate was not kind as the warp user appeared in front of them, stopping them from escaping. "Hello, I am Kurogiri from the League of Villains. None of you would happen to know why All Might isn't here, would you?" Kurogiri asked sadly for 13, who was prepared to take the villain out. She got blocked by Kirishima and Bakugo, who had tried to land a blow on the villain, resulting in the man warping most of the class away from the teacher. 13 started to fight with the man as they attempted to get Ida out of the building to warn the school. Now while this all happened, the students that got warped were in the different zones with villains across the USJ, but Izuku and Eraserhead themselves were down in the plaza confronting the thugs. Some thugs though recognized Eraserhead and Kitsune and had some fear, but others reassured them since they had a so-called weapon to defeat All Might. They have a weapon to defeat All Might. I keep hearing that, so it must have some truth to it, Izuku thought as he made his way through the villains. Time passed and things started to change as Kurogiri reappeared and spoke to the other leader of the villains named Tamura Shigaraki. "I'm sorry Shigaraki, but one student escaped to alert UA about our attack. 13 is taken out of action though," Kurogiri said, and both Aizawa and Izuku tensed at the implications of that meaning. "We need to end this," Izuku thought as he knocked down a villain. Izuku though always kept an eye on the white-hair villain as he was putting clues together about the man's quirk or possible quirk. Izuku noticed that the man always kept one finger away from touching things, which meant it was most likely a 5-point finger contact quirk, which he relayed to Eraserhead. This NPC is good. Who are you? Shigaraki asked, and Izuku provided his hero name. I am Kitsune, I work in the underground side of heroics. Izuku said, and the man nodded his head as he watched Izuku. I've heard of you. You have been causing issues for villains across the board in many cities around these areas. Though, there is something that seems strange about you that I can't put my finger on, but no matter. Shigaraki said, and both Aizawa and he tensed as the man looked at the creature next to him and then pointed at Eraserhead. Nomu, take care of Eraserhead, Shigaraki said, and in that few seconds, the creature was on top of Eraserhead with blinding speed. What the hell? Izuku said as he finished the villain he was with and saw the creature overpower Eraserhead before slamming him into the ground. Izuku's eyes widened at what he saw but then heard Shigaraki speak once again, which sent chills down his spine. If we can't get rid of the symbol of peace, then we might as well destroy his pride. Shigaraki said as he charged towards the water, confusing Izuku until he saw what was over there. Next to the edge of the water was none other than Mineta, Azui, and Hitoshi, who were backing away as the villain came towards them, but they would not be faster than the villain. Izuku threw one of his special wires that had a throwing knife attached to it so he could use it as a way to get the wires to a far distance as he used all of his strength, sending it flying towards Shigaraki before he could touch the students. As it wrapped around the man's arm, Izuku pulled back as the man now faced Izuku a bit as the students ran away after Izuku yelled at them to run. So cool, Kitsune and Eraserhead. Eraserhead neg. As Izuku charged towards All Might to help him, Bakugo came flying in and attacked Kurojuri. Nice going, Kaken, Izuku thought as the portal closed and All Might got freed. As such, Izuku changed his attention back onto Shigaraki, who had stopped talking since he had gotten annoyed at seeing his escape route and weapon frozen in ice as Todoroki appeared as well off to the side, along with Kirishima. Well, this got interesting, Izuku said, and Shigaraki scratched his neck in annoyance. My escape path. Annoying, but before we move on to getting my escape portal back, I want to talk about you first, Kitsune, Shigaraki said as he focused his attention back onto Kitsune, Izuku. Everyone was confused about the calm attitude of the villain and wondered why he was focused on Kitsune instead of All Might, who he said he was here to kill. Kitsune. I wonder why you are even on the hero side considering your quirk status. Because I am right, aren't I? Everything that is known about you has shown that no one knows what your quirk is, but I think my theory is right. But again, that makes me question why you help the hero's side when society has treated you like trash since you're quirkless, Shigaraki said as Izuku heard gasps all around him. Izuku just chuckled and broke out into laughter as he clapped slowly. Congratulations, you are the first person to guess correctly, but it doesn't really matter as I can still take you on even though you have a quirk. So let's start fighting again, yes? Izuku said as he heard All Might's voice telling him he should get back because it's dangerous, which caused Shigaraki to laugh. All Might, you are proving my point on questioning why he is even on your side when you treat him poorly. As such, Kitsune, nicknamed the Demon of the Night, why don't you join us and help tear down this society? We can even offer you a quirk if you want one, Shigaraki said, confirming that All for One was alive, which Izuku rolled his eyes at as he saw All Might pale a bit, but the others looked confused about how that was possible. Thanks for confirming your boss is alive for us, but no thanks. I'm good where I am at, Izuku said as he charged towards Shigaraki, ignoring All Might's and some other voices telling him to stop. As Izuku charged forward, Shigaraki called the Nomu to come to him, which broke free from the ice and pushed All Might away, appearing right in front of Shigaraki, ready to hit Izuku. However, things didn't go as Shigaraki thought they would, as Izuku predicted this based on how the Nomu defended Shigaraki the first time due to his wire and shocks. Izuku already had Izanagi out as he slashed at the Nomu's fist that was coming down and separated it from the body, shocking everyone. Though, Izuku wasn't even close to being done either. As the Nomu suddenly regenerated its arm, Izuku started chuckling, which sounded twisted as he fought. Izuku kept slashing at the Nomu, cleanly cutting through the creature each time it tried to attack him. It's slowing down, Izuku thought as he noticed the regeneration speed decrease with every strike. Nothing is infinite in this world, including the stamina used to regenerate from wounds. Everyone was shocked as they watched Kitsune, who they just found out was quirkless, deal with the creature that was giving All Might a hard time. None of them could believe it, including All Might. Soon, Izuku's chuckles grew louder over the creature's screeches as he taunted, "Shigaraki, I thought you said it could kill All Might, but I guess I am just better than All Might then if this can't do anything to me?" He aimed to instill fear in the villains around him as blood stained his outfit from the creature. "Time to finish this. The regeneration speed has decreased enough for me to perform that move that vagabond taught me," Izuku thought as he jumped back for a moment before moving as fast as he could, appearing on the other side of the creature. Everyone was confused, but All Might could barely keep up with the movements, surprised by Izuku's sudden burst of speed. Izuku controlled his breathing through the techniques Vagabond had taught him and focused all of his strength in his legs as he charged forward. He moved his arms in a specific way, cutting through the Nomu as he advanced. This resulted in significant damage as the creature fell apart. Dance of Swords, Izuku thought, having pushed his body past normal limits with the techniques he learned. This allowed Izuku to move faster than usually possible, but it exhausted him. The moment he appeared on the other side, the Nomu collapsed, incapacitated. "So, Shigaraki, what now since I've taken your precious weapon even though I am quirkless?" Izuku said, calmly sheathing his sword after cleaning it. In truth, he was stalling to regain his breath and prepare to fight again. "I can't believe you did that," Shigaraki exclaimed, astonished that a quirkless individual could achieve such a feat. Humans evolved even before quirks appeared. "Even though I am quirkless, my body has adapted like those with quirks. I transformed my body into a weapon as dangerous as a quirk," Izuku said, glaring at Shigaraki, who stepped back. Suddenly, the doors burst open, and Ida entered with all of the staff from UA. "Oh, look, perfect timing," Izuku said as Shigaraki called out for Kurogiri, who appeared right by him with some injuries as Bakugo had tried to set off an explosion. Kurogiri pushed through the pain and got to Shigaraki as a few projectiles came flying at them, but they teleported away. "Nizu, there are still students unaccounted for across the facility. Eraserhead and 13 need medical attention as well." Izuku yelled out to Nizu, who nodded and instructed the staff and Kitsune to spread out and rescue the others while detaining the villains. Izuku got to work quickly as ectoplasm spread clones around the area while some teachers assisted. Others guided the students out of the building so All Might could descend from his hero form. As Nizu approached him, Cementos blocked the view of him so no one would see him. All Might spoke up, "Did you know Kitsune is quirkless?" All Might asked, and Nizu nodded. "Of course I would know that the top student of UA is quirkless. Quite impressive as he is going to break barriers in quirk discrimination with what he has accomplished and will accomplish." Nizu replied, though he anticipated what All Might would likely say, and he was right as the man spoke again, "Nizu, it's dangerous for someone quirkless to be a hero. You should remove him from the hero course." All Might insisted, and Nizu frowned, but that wasn't the biggest problem as Izuku had returned early since his area didn't have anyone in it from what he could see, and Ectoplasm was going to search for any villains hiding, so he got sent back, which meant he heard it. "Oh? Too dangerous. Like for you, All Might, who only has 3 hours to be in a hero form? At least I'm not someone who refuses to retire and clings onto fame," Izuku said as he appeared right next to All Might. All Might turned around and stated he wasn't clinging to fame and that a quirkless person was at an extreme disadvantage in the field and would be a liability. At this, Izuku laughed hard, then suddenly stopped and looked at All Might. "All Might, let's get things straight. Just because you couldn't perform as a quirkless hero doesn't mean I can't or that someone else can't. Not my fault you decided to take one for all instead of pushing through to become a quirkless hero. That is the route you chose, and this is mine. Did you know that if we were to rank me publicly, I would rank right past the 100th place because of the work that I've completed? If I can't be a hero, then everyone below me in the ranks doesn't deserve to be a hero either since they aren't doing better than me, and they have a quirk, which according to you is a requirement to be a good hero, which is complete nonsense," Izuku said, and now he was honestly getting frustrated as he was sure All Might wouldn't change his viewpoints since the man only seemed offended that Izuku pointed out that he was quirkless before. "Of course it matters, All Might, because you didn't do anything for those you forgot about. You got to the top and that is the only thing you cared about. You didn't truly care to save those that needed it, like those discriminated against on a day-to-day basis for their lack of a quirk, their so-called villainous quirks, or so-called useless quirks. You got to the top and then turned your back on them because they were no longer important to you, as you didn't want to remember your roots, which you've gone far reaches to hide. Izuku said as he walked away before turning around again and speaking up. Don't even bother trying to stop me, All Might, because even the Hero Commission approves of me being a hero. They have even acknowledged the fact that they were wrong when they thought I couldn't do the job, as they sent me a letter signed by the president herself saying that I was fit and capable of the job regardless of my quirk status. Remember that, All Might, as I will continue to do my job and save those you turned your back on and forgot about, as I will be their symbol instead of you. Izuku said as he finished yelling at All Might and walked away. Izuku was completely frustrated with All Might, but he knew he needed to deal with the students of 1A who had learned he was quirkless as well. As Izuku arrived back at the campus, he realized he was still covered in the aftermath of the recent encounter, but he didn't care in the end because it would help to add to the fear factor of what he was capable of doing in the minds of the students of 1A. He already knew that a few of them would likely say some ridiculous things, so he was prepared to handle that, because if he had to, he would confront the students from 1A just like he had done each and every single year for the other classes. Izuku grinned as he remembered how as a first year he was able to fight some pro heroes but still be able to manage the other students from the other classes. Let's see what the little ones want to act like. Izuku thought as he opened the door to find the detective inside the room asking the students questions. Don't want to deal with him, and I know I got to give him my statement as well. Izuku thought as everyone turned to face him. Sup? Izuku said as he walked in and stood behind the podium as if nothing really happened at all that day. Izuku just waited in silence until someone finally broke the silence, who was Bakugo. So am I coming over for dinner tonight with my parents? Or is Auntie going to be upset about this entire event? Kaken asked, and Izuku snorted. She's long lost her ability to be upset after the trouble Aizawa and I've gotten into over the years, so still come over for dinner like you were meant to. Hitoshi, do you want to join us, since my mother wanted to know when you would join us again? You can bring your parents if you want. Izuku said, and Hitoshi said he would see if his parents would let him and if they wanted to come as well. Everyone then suddenly spoke up, asking how they were so calm when they were so close to danger. You get used to it in your hero career, but you as first years shouldn't have been involved in that in your first semester. If you want to blame anyone, then blame All Might for not doing his job and being there instead of wasting his time out in the city like he was. Izuku said as he shrugged and reminded everyone that Hound Dog was available for appointments, as he was a free service for the students of the school. I give Hound Dog a 10 out of 10 on service since I use him, Izuku said, and some nodded their heads until Todoroki raised his hand and Izuku had to guess what his question would be, and he was right. Kitsune, is what the villain said about you true? The fact that you are quirkless? Todoroki asked, and at that those that didn't hear about it, including the detective, all stared at Izuku with widening eyes. Ida raised up and started to speak as he told Todoroki that it would be impossible for a quirkless person to have been in the hero course, which irritated Izuku. Oh, why would it be impossible since I am indeed quirkless? Got a problem with me, Tenya Ida? Izuku said in a low and serious tone that a lot of them picked up on. Ida turned to Izuku, shocked that his senpai was indeed quirkless. Quirkless doesn't mean worthless. I will admit the average quirkless person could not get into the hero program since they would lack the drive to undergo the sheer training I went through from a young age to pull this off, but it is possible, just as the average quirked individual couldn't get into the hero course since they didn't put the work in. If I wasn't capable of doing this, do you think Eraserhead, who expelled everyone in my class who had powerful quirks, would have kept me around? Izuku said, and then asked if Eraserhead would have kept him around, which a lot of them shook their heads no. Izuku nodded his head and then decided to hit it further with the fact that the commission approves of him. Also, do you all think you know more than the Hero Commission? Izuku asked, and they were all confused. The commission knows I am quirkless and even opposed me being a hero in training, but they have also accepted it and even sent a letter saying that I had proven that a quirkless person can indeed do the job like a quirked individual. They said that regardless of my quirk status, that I was capable and fit for the job. If the commission is willing to accept my ability to do my job, then I believe you don't really have an argument against me, since they are one of the quirkiest organizations in Japan. Izuku said, which earned remarks from Ida that he shouldn't slander the commission, which Izuku chuckled at. Ida, lose the stick up your butt or you are going to struggle in the field quickly. Also, the commission is a quirkiest organization and they know my views of them since I've said it directly to MDM president herself the last time I and her met, so it's not like they don't know my views on them. Izuku said as some widen their eyes at the fact he said that type of stuff right to the president of the commission herself. Anyway, I'm going to give you all a warning to be careful around All Might, Izuku said, confusing them all, and the detective looked concerned about what Izuku might say. He must know the secrets? Izuku thought as he talked again. Those with so-called weaker quirks, villainous quirks, or like me should be careful around him since he's clearly displayed quirkist attitudes, so fair warning that he might not be the most open-minded person behind closed doors, Izuku said, shocking the entire classroom. I'm not going to lie to you about his views since he clearly said them all back to me at the USJ when he decided it was worth it trying to get me kicked out of the hero course, even though I'm a third-year student already, as he completely ignored the fact that I dealt with the creature that was pushing him back and would have won without mine, Bakugo's, and Todoroki's interference. Izuku said as he told both boys a good job on what they did, but be careful next time since they weren't licensed, which they nodded their heads. The detective looked like he wanted to say something, which Izuku asked him if he had anything to say since he looked like he did. I've personal friends with All Might, so I'm a bit shocked that my quirk registered what you said true in regards to the things you claimed about All Might, the detective said, and Izuku shrugged. It's not that surprising since I know a lot of All Might's secrets that he stupidly told me like an idiot, but then again those at the top tend to get tunnel vision and become hollow shells of what they truly could have been. Let's take Endeavor for example, as that man is not fit to be a hero since he has serious flaws that overshadow his actions, Izuku said, and Izuku noticed Shudo Todoroki tensing up. Well, it seems Endeavor takes his public attitude home as well. Izuku thought as he chooses Endeavor for a reason, as he started explaining to everyone how the challenges and issues caused by the man tend to be far worse than the villains he captured in the first place. As such, it was down to just Mineta, Bakugo, Todoroki, Yaoyorozu, Shinso, and Tokoyami, which Izuku somewhat predicted in all honesty. Yaoyorozu was a small surprise on the fact that she was still in, but Izuku didn't focus much on her until now though. Izuku thought she was quite an idiot for creating a sword, as she spoke aloud and said she wanted to force Izuku to use his blade as he had not even pulled it off his side once. The blade didn't even get pulled with the scabbard on to use as a blunt weapon. That is how weak the students were, as Izuku relied nearly on his hand-to-hand combat with some use of his wires, but otherwise he didn't use anything else outside of that as no one had forced him to do so. As Yaoyorozu charged a bit towards Izuku, Izuku felt downright insulted, even worse than being looked down upon as being quirkless, since she was insulting his skills as a swordsman. Insulting my skills is quite foolish, girl, Izuku said as he ignored all of the others and went straight towards her and didn't seem like he was going to dodge when the sword was about to make contact with his chest. Though at the last second he twisted his body and the sword passed right above him as he bent backwards, which allowed him to avoid the blade. As everyone was still in shock at how quickly Izuku dodged and how close he did it, they failed to notice his quick movements until it had already happened, as Izuku placed the sides of his hands against the blade and snapped it quickly. Failure of a blade creation. Insult to blade makers of old, as this blade only looks like a katana but doesn't have the core strength of one. Izuku thought, as he didn't have to put out much strength to break the blade, as it wasn't made with the same methods of an actual sword but just produced to look like one. She can replicate things, but unless she knows how it is exactly made in the crafting stage, then the weapon is just a hunk of method made in the original shape. Izuku thought as he held the tip portion of the blade that he had broken off to her neck and just stood there silently. Aizawa called her out of the fight and she walked away with eyes still wide at the fact that if Izuku was an enemy she would be in real danger. Turning his head, Izuku could see those that were left and knew he would have to start putting a bit more work in his methods, so he decided to take Mineta out first, as he was the most annoying to deal with in regards to getting trapped. As Izuku ran towards Mineta, the hard truth of Mineta's quirk came to happen as he ran out of sticky ball to throw. This resulted in Izuku wrapping one of his wires around Mineta, and before Izuku could even do anything, the boy gave up after seeing what happened at the USJ for those that got trapped in Izuku's wires. Then there was only 4. I haven't even used more than a quarter of my abilities, yet you all think you are something to look up to. Disgusting, Izuku said with a true tone of disgust in his voice as he wanted them to realize the sheer difference in power and the cold truth of the world. Villains won't care if you give up, as they will just eliminate you in the field, so defeat means danger. There was also the fact that you should never underestimate an enemy even if they were quirkless. Everyone was riled up by this statement from Izuku, but they could do nothing as only 4 people were left in the fight against Izuku. Can you 4 show me that you 1A kids even have some backbone? All I have seen is weakness that would result in your defeat or the defeat of others out in the field, Izuku said as he stepped towards those that remained. Bakugo, Todoroki, Shinso, and Tokoyami were all on guard but still didn't look as if they were going to work as a team to defeat him, which Izuku wanted to roll his eyes at. Shinso, I'm surprised you haven't tried anything during all of the times I've talked, Izuku said, trying to provoke his best friend into fighting, and there was a goal behind this as Izuku wanted to let himself be caught on purpose. Shinso did end up taking the bait and spoke with his quirk turned on to just try and taunt Izuku in it, as he thought Izuku just might slip up during the fight, but that is exactly what Izuku wanted, as he purposely let himself go into the quirk, which surprised everyone when he had responded to Shinso. Aizawa raised an eyebrow and looked ready to call the match as Shinso had gotten close to Izuku to wrap him. Ah, perfect timing. I remember you all didn't have much fear towards me in the lunchroom when I was giving out orders. That won't do, Izuku said with a smirk as he challenged them all to a 1 versus 40 fight. Of course Izuku won the fight, and it was a bit of a challenge that pushed him to go much further than he had with 1A, as he was fighting 40 more experienced individuals, but he still had far more fighting experience and pure determination to prevail against them. Izuku didn't hold back on the shocking or using the drag-infused weapons as he outperformed each and every single one of them in front of 1A. After the hour or so fight with the second-year students, Izuku walked to 1A and asked them if they could see the vast difference in what he did to them compared to what he did to the second years, which earned him nods of heads. Good, don't want you to think you were even close of taking me on during your fights, as the gap between us is way too wide currently. This is the gap created due to real combat in the real world, and not like those weak thugs that the League had go against you. No. The only true dangerous individuals were the 2 ring leaders and their bioweapon that they had, Izuku said as he turned around and walked out of the doors, leaving them all stunned there in their seats. It was at that moment they realized that they indeed had gotten a bit overconfident due to the people they beat at the USJ, and knew the sheer difference in skills that someone truly experienced had compared to them who had only stuck their toes in the ocean. All of 1A had a fire created in them, with some being bigger than others, though, as they all wanted to be able to challenge Kitsune, who was quirkless yet so powerful. They all started on their individual trainings that they wanted to do for the sports festival that would be coming up, as they wanted to do far better and show the world that they were going to become strong heroes and one day catch up to their senpai Kitsune. Though some like Todoroki still had no plans to use their full quirk, and Izuku could only shake his head over the next few days as he spied on their trainings, as he was still disappointed in people like Todoroki, but Izuku could currently do nothing about it. Third POV. The sports festival was always an interesting time of the year for UA High School, as the 3 stadiums were always packed full with people that came from all across the country to see the event in person instead of on their television screens. Though, Izuku knew the real reason that all of these events were so popular, and it was due to the basic human mind enjoying displays of competition in which they don't have to lose anything to see it. Of course, pitting other humans against each other was something which Nizu himself would enjoy taking advantage of for his own profit and personal enjoyment due to his past. Anyway, this year was going to be a bit special for numerous reasons, but the main reason it was special for Izuku was that he would be participating as himself, or rather he would be going as Kitsune. That's right, unlike the previous years where Izuku went under a fake name and everything else, he would be taking part as the sole student of 3A and would be wearing his Kitsune mask. Izuku wanted to show everyone what it meant to face against him, and how he would go on to be a remarkable force of fighting potential regardless of the fact that he was quirkless. The air was completely silent as Izuku started his walk down the platform from the podium, but it only took one spark to set it all off. It's unknown who started it, but the stadium was full on chanting as people called out Izuku's hero name or even his new slogan. The demon of the night. It was something he was aiming for, as he was going to be what haunts crime at night and brings them down even as he uses their own quirks against them, since he can quickly analyze quirks and their weaknesses. Though, you couldn't really see it, Nizu and Izuku both had smirks on their faces that they had hidden. Izuku's through his mask and Nizu's was hidden behind his teacup that he was drinking out of. Nizu of course allowed the chanting to go on for a bit, as he knew what the plan was and had just accomplished in those few moments of speaking. Izuku had more or less stood there and indirectly admitted to being quirkless, as well as set himself up as the antithesis of what All Might stood for. All Might, who is all about smiling and being a so-called natural-born hero with unparalleled strength, while Izuku was none of that. He wasn't all about smiling, but instead about darkness and causing fear into villains, even if others were wary of himself as well. He wasn't naturally born with power, as he had no quirks, and the power he had was his own body strength that he crafted. No, Izuku, or rather Kitsune, was the individual who wanted to remind everyone that the notion of peace is not unbreakable, as All Might has to retire one day, even if Izuku knows that someone would have All Might's quirk in the future. It just wouldn't be the same, and peace would be hard to achieve with the rise of villains that was happening right around them. After waiting a bit longer, Nizu put a stop to the chanting and got the third-year festival underway for real this time, as he had the large screen televisions display a randomized selection of the first event that the students would be going through. After a few moments of tense silence, the first event was picked and called out. The first event is Headhunter. In this event, we will have all of the students wear individual headbands, as they will be spread out in the forest area of Ground Omega and will have to hunt each other's headbands down. If you lose all of your headbands, then don't worry, as you are not out until the time stops. Nizu said with a gleam in his eye, as he didn't mention the fact that robots from the entrance exam were spread out into the training ground as well. Izuku smirked a bit to himself, as in all honesty a densely packed forested area was perfect for him in his mind, as it provided him the ability to gather resources, prepare traps, and lure people into other individuals before striking at them all. Time to put my skills of moving fast and quietly to a test in a forest, Izuku thought as he and everyone else jumped on the buses that were taking them towards the training grounds. Though, Izuku did notice all of the drones following them as well, which would provide video footage back to the stadium and at home for those tuning into the third-year events instead of those of the other years. Of course, the first year's events tended to have a lot more views sometimes, and especially this year since the USJ attack had happened and everyone would want to see the students of 1A. Anyway, the buses came to a stop outside of the game, and they were alerted that they had 5 minutes to disappear across the enclosed area before the timer would start for the fight. Izuku of course disappeared within a matter of seconds as he climbed into a tree, then used the branches to run across the forest area instead of on the ground. Thank God Emister taught me how to balance myself on weak branches that are just barely thick enough to move on. Izuku thought as he could hear some of the branches crack under his weight, and knew that if he was a bit heavier then these branches likely wouldn't hold his weight enough if he had his full gear on him. Anyway, Izuku was already a decent distance into the area, but he could have gone farther but chose not to do so. Yes, he could play it safe and pick people off on the edges, but he wasn't crafting an image that villains would need to fear if he did that now, would he? No. Instead, Izuku chose to stay near the middle of the pack, as he wanted to reign supreme at the top of the fighters and show off why he had won the previous years. After waiting a bit, everyone could hear the siren go off, triggering the start of the fight, as Nizu called the match to start over the speaker system that was hidden in the forest. This triggered fights right away as clashes erupted due to quirks colliding or trees were. After waiting a second for them to start fighting, Izuku dropped down right in the middle after their attacks had already collided and kicked the legs out of 2 of them, while he pushed himself off from the ground with his hands as he went into a handstand after doing the leg sweep. Pushing himself forward, he collided with his knee right into the face of one of the other students. Ups, Izuku thought as he grabbed the headband and tossed the other student quickly into the 4th individual before bolting as he grabbed all of the headbands. Moving away from them, Izuku ran into a group of 5 students who seemed to be teaming together as they all turned to Izuku with shocked looks due to running into him. Then one person yelled out for them to get him before they all attacked him, but sadly for them Izuku knew the quirks of the third years quite well. As such, he was able to push through their attacks with him, receiving a few hits that he knew wouldn't cause really any damage to himself, even though one student's quirk was like a stun gun. Everyone back at the stadium yelled out in assortment at seeing Kitsune tanking a shocking hit in the literal sense, but saw him not even flinch from the hit. Of course, Izuku had shocked himself quite a few times due to the times he trained with his own gear, so his nervous system could easily handle the small amount of shock he had received from that student who belonged to the support department. Anyway, Izuku in the end went on to take out a few more groups before the round was called, and the top 42 individuals moved on to the next round as they were all taken back to the stadium to be healed up with the healers that Nizu had hired to be on hand for the festival, since Recovery Girl was at the first year's events this year. As the scores were called, it became clear that Izuku was in first place with a total of 36 headbands, including his own that he had gained. The shouts of his hero name going out were being called and rocked the entire stadium as he raised a hand into the air in front of him, as he didn't want to do the All Might style raised hand since he had a dislike towards that man. No, Izuku's style looked as if he was grabbing something in front of him with the back of his hand facing away from people. It was like he was grabbing the future in front of him, and he kind of was, as he pulled off amazing feats in front of everyone and solidified his place in their minds. Well, the Hero Commission might not be too pleased with all of this public display of my hero name. Izuku thought with a small chuckle to himself as Nizu, and he knew they risked pissing the commission off a bit, as Izuku had promised to stay under wraps as best as he could, and he was in regards to his quirk statues, but otherwise he was in front of everyone in clear view. The next round was called out, and it was going to be a battle of control like in one of the previous year's festivals. In this event, the students had to control an area that was marked out, and the longer they controlled it, the more points they would get the longer they stayed at it. It was more or less a King of the Hill style match, but with teams that ranged with different numbers. But what was shocking to everyone was when Izuku declared that he would be doing the match alone, and Nizu approved of it. Everyone thought he was crazy, but the fans and others didn't know about how much fear that Izuku had installed in the other students in challenging him. As such, Izuku stood in the top spot the entire time, and when people came he just raised his hand and waved them towards him, which caused them to stall in a slight amount of fear due to them all remembering what he has done to them in trainings even with higher numbers. This resulted in other teams typically being attacked, as no one had the courage to go against Izuku in such an uncomfortable setting, as they could be targeted by other teams as well as you could be knocked out of the game if you were pushed out of the ring that surrounded the entire fighting area. One team had that unfortunate luck, as they had dared try to go towards Izuku's spot, which was right next to the edge, as you can't get high rewards without high risks. As such, there was barely any room to fight in without getting pushed out in the top spot. This resulted in the unlucky team that had dared to challenge Izuku to get pushed out by him, and a few others that came in from behind before retreating away from Izuku, as they didn't want to get targeted by him. The second round came to an end, and Nizu spoke in a teasing manner. Reminder: the final round is always a 1 versus 1, so if you didn't have the courage to face against Kitsune in the second round, you better pray you don't get put. This kept going on and on as Izuku fought each of his matches until he was at his final match of the day, and it was the match for first place. However, we won't be watching from Izuku's or the third year's stadium, but instead the first year's stadium, as they were taking an intermission at the request of Nizu, who alerted both the first year's and second year's stadium that Izuku was about to fight for first place and make history if he won. He would be the second person ever to win all 3 years, but the first quirkless person unknown to the public that had won all 3 years, which was a historical fact. As such, Present Mike, who was commenting with Eraserhead in the first year's stadium, alerted everyone to the intermission, as the screens and even the live TV were all routed to the third year's festival as Nizu started to speak. Ladies and gentlemen that are joining us from home or the other stadiums, today we are possibly seeing history made once again, as Kitsune, the demon of the night, stands in the finals against his opponent. If Kitsune wins this, he will be the second person in UA history to win all 3 years of the festivals, as the only other individual to do so was All Might himself. Nizu said for everyone that had their feeds tuned into this match and had no idea what was going on. The crowd in the third year's stadium was going wild from what everyone could see, and the students of 1A were watching on in interest, as they knew the truth of Kitsune and that he was quirkless. This made them all shocked to learn that he had won each of the previous years as well and were now invested in watching what would happen. Though Katsuki's eyes were wide as hell when he learned of this fact and wondered how Izuku was pulling all of this off without the support gear, but pushed that thought aside as he continued to watch. They all saw the fight start, and it became intense as the opponent against Izuku had a quirk that allowed them to create more or less ghost images of themselves which appeared more or less the same as the user themselves. These images would fake attacks before disappearing, causing Izuku to become confused on where the real body was at, so he suffered quite a few hits since he didn't have his support gear. Using his gear he would end this quicker since he would use his wires to lash out at the images, breaking them apart and getting the real one trapped, but here he didn't have that. No, Izuku instead used his mind and paid close attention to the images that were being made and tracked where the real one was going to end up. In that brief moment when a new image was made to confuse him, Izuku saw the slight disruption from where the image breaks away from the real body, and in that moment he attacked. He landed a hit straight to the leg of the other student, forcing the creation of the image to stop and the others to break apart since the student had to concentrate to keep the images up since it was such a demanding mental quirk. Though, Izuku had to hand it to his opponent, who was one of the unofficial Big Three. They were strong and smart, but Izuku had gone through rigorous training, so all of the hits barely did anything to him. The reason for this was the other student relied on support gear as well to make up for the lack of strength they had, as they relied too much on their quirk like so many people, and it is that reason that when they are put on the stage together, Izuku is far stronger as his body is a weapon itself. As soon as the student went down to one knee, Izuku was right behind them with his hands on the pressure points of his opponent and quickly incapacitated them within seconds of getting his hands on them. Training in the body's pressure points and natural internal network truly did pay off greatly, as even the mighty will fall to the natural weaknesses that every human has if they are attacked. Izuku thought as he stood over the collapsed body of the other student and raised his hand in front of him as if he was grabbing the future. The crowd went wild as they had just seen history be made, and even the other stadiums were going wild at what they had just seen. Izuku noticed a microphone bot come towards him, and he looked at it and spoke. "I have shown you. Anyone can be a hero no matter how weak others perceive them. Only your own determination and will can determine if you can become a hero or not, so don't let anyone tell you that you can't be a hero, for I am Kitsune, the demon of the night." Izuku said and yelled out the last part as the stadium erupted in cheers again. Third POV. Izuku, to be honest, should have expected it, and he somewhat did expect it, but to think so many reporters and other individuals were standing outside of UA's front gates on the day they were set to return from the internships or for him his work study was a bit shocking. A lot of the reporters were trying to question students or others on information about Kitsune aka himself, and Izuku just found it funny as he had easily slipped by, as he claimed to be a general studies student that had an appointment with Recovery Girl before the start of school. As such, none of the reporters bothered him greatly as he was able to get into the campus without much trouble, unlike those that had claimed to be from the third-year hero class. Izuku did wonder how they would all be reacting towards the news of him being quirkless and having won the sports festival each year before, because social media was quite something right now. There was actually an even divide online currently, since Izuku had made a lot of progress during his years at UA in showing that he deserved his position. It was also the fact that there was a large handful of pro heroes that Izuku had worked with that came out in support of him, even though they didn't know about him being quirkless right now. "I'm going to have to thank Best Jeanist in the future when I see that man," Izuku thought as Best Jeanist had come out publicly supporting Kitsune, saying some things like that the third-year hero student was able to hold himself against individuals in the top 10, which showed the dedication and training that Kitsune had gone through and deserved a fair chance like everyone else to be a hero. Izuku always found working with the top hero a bit weird, since the man was so on point about jean fashion and having a uniformed clothing and appearance that it bugged Izuku, since not everyone fits into one-size models like Best Jeanist tried to do to Izuku in the past, but otherwise the man was good for raids, and even the recent raid they had on the league that helped spark all of this online debate as well. Anyway, as Izuku paced himself through the hallways, he could see the looks he was getting, since he was now in his hero outfit and no longer just wearing his normal clothing without his mask on. Izuku could see a range of expressions, with some disgusted looks which mainly consisted of some first and second years, and then some looks of awe. Izuku noticed something else as well, and that was the looks of disgust really only came from those not in the hero courses at all, and Izuku could guess why. It was the simple fact that even outside of the sports festival, Izuku had performed exceptionally against all of the hero course students in trainings as well as against large groups of them in trainings as well. As such, if Izuku could win the sports festivals without support gear against quirked individuals and perform well in trainings with only using minimal amounts of his support gear, then it was clear he could handle himself. This was a fact that the hero core students knew of personally, as their bodies have all faced challenges from Kitsune, unlike the general core students who have not had to contend with Kitsune's skills. After moving through the hallways, Izuku arrived at the staff room since he knew Nizu would likely be there with the other staff talking about the mess of a situation that was currently standing outside of the school's gates. As Izuku didn't even bother knocking, he just pulled the doors open and found all of the staff present in the staff room, but there were some unique guests in the room as well. These so-called guests were none other than MDM President of the Hero Commission herself. Ah, MDM President. Wish we were meeting again under more pleasant reasons, but you know this society is quirkist and wants people like me dead after all. Izuku said without a care in the world as he bowed a bit to the president of the commission and then sat down near Nizu. The room was silent after Izuku's little statement, but Nizu soon broke the silence and asked if anyone had any ideas about dealing with the public backlash that was going on right now due to Kitsune's quirk status being leaked by one of the students in 1A. Of course, Nizu already had figured out who leaked the information within the few days that all of this has been going on, so it wasn't a surprise it was someone in 1A, and Izuku knew it was someone there as well because outside of the staff and the commission they were the only ones that knew the truth. The villains knew the truth, but he doubted they would gain much from this backlash except some upset people for a bit of time. No one was talking or speaking up since none of them had any good ideas, so Izuku spoke up. We can release some of the video footage from my trainings and spars with the previous third years and current third years. It would show. All Might nodded his head at Nizu's statement, and soon the meeting continued as the president of the commission asked if Kitsune still planned to continue to go out on missions with all of the media presence going on right now. Izuku of course said he was going to be going out even if the media hounds tried to track him down at night, as it wouldn't stop him from doing his job. Though it might be a good idea to release my case rates and have it compared to the current rankings, as it would show how much work I have done even without having a full license yet. I believe my cases would put me in the top 45 right now. Kitsune, Izuku, asked the commission's president, and she nodded her head. Indeed, in pure case work and everything that is a result of the cases you have completed would indeed have you in the top 45 if you were being listed as a daylight hero, said the commission's president, and Izuku nodded his head as they agreed to use it as more evidence that he can perform his job just like everyone else could, even though he lacked a quirk. The meeting came to a quick end after all of this talk, and as he was walking towards his homeroom, which was just the hidden library, he was stopped because his path was blocked by none other than the arrogant child from 1B, Nito Monoma. He is going to say something stupid, isn't he? Izuku thought as he stood in front of the boy with students belonging to multiple years and departments in the hallway. Can I help you, Nito Monoma? Kitsune, Izuku asked with his mask and full outfit on him, which did carry a slightly imposing presence because he was recently known as Kitsune the Demon of the Night due to everything at the third year's sports festival. Though, it seems like it didn't have much of an effect on the first year, who decided to just lay his hand on Izuku and attempt to copy a quirk, as the boy's quirk allowed him to copy other quirks for a PRD of time. Nito spoke out for everyone to hear as he yelled out that Kitsune was truly indeed quirkless, as the news reports were saying, and Izuku just rolled his eyes at this and thought the first year was a complete idiot for what he had just done. If no one realized it, Nito Monoma just committed a crime, as he had 1. Used his quirk illegally, and 2. Used his quirk on a Provisional Pro Hero, which was another crime itself. Yeah, I am quirkless, but let's ignore that for a moment. Kitsune, Izuku said, and he could hear a few people call out on why they would ignore him being quirkless until Izuku spoke up, and they all went dead silent, and Nito paled a bit. I see that you are wanting to be expelled and spend some time in a detention center, Monoma-kun, seeing as you just used your quirk illegally, as you are not a licensed individual, and you also used it with ill intent against a Provisional Pro Hero, which is another crime in itself. Kitsune, Izuku said, and as it was said, the entire hallway was dead silent. Are you going to speak up, or are you that much of an idiot that you don't think your actions through enough to realize the consequences of your actions? Kitsune said with a sarcastic tone of voice that just made Monoma look upset, but he realized he couldn't say or do anything and had to just stand there and take the insults. After waiting a bit longer, Izuku decided he would put down any thoughts of resistance towards him by the student body. I'll give you a way out that doesn't involve you getting expelled or going to detention for your actions. We can go over to one of the sparring gyms and we will have a match with a teacher watching over it. I'll let anyone challenge me if they want to try to prove that I don't belong here. What do you say, Monoma-kun? Kitsune, Izuku asked with a sneer on his face, but it couldn't be seen due to his mask, and that was a horrible thing because Izuku was going to enjoy the challenge that he was about to put them all through. After about 25 minutes of getting things prepared and getting everyone to the gym, it turns out that the one that would be in charge of calling the matches was going to be none other than the president of the commission herself. The reason it took a bit longer to get things ready instead of a just quick spar was because the commission was streaming this entire thing and had published a statement to the news companies who were all broadcasting the stream as well. It was currently being highly watched by millions of people in Japan, as the commission told everyone that this was going to be an open challenge for any student or pro hero as well. All Might tried to object as he thought. The first match, of course, was Nido Monoma himself, and Izuku told him to go through the entire crowd and even the pro heroes present themselves to copy any quirk he wanted to have for the fight. A lot of people in the crowd chuckled at how big of an advantage that Kitsune was giving the other student, but Izuku and those that knew his skills knew it wouldn't matter. Truth and reality indeed showed that it didn't matter one bit, as the boy was laid across the floor with a bruised nose and some significant bruises across his chest and face, as Izuku didn't hold back in his punches. Though there was one thing everyone noticed though, and that Kitsune didn't even use one piece of his support gear during the entire fight. Now, let's go with what you screwed up in, as you stupidly took the bait in copying quirks from the pro heroes like I wanted you to do. Even though they are quirks of pros, they aren't right away better than the quirks of your classmates who you are far more familiar with and used to using due to training. You should have stuck with quirks you knew and could use against me, as you weren't used to the other quirks. This meant you were more or less a 4-year-old with a brand new quirk, which wasn't good for you but good for me. Kitsune said, and the crowd was silent, though Izuku could hear some snickers from some of the staff due to Izuku's verbal beat down of the boy on the ground. Monoma pulled himself up and asked if he was going to get kicked out since he lost, and Izuku shook his head no. I'm not that petty in regards to your quirkist bullshit. I've dealt with bigger men with bigger and more hurtful things than what you said and did. Just use this as a lesson in your thinking moving forward to help you grow, as even the person you think as the weakest can easily defeat you if given the chance. Kitsune, Izuku said, and Monoma nodded his head as he took a step back. As Izuku was about to call out for anyone else to fight him, the man himself, Endeavor, appeared, or otherwise known as Endahor, because of what Izuku found out about the abuse and illegal quirk marriage. As the man entered the fighting area, he had his flames on, causing it to heat up in the room quite a bit, but Izuku didn't even let it get to him, as he's done training under extreme conditions, which included being in all of his gear with far more weight with extreme heat or even extreme cold, which he had to withstand for half an hour at each time to build up a resistance towards the elements. If it isn't the number 2 hero who has made his statements quite clear about my position. I assume you are here to try to put me in my place? Kitsune, Izuku asked, and he was hoping and praying that the man would say yes. Of course, Izuku did get what he wished for, as Endeavor did say. He was there to show the sheer difference in training and strength that his quirk grants him compared to Kitsune being quirkless and having to rely on support tools. As both of them stared across from each other in the gym, the president of the commission looked a bit frustrated, as she didn't anticipate Endeavor, the number 2 pro hero, showing up, as it would cause some issues if Kitsune did somehow defeat him, even though she didn't think it would really be possible due to the man being the number 2 hero. She already had some ideas in her mind in how to keep Kitsune's position intact even if he lost, by having other pro heroes that were far weaker but still well-known fight Kitsune to show he could handle his own in the general ranks even when he lost against Endeavor. However, she was not blind to the fact that Kitsune had extreme training done to him and was the personal student of one of the commission's biggest headaches, Principal Nizu of UA. As she had the fight start, everyone was downright shocked at how quickly the fight was over, as it didn't even last a few minutes. Now you may wonder how this was, and in fact it was really easy, as Izuku didn't fight the man in a contest of strength or support gear against a quirk. No, he used his mind and broke the fire sprinkler that was above their fighting area, which coated Endeavor in lots of water, dampening his flames. Though this wasn't the goal in just dampening the man's flames, as it only served to annoy Endeavor, as he made his flames hotter as it started to turn the water into steam. Instead, Izuku used the water that first dosed Endeavor to create a shock effect, as there was a good amount at the man's feet within those few seconds to help amplify the electrical shock that his electrified gloves produced, causing the man to go stiff. As Endeavor tensed up, Izuku used that split moment to get right up close as the flames went out due to the man's muscles contracting and him losing focus, which allowed Izuku to go straight for the pressure points, causing Endeavor to be defeated within 2 minutes without Izuku really using any support gear outside of a knife to break the sprinkler and his electrified gloves plus his metal wires. Everyone was just still in a state of shock, as were everyone watching, as Izuku turned to the camera that was streaming the fights. I think I have proven myself because I used my brain to overpower the walking flamethrower. Thanks for watching, folks. Kitsune, Izuku said as he waved at the camera and just walked away, leaving everyone stunned, but Nizu just had a large smirk on his face and was hiding his laughter, as he knew a stream was not the best time to laugh at the number 2 hero. The commission cut the stream, and after a short PRD had a statement delivered that said that Kitsune had made it clear that he was worthy of his position as a Provisional Pro Hero and student of UA Hero course. Izuku, though, was in the private homeroom that is used only for him, and he was downright laughing as he was finding it hard to breathe due to what he had just pulled off by taking the number 2 hero down by dousing the man in water and creating an electrical effect. Though he knew this would only be opening the floodgates of people talking about him even more, but he didn't care, since this helped him achieve his goal of showing those with no quirks, weak quirks, or even so-called villainous quirks that anyone could be a hero if they put the work into it.